generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every Social Security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity, and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality reality, technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions, restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace to obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended full of advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alabi brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nanonet filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With insights such disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. like a programmed metal skull covered in hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel, they can hit the revolution.
One more time. Yeah, check. Everybody, let's breathe. Inhale smells of creation as the wind blows and the moon glows and the sun allows life to grow. Thoughts that go through space at a high-speed pace and faces yet to be placed upon this race. Gather matter, power to make a star shatter. Infinite amounts of manifestations give ovations and praise for the days that reflect the Creator's ways. Praise in the pasture of the illest rapture. Ideas made visible, trapped by physical. So I choose to transmit my being in ritual tongue. From spiritual to man, to woman to love, to conceive to incubation, to born.
Burgers Golden Houghton, drugs chemically laced load in the rose seed, genetically carrying out felonies, embryonic flow, mold broke, archangel chisel, hidden behind the vest, the flesh, cocoon, in the womb, baby bound to boom, cells to rebel, gather, making matter, character of king, not my bid till I get the bricks, slip fit, fetal position, direct bloodline descendant, the goddess in Big Dylan, Nubian rooted, Blackfoot Bridge, couple drums of Irish wailing, throbbing to be alive and kicking in the belly of the rose, fill of sorrow as she gazed out of plastic window panes. Hoping for a better tomorrow, marinating in my sack. I hear the roar of Jimmy Kendrick sax.
Class blended with the craft that's heaven and hell continue to clash. Walk the path, see the sights that are more than often hideous. Blessed with birth to fight a war that seems endless. Meditate, correct mind state, sunlight bait, elate my essence. Arm, leg, arm, head in your presence. Check the degrees, hot enough to burn yet cold enough to freeze. Focus on the fact as the earth revolves, we don't die, but the truth will make a demon's soul dissolve. Alive, 25 out of perfect, spiritual to flight, beyond sight, life with purpose. Serve your time, your horn, breeze from your cell, freed from hell, born back to civilization. What's mine is yours. I see my cousins, they look like yours. Let's make us seize the universe. Born.
But the world hate infiltrates the rose. So what grows? Not a demon, but a mad motherfucking fetus limbs dangle as I chill out at angles. I'm waiting for the breakout. The devil's on the lookout to stop me from fulfilling godly prophecies. Years later, gave me scarlet thief. Rewind back to 69, 11, heaven roared and broad, baby, 4. Welcome to the world with the whack. Beat stuff, smack the back. Where my earth at? Nurse took me milk in a quilt and give me privacy as a bomb with moms. They still alarmed as they gazed at my golly charm. 11, 69, born.
Understand existence, third planet Hidden from the sun, exploited by mankind, eventually fade to black. Calculate what I've seen and remember that. Shed the shell, it's too fragile, immortal form born. Torn from the seller's plane with forever to gain. Mind and soul remain born.
Kingdom of praying hands, motionless, garden of gypsies, and his enemy, time travel a century, where I'm meant to be, the spirit awakened, in a black and white movie, in the backseat, he made it to a dirty street and headed east, Alec Hines' gun, chess master, assassination, out of the equation, elimination, it didn't faze him, the bullet grazed him, the invisible man, revenge like Taken, a pilot on the island, bloodthirsty zombies, ran as the day was breaking, crypt of the forgotten, by now her flesh was rotten.
King of the jungle, home of the family, rescue of the gorillas, jungle slider, abnormality, vine swinging in all trees. Supreme chaos is relevant, some broken box of skeletons. In Colosseum tournaments, benevolent, dark 100-acre woods, intelligent. The dragon rider in the Netherlands, 1001 hunches, business correspondence. The party of death, the heartless. The Alexandria Hotel, they claim it is haunted. One of interest, there may be conflict. A black bug in banana boxes, multi-digital fortresses. With a sword, the king of hell, in the basement a hammer fell. Under the land, the beast, the princess, some call her Belle. The fallen you fell, a gun son watching a show with vampires. You'll dispel the hell of Elvira, a gunfight on the sidewalk. Heroes, magic spells, weapons, accessories, items. Synthesis walkthrough. I was made to stop you, ticking like a clock, dude. With a gun, he's been known to stalk crews. New pair of shoes, the flaring American sharp bruise. My chainsaws tear apart fools. I knock who's ever start fuse. I bet never Tony Stark snooze. The time deep in the dark with a katana papoose. Hulk name not David, and yours is not Bruce.
Dead man at my feet, over a loaf of bread, shot dead in the street. Boston, Mass is Baghdad. Swallow the moon hole and throw bodies in a trash bag. Slash and dash, never kill a man half-assed. I saw wisdom from a man in a cave. He told me all that he knew, then I showed him to his grave. The sky rains a rusty shade of orange. It's beautiful at times, the way it lights up the forest. Nuclear war dust makes things enormous. Tall, twisted trees that never grow leaves. In a world with more land than seas, the earth is off axis. Ever since the final war happened, we pray for the last days. The sun seems closer, perhaps we'll meet it halfway. The human race is a mutant race. Some have no arms, others got 3 eyes on their face. And I hate the way rats taste. A sad fate, the wasteland's a bad place.
Ancient is the myth, how I live, it's still dynamic. I watch the world spin in the sins of the winds of Kansas. Travel faster than psilocybin on college campus. Study my ways and cash and lights flashing on cameras. When I leave a mark, I always should have stamped it. When it comes to hip-hop, I'ma leave it brutally battered. From a fortress of swordsman who is physically branded. Unseen to the naked eye, still the invisible answer. From a poet, recite poems, ignite storms, and cause a whirlwind to spin and birth a fucking cyclone.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got a special presentation here for you, right? And honestly, I could do the same thing for the next 20 shows. And, the rest of these so-called, LARP drama or, fake debate, right? Channels. I mean, it's going to be pretty much a real long while before they catch up to the level of commentary and, that we're offering here. And honestly, we've looked far and wide, right? So if you have anybody that you believe that is doing a similar type of thing in a low profile setting, right, then maybe you could go ahead and forward our material to them, or give us a way to contact them, right, so that we could look at these architectonic modes, right. And of course, we've reached a level of correspondence with many different people, right, on the subject of the world technological system, right, scientific totalitarianism, and techno-liberalism. And we've been sort of charting out the different ways in which technology influences humanity, right. And of course, we've got 4 things on the list here, right. And that would be God, right, nature, right, humanity, and technology, right. And of course, we have our understanding of God, right, or the theological speculations of man, right. And you have the foundations of man in terms of art and religion, right. You have the foundation of the cultural forms in art and religion, right. So when these cultural forms develop in terms of art and religion, they completely mask, right, those natural forms of organization, right. So what man achieves in terms of his cultural forms of organization, okay, is vastly exponentially greater, right, in terms of the work he does, okay, for his own survival, right. Okay, most of man's work, right, in the past, right, was cultural, right. Okay, this meant that it was a creation of symbols, right, religious sacrifices, right, artistic semblance of man through different traditional and cultural forms, right. And of course, you have at the center stage of this the ethnic divisions of man, right. So, I mean, obviously, right, technology assimilates culture, right, and the way it does it is by linking up technology with man, right, and creating cultural techniques, right. And these cultural techniques were basically the foundations, right, of human society. Now, how do we move from a mode, right, okay, where 90% of man's effort is for his artistic, right, or religious forms, right, and then we move to moving to forms of organization, right, which are based on the political, right, and the scientific modes, right. So this predominance of science and politics, right, what shifted from man's understanding, right, okay, when cultural modes took dominance in the form of art and religion, right, to them being subsumed, right. Okay, them being subsumed in terms of the political and the scientific, right. Well, we find out that the political and the scientific aspects of man are being driven by the technological, right. So culture is a mode of assimilating technology, right. But technology, or the growth of technology, right, into a system, right, and this happens through many different modes, right. Ellul talks about many different modes in which machines, okay, are a different order than tools, right. Tools have cultural genealogy, right. Okay, right. Every culture had different type of sword, right, but it's technique which tries to figure out how to make the best type of sword by drawing from those different cultural forms, right. Okay, so you have this idea on the one end of technique being conditioned by the cultural forms, right, and you have the other aspect of technique in the cultural modes, right, is that it's limited by the skill, right. So you have this idea of human skill, right, and of human perfectibility, right. Now, this notion of human perfectibility sort of has a lot to do with understandings within the traditional format of humanity. Now, obviously, each culture saw themselves as the, they saw all other cultures as barbarians, right? So this notion of universalism, right, or cultural assimilation, right, it comes about through many different modes. First of all, it comes about through the idea of the Jews, right? And this whole idea of a nation, right? And a salvation history, which actually comprises world history, right? Okay. And of course, you have there a people or a nation without a political organization, right? Okay. So this whole idea of the nation state is a sort of quasi Kabbalistic format, right? Right. And of course, the notion of German nationalism, right, like from Hegel, right, has a lot to do with this notion of the Jews, right? This notion of the spirit of world history and the progress of world history, right? And of course, this notion of progress injected into the understanding of world history, similar to this notion, of the perfectibility of man, right? That became tied into the notion of universalism, right? These two ideas, right? That man, the root of man is man himself, to quote Marx, right? Or that man is the measure of all things, right? Well, this comprises a separation of man from those natural forms of organization, in the most ideologically basic sense, right? Right. Okay, it's a separation of man, idealization of man apart from nature, right? And apart from those natural forms, right? Okay, and this is the birth of universalism, right? Okay, so you have A, man's separation from nature, right? And then you have B, right? The pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Now, man becomes both spatially dislodged, right, by being separated from nature and through the desacralization of nature, but through the compartmentalization of knowledge and through the universality of technique, right? Okay, he becomes temporally dislodged, right? He becomes moved by technology, right, into a new mode of organization, right? And of course, technology assimilates those cultural modes. Now, machines have a cross-cultural genealogy, right? Okay. Okay, something like the steam engine or the time clock, right? The mechanical clock, right? So you have forms going back to 1200 to 1400 to 1500, right? Okay, namely these three inventions, right? The mechanical clock, right? Okay, the steam engine and the printing press, right? They were sort of comprising a rudimentary stage, right, in which technology would drive culture, politics, and science, right? Now, it's because technology has come to drive these three modes, right? Okay, that we're encompassed in our present situation, right? So we have the difference between tools and machines, right? Okay, and the difference is not only in the cross-cultural genealogy of the machine itself, right? Okay, not borrowing from those ethnic forms, right, or those traditional forms, right? But also, right, the complexity of the machine itself, right? Okay, and that comprises in various, specialization of means, right, and massification of means, and complexification of means, right? So this complexification, massification, right? Okay, this is a totally different order, right? Okay, and of course, as Ellul says, right? You have efficiency of means and automation of choice, right? Within the mechanical forms, right? Okay, they seek automation. They have a collective incubation, right? Again, and they tend to treat man as an object, right? Man becomes an object of technique, right? When the technique for managing human impulses becomes placed at the center of the society, right? So, in terms of, we have a difference between skill and technique, right? Okay. Okay, there's something personal about skill, right? A tool relies on skill, right? A machine, right? Okay, it takes away control from the user, right? Now, technology gives us freedom to do many things, but it doesn't give us freedom from, right, many things, right? Man has become enslaved to technique, right? And this is because the more freedom you have to do things, right, the more enslaved you are to the way you have to do them. Right? Methods, right, take precedence over actions. Right? Technique, all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, right? All right, as ellul says, right? So, moving forward from that, right? Okay. You have a greater separation, and I talked about how that I got ellul as my avatar here.
So, he looks so green with blue light blockers on.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we got Jacques Ellul as the avatar now. So we go on different panels. We'll be Jacques Ellul, LARPing as Jacques Ellul.
Nice.
The American version or whatever. That's what we do, anyways. We put forward some of the ideas of ellul, and obviously he's had a great effect on different ideas that I bring forward, right?
Because LARPing as skrbina would be a little too much.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's more of a chance with ellul because ellul is like more well known.
Yep.
So there's more of a chance to Andy's a Christian, so there's more of a chance to get the word out with ellul. he's the chosen one. He's Neo. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, in terms of the development of these forms, right? Right, in ellul and elsewhere, right? Okay, we're dealing with as I said, the movement, right? Okay, from a religious to a political mode of organization, right? And that's extremely significant way of framing things, right? We come to find out, right? Because our move from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness, right, was partly achieved, right, by the melding of religion and philosophy, right? I think it was Avian who quoted, he sent me a quote by Heidegger. Let me try to find this quote.
But
he said
from Being in Time, would it?
I don't know where he sent it from, but it was something about how you can't not look at the problem of technology in an unphilosophical way. Let me try to find this quote. Oh yeah. He says, philosophy in its essence is so originally Occidental or Western that it provides the ground for the history of the Occident. For this ground alone has technology arisen. There's only a Western technology. What a profound statement, right? It is a consequence of philosophy and nothing else, says Heidegger. Right, so it's impossible to understand, the problem without looking at philosophy, right?
Speak of the devil.
Blessings. Yeah, so how did that become accomplished, right? Well, this idea, right, of moving from the religious modes, right? Because the state was organized by the religious modes. Okay, so that is a key insight. Right now, it's only after the birth of liberalism, right, that you have the foundations of the state, right, apart from the religious institutions, right? And obviously, this all happens within the Western world, right? So as they're thinking of these ideas of the state, right, they're dreaming of ideas of universalism and liberalism, right? The same way that I explained, right? But of course, it's important to understand these things also as a world movement, right? Because technology is a world system. So we can understand these things by the idea that the Europeans created a system that they can't control, right? That's totally out of their hands at the present time.
Yeah, also, I want to say something that intersects with that. I'm not sure if you know about Mishima, but Mishima and some other people, they talk about the body as having a kind of natural intelligence, and I think technique kind of influences how we see our body, like a manufacturing plant where things can go wrong. But sometimes I feel like, fasting and just, getting out there, grounding, can lead to the body having a natural healing capacity that, the modern medical establishment and their obsession with technique kind of, stamp out or something.
Yeah, you're referring to Yukio Mishima, right?
Yes, Mishima, he has a book where he talks about the body in some interesting ways or something. I haven't read it that much yet, but I did look at it a little bit because my friend shared it with me. Some quotes and passages. Like he talks about the body's natural intelligence. Like the body is more intelligent than we give it credit to, and that intelligence is not purely mechanistic. You see what I mean? It's not purely mechanistic.
I'd say it's like anything but mechanistic. In my opinion.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Lone
It's
Wolf.
being turned into a mechanism.
Yes, and that's a big problem with the entire field of biology. I mean, it's totally ruined by technique. I mean, that's why the third way of evolution fascinates me, because they're trying to move away from technique. Some of the thinkers. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, this whole thing about culture or art, right? Or religion, right? Sort of being a thing that limits technique, right, in its initial stages, because it's still based on personal forms of organization, personal experience, right? Like faith is a personalized experience, God is a personal being, so on and so forth, right? This sense of individualism that's inside of the religious ideal, right? And even the understanding of the king, right, being the forerunner of the decision-making process, right? This idea, they had to create collectivized understanding of decisions, right? So this notion of collectivism, right, really came about, by amalgamating the symbolic or cultural forms. So the move, blessings.
Blessings, machine. Hello, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
Greetings.
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah. So this whole idea, right, in terms of, where language, right, gets transformed, okay, through the symbolic forms, right, to just communication. So, I mean, the last idea that they're really going to be working with is the amalgamation of language, right? And this is only just a natural process, right? They have to assimilate language, right? Because language is still based on the cultural and not the technical forms of organization, right? So this is one of the main things, right? So language and communication. Now, the way I explain it is that symbols, okay, have a they could sort of amalgamate, right, the meanings of various words, right? They could have layered contextualization, right, of meaning, right? Now, language, right, is tied to words, right? It's trying to limit those symbols, okay, by the use of techniques. Okay, now communication is even simpler. Communication is just the transmission of information from 2 points, right? Now, the technical, now reducing language, right, from its symbolic, right? Like, we have to remember that Mumford says that man is a symbol-making animal, right? What separates us from animals is not our ability to, have language or even create tools, right? But it's the ability to create symbols. Oh, I like that one.
Oh, you like this one? Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, that's
We
cool.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Some intense artwork.
Definitely.
Appreciate it.
And
yeah, what you were saying with the
yeah,
if I may keep you. What you were saying with the language thing, I says like to my daughter, it's from my mother, a letter from my mother. And I'm half of her, so that's her language. Like and like what she was saying, like symbolism. But sometimes you can like speak from source and because you are her, so you are source, so you don't really have to think about what you say. But sometimes when you do think about what you say, it has like different vibrations and different like it's technology basically, you know what I'm saying? But and like DNA codes, right, machine? But
exactly.
you know what I'm saying? And it's just like you don't necessarily have to know where it come from, but it came from you. So you don't even have to think when you're doing the language, right? You're just like
That's right.
traveling right down. And then it just like comes through you because it's your subconscious. So it just like it flows through you. So you already know what you're saying before you even have to think, Sometimes if you can get that deep, you know what I'm saying? Not saying that, nobody can get that deep. It's just that it's very like different when you try to be something that you're not, but you never knew that you were. So it's like you're really like introducing yourself all over again to who you really are. It's like we never knew us, And it's just like I'm finding out who I am, and like I feel like the people we have to find out who we are, and then like come together, and like all of this war. Like you saw the commercial, they're eating the sand and all of that bullshit. Broke my heart, and it's like, so like it's just so it's just sad. And then you have like malevolent energies. Like I heard like a spirit can actually be one, so they could be the man and the woman, but it's actually like with it was either Satan or Lucifer talking about he had it's pretty graphic, but then he had snapped off the wings to give him a human experience. You know what I'm saying? And it was like a land. It was a land that they met at. I'm sorry to get off of
No,
slow.
no, it's all good. I can hear what you're saying, but it's like I don't know. It's like you're underwater or something like that. But I can hear what you're saying though. But yeah.
Okay, hold on. Take my
Yeah.
headphone off, but I'm listening.
Yeah, but yeah, what you're hitting on is something profound. Is about, you know, like you write words, and it's not like you think about what you're gonna write before you write it, right? So intuition is automatically different from knowledge, and right, and then information, just as knowledge requires experience, right, and intuition doesn't really require experience. Like it uses skill as second nature, right? So it's not thinking about what it's doing, right? It's almost the same with information. Information is like knowledge without experience, but instead of coming from a personal you know, mode, it's just coming from, you know, you know, it could be coming from anywhere, right? It could be coming from like a sign, or two machines sending information between 2 points, right? So that's usually how I describe, you know, this idea of information. Information is not connected to symbols, just like knowledge isn't connected to symbols, but symbols contain meaning. Language contains meaning, right? Information does not have meaning. Okay. Language requires a person to transmit the information, right? Information and symbols do not, right? So I'm looking at how technique operates on symbols, language, and communication, right? And of course, we've moved from a style of understanding, right? Okay, we've moved from our symbolic methods of communication, right, to printed text, back to the iconicity of symbols, right, through memes and computer screens and all that type of stuff, right? So so there's all these ways, and of course we're understanding how to transmit information, and how information can be transmitted that's not connected to language or meaning, and the value that has, right?
Can I read you a quote and see
Yeah, of
what you
course.
have to say about it? Yeah, just it's because it's connected to that. It's connected to it. Okay, this is from Andrzej Tarkowski. I'm not sure if you would agree with it. We can express our feelings regarding the world around us either by poetic or by descriptive means. I prefer to express myself metaphorically. Let me stress, metaphorically, not symbolically. A symbol contains within itself a definite meaning, certain intellectual formula, while a metaphor is an image possessing the same distinguishing features as the world it represents. An image, as opposed to a symbol, is indefinite in meaning. One cannot speak of the infinite world by applying tools that are definite and finite. We can analyze the formula that constitutes a symbol, while a metaphor is a being within itself. It's a monomoio. It falls apart at any attempt of touching it. And I can give you the passage here. I'm curious what you think about that, because it kind of treats metaphors and symbols as different. I'm not sure if you would agree with it though. Wait,
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Yeah, metaphors is sort of a related concept, and you know, symbols obviously have techniques behind them. I'm not sure if you could say metaphors have like techniques behind them, but I'm looking at like tactile aspects of how they express. But I like what he's saying. You know, I think it relates heavily to what I'm saying, but I got to really chew on it. You know,
yeah, I think, I guess so. Yeah, I think it's kind of complex. Yeah, well, maybe there's different ways to approach it. Yeah.
Maybe he has it backwards. I thought symbols were more of a visual thing, where metaphors are more of a literature kind of thing. But maybe I'm backwards. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he sees metaphors as being the same as images. You know, the image is like opposed
Like
to the
you can
symbol.
paint a picture in words with a metaphor, whereas a symbol, you can draw a symbol that can have meaning.
That's true. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess it's kind of like how some people can see it, the same tree differently. You know, I think William Blake had a saying, a fool sees not the same tree as the wise man, or something.
Yeah, I got a good line in my book about that, but I forget what I wrote. Something about myth and metaphor. How metaphor relates to myth, right? How myth is more powerful than metaphor, but metaphor is just simply based on abstract ideas, but a myth is based on a sort of atemporal like event, you know. You know, so yeah, it's interesting how the concept of myth and the concept of metaphor relate to each other, and how those two concepts relate to the idea of the symbolic realm, right? And of course, there's a lot that can be hashed out there, right? But in terms of you know, in terms of this whole idea about how we moved to more reliance, right, on the sort of mental energies, right, and how we're moving more into the understanding of language influencing mind instead of mind influencing language, right? And of course, this is a move from Plato to Aristotle again, right? Everything seems to be moving from Plato to Aristotle, right? And and
Yeah, I know what you mean. Isn't there a Pixar movie where like they portray, I forgot the name of that movie, where they portray a girl in her mind is like a factory, and then all those people are working the factory, and like their emotions are influencing that girl. I think that's very stupid idea. I mean, that's kind of like technique, taking over the mind and imposing order on it. You know the movie I'm talking about? I forgot that name of that
It
movie.
is a
Yeah.
Pixar movie. I just don't
yeah,
know the name of it.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, and they're all different colors too. I think I remember, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Inside Out. Inside Out.
Oh, okay, inside out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, this whole idea that the limits of your language are the limits of your world, and how information could take over the ideas of the symbolic, right? So if you move to throughout human history, right? It goes symbols are up, information is down, and then we get to sort of more equalization of the two through the idea of knowledge, right? If you have knowledge in the middle there, and then you have finally them equaling out to symbols and information being like one and one, right? And of course, this happens through the idea of a cultural assimilation of technique, right? Global world culture, right, or a monoculture, right? So you have the loss of traditional forms through that, right? And sort of the memification, of reality. And that sort of idea, right? So the last thing that you have through that is functionality and aesthetics, right? And of course, functionality gets transformed. Aesthetics gets transformed through the notion of functionality, right? And that means that we more or less, right, try to organize the world through techniques until the aesthetic idea or art gets controlled by the technical forms, right? So now you have the creation of most of man's cultural forms, right, through techniques, right? So this assimilation of cultural forms through techniques, right, the final thing, and the creation of a monoculture, right, really is about, right, functionality and aesthetic merging. And the sort of metaphor I use is like the Minecraft game, right, where it's like everything is made out of everything else, right? So it's kind of like you know um content plasticity, right? It's kind of content plasticity means that all content is context dependent, right? If there's complete 100% content plasticity, right, then you have over contextualization, right, of meaning and ideas, and so this creates an implosion of meaning, right? Okay, and so yeah, so I have some of this whole concept to be worked out, right? And more ideas, right? Just as there's a separation from man in terms of moving from an experience from mind to that of language, and language totally taking over the notions of mind, right? And you have the same idea in terms of time versus nature, right? And this is because of the notion of progress, right? That time totally takes over the natural world, right? You used to have a predominance of nature over time, right? You had natural laws, you had unchanging laws, right? You had the eternal, right? You had things that were actually eternal, right? Okay, we no longer have that, right? So this idea of eternality, right, becomes transformed, right, through these dual notions, right? Right, of sort of chaos and emergence, right? So these dual modes of chaos and emergence, right? Okay, and of course we think of things, right, in terms of going back in the past, right? You have at least 3 different notions of archaic revival, right? Okay, in terms of you have Atlantis of the Freemasons, you have the Shambhala of the Theosophical Society, right? And you have the Tartaria of the Dugonists, right? And all of them want to look at the past and bring technology into the future, right? So the whole project is about progress. It's about technological progress, right? But whether you're a transhumanist and you're looking to push mankind into the future, right? Okay, and you're totally discounting his past history. You're trying to break away from the past and move into the future, right? Okay, through the transhumanist ideal, right? Or you're trying to bring man back into a futuristic past, right? In which he had advanced technology, right? So you have the sort of archaic revival of the Discordians, right? And you have the technological accelerationism of the accelerationists, right? So these
Also,
both. Yeah.
Also, you have the archaeofuturists who want to like merge technique with tradition. One of them is, I'm not sure you heard of him, Galerium Fay, or something like that. He's an archaeofuturist. They want to
No.
like merge them.
Interesting. Yeah. I think they already are merged. In terms of occult and science are linked, right? And they're linked as much in the future as they are in the past. And their idea of the future is linked to their relationship in the past. In terms of Discordians and accelerationists, they both want change in the future, right? But Discordians want to accelerate change, whereas Discordians want to create chaos, right? But both of the ideas are about changing the future, right? And so yeah.
Past is prologue.
Yeah. Yeah, so this whole idea about nature versus time, right, is really encapsulated within the modes of occultism and science, right? Okay, and of course there's an ideological affinity there that I'm pointing out, right? But it goes way deeper than that, right? Okay. So yeah, so this is where we're at, right, in our present understanding of the world, right? In terms of where the origins of are sort of the ideological aspects, right, of this great change. Okay, from a religious conscious to a technological conscious, right? And of course, it comprises in this idea, right, that Heidegger was talking about, right, of Western man, right? Okay, but of course, we're talking about a global system, right? So how did Western man give birth to a global system, right? And then how did that system become autonomous, right? So this is sort of the ideas in our present context that we're trying to tie down and trying to get to, right? And I think Ellul does a very good job, right? Different thinkers like Skolimowski, Ellul, they do a really good job at tying up these ideas, right? Okay, so we're going to look at Skolimowski here. Right, of course, we're on chapter 7 of Skolimowski, right, which is looking at the ideas of Paul Tillich. And of course, he's taking a view of immanence versus transcendence, as I talked about earlier. And he's taken a view. Now, immanence cuts both ways, right? It cuts not only in the temporal ideas, right, but also the idea of space. It's both internal and atemporal, right? So this is sort of the ideas that Skolimowski is trying to bring forward, right? Instead of externalized, right, sensibility of materialistic scientific enterprise, right, material universe, right? And of course, the constant notion that we're moving towards something that we're not a part of, but being swept up by the change, right? Being pulled instead of pushing or creating the change ourselves, right? Okay, so he's talking about how the notion of evolution robs man of his free will. The notion of science robs man of his free will. Right, and he's saying that the notion of falsifiability in science means that our knowledge is incomplete. Right, and he thinks that this applies as much to religion as it does to science. So I hope I contextualize those problems correctly for you guys. Okay, but yeah, not that many people watching, but still, we're stealing some of the viewers away from these other shows, right? And I greatly appreciate you guys because it's time you took a break from the incessant bickering about nonsense, right? To actually indulge in a creative fusion of ideas in terms of the architectonic. Right, so I greatly appreciate you guys' time and your sort of collaboration here, right? But yeah, let me read some of this from Skolimowski. He says, our examination of eco-theology would be incomplete without mentioning the importance of the theologian Paul Tillich. Now, there's different books that talk about Tillich versus Teilhard de Chardin. Okay, Paul Tillich's idea of courage, and without visiting it ever so briefly, the ecology of hope, right? Tillich is kind of saying that faith is very much related to this idea of courage, right? And that humanity needs to restore this understanding of honor and courage, right? Because of the desacralization of nature, right? The universal, a universalism and liberalism that has tainted man's understanding of his traditional modes. And etc. Right. But yeah, he says, man for Tillich is not what he is and as he is, but what he essentially is. Essence is understood by Tillich as what man potentially is. The real transition should be one from existence to essence. While what happens in our daily life
is the reverse transition from essence to existence. From essence to existence. And this is actually partly to blame for the scientific modes, right? Okay, science says that we proceed from the way things essentially are, right? So it's actually constrains man in his understanding, right? In his capacity, right? Is what he's also trying to say here, right? Now he says during the process, right? Exactly, right? During the process of trying to move from essence to existence, we become estranged from ourselves, from our better selves, that is, from our potential selves. That is not much different from Plato, who claimed that while human essence is embodied in a particular existence, the soul is entrapped and coarsened, loses its vision, clarity, and potential till it protests that his is not a repetition of the Platonic idea. Not a repetition of the Platonic idea, right? It sounds very different, right? Right, because Plato did not Plato sort of dropped the ball, historically speaking, right, and trying to explain the difference between essence and existence, right, and how those two communicate with each other, right? It's such a stark dualism seen in Plato's Parmenides. By the way, we're gonna use Dark Scribe's video in a second here for a music video. So blessings to Dark Scribe for producing an AI video. We're gonna play lots of extremely disturbing cartoons, I think. I mean, it is what it is. I found some disturbing ones. Pair them with some music. One of them's kind of beautiful, but yeah. Yeah, but this idea from, moving not from man's current state, right? Or it's some well-defined notion of man to his potential form. Right, this is constraining our development, right? This is what he's saying, right? Blessings to all the people. So he says, if so, then essence-existence relationship must be construed in evolutionary terms. Evolutionary terms. And of course, he's talking about evolution in his highly nuanced understanding of evolution. Not in its materialistic version, right? But in terms of that, the state of our knowledge changes. Right, so he's saying if evolution has taught us anything, that our understanding of the world around us, right, of both religion and science, are not on a stable framework, right? It's a paradigm shift, right? He's trying to evoke a paradigm shift, right? He says, we have not yet fully actualized our potence, the possibility latent in use. To what extent our existence is sorted, never entirely up to what we may become, an evolutionary journey, that is. The whole predicament was beautifully summarized 2 centuries earlier by Goethe. He quotes Goethe. He says, to treat man as he is to debase him. To treat man as he ought to be is to engrace him. The way man actualizes his essential self is through the peculiarity of the structure of his being. Hence, ontology was of utmost importance to Tillich's thought. Ontology was for Tillich the basic ground from which to start one's inquiry. into the human nature and into the nature of religion. He wrote, man occupies a preeminent position in ontology. Okay, ontology is the study of being, right, or existence, right? Okay, not as an outstanding object among other objects. Okay, right? But as a being who asks the ontological question and whose self-awareness, the ontological answer can be found. The ethical question concerning the nature of courage and the ontological question concerning the nature of being are ultimately and inextricably woven together, he says. An understanding of courage presupposes an understanding of man and of his world. Its structures and values, only he who knows this knows what to affirm and what to negate. The ethical question of the nature of courage leads inescapably to the ontological question of the nature of being, and the procedure can be reversed. The ontological question of the nature of being can be asked as the ethical question of the nature of courage. Courage can show us what being is, and being can show us what courage is. Right? And of course, there's many different things, right, that science cannot, assimilate. Right.
Yeah, like the mind. The mind.
Oh, yeah. That would be the top one. But I think a lot of things in terms of heart consciousness, like honor, courage, love.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like those things that really, it's got nothing on those, right? So, if you go even beyond mind, it can't explain mind at all. So it has no way to explain consciousness, as we've seen. Right? We saw John John Searle, right, say, "Oh, the brain's a machine. Oh yeah, and you can't create a computer that's conscious." It's like, what? It's like, what are you saying, man? Right? Like, does he hear himself? Right? But yeah, right. So they don't understand. They have a problem in terms of their ontology, right? But they don't want to admit it, right? So
they have lots of problems. The thing about technique, also I would say, is it tends to get arrogant. Besides efficient, like it thinks it can see all of the interrelations, but there's tons of false positives, and molecular biology, cellular biology, so much false positives. You know what I mean? And they're not gonna admit that, but it's there. You know what I mean? Like, the technique tends to be very partial and periocal. I mean, this kind of incise reality. You know what I mean? And then it makes ontological presuppositions and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, parochial, I think is
Yeah, sometimes I have trouble pronouncing some words. Parochial.
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let me read this one paragraph and then we'll move here to
Just a side note, I believe the archaeofuturist guy's name is pronounced Guillaume Fay. It's French.
Oh, interesting. Archaeofuturism.
It's basically the French name for William, I believe.
Interesting. Yeah, we got a lot of people live tonight. I greatly appreciate you guys' correspondence here. I mean, still have 19 people watching here. I greatly appreciate your correspondence, dude. Honestly, that's great numbers for how many people are doing this at the same time. You guys are some soldiers, honestly. The question of courage, he says, is by no means theoretical, he says, or theological. Western scholars live nowadays in the comfort and freedom with their jobs well secured, with their pensions well provided for, yet courage is totally lacking in Western universities. Right. It's a whole collective thumos. Right. Thumos, right? As I read before, right? Or asabiya, right? Okay, if you're looking at Ibn Khaldun, the Arab scholar, right? He had a concept of this too, right? He said, okay, it says thumos,
or the concept of spiritedness, right? Another way to explain it is love of one's own, right? As Socrates, yeah.
Doesn't Ibn Arabi also have some stuff like that? The Sufi mystic, Ibn Arabi.
Yeah, I think he's got some stuff about personalism.
Gwenon liked him a lot. Gwenon, he loved Ibn Arabi.
Oh yeah, he's excellent. Yeah, he's actually a very poetic sort of like philosophical guy. He's a sort of pantheistic, guy. But yeah, very interesting scholar, Ibn Arabi. Yeah, blessings to Lizard Tree. I greatly appreciate you. Name isn't important. Thank you for being here. And all the rest of you. Okay, so yeah, he's talking about this thing, and yeah, let me read what it says here. It says spiritedness, right? The word indicates a physical association with breath or blood and is used to express the human desire for recognition. It is not a somatic feeling as nausea and dizziness are, right? So I love how they say it's not a somatic feeling, right? We need a whole list of non-somatic feelings, right? And maybe science can, right?
And psychosomatic as well.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know Cockboy Hotline's live. I think maybe he's switching over to the Machine Lives now because Cockboy Hotline and him had a little falling out, right? So, so it's. I appreciate you.
That's definitely sad trombone.
But yeah, intellectual courage is not courage, but hiding behind the screen of established orthodoxies. Whew. The roots of real courage are invariably moral. That's right. Present academics, by and large, have no firm moral convictions. Right? Knowledge for the sake of knowledge, art for the sake of art. Right? That WIMP stuff. And of course, technology for the sake of technology. Right? So yeah, he says living by the creed of rationality leads to an atrophy of courage. In a deeper sense of the term, as they do not have it themselves, they cannot instill courage in their students. Thus, we are breeding on the campuses a spineless generation with no courage and no moral sense. The two are connected and consequences are devastating, he says. Right? So the courage to be, right? This idea of being and the courage to become, right? These two notions, right? Okay, dealing with both our connection to nature and our understanding of how we are responsible, right, for those transformations within human society and the world, right? So this whole idea of courage or the love of one's own, right, is part of heart consciousness, right? And so in terms of heart consciousness, I talk about friendship, love, honor, right? And these things that cannot be sort of technicized, right? But anyways, let's move to a song here, unless anybody has a comment. All right. A little AI animation made by our friend Dark Scribe.
Rutro.
And of course, I added Rubber Room White Hot Razors mixed with 6.2. Man, I tried to look at 6.2, man, and like a lot of his like music's not on YouTube. It's fucking crazy, man.
What?
So like, yeah, man, it's kind of weird.
He's part of Anticon, isn't he?
6.2 is like underground as fuck. But yeah, Jackals and Vipers and Envy of Man. Whew, what a flame ass album. If you guys haven't heard. But yeah, man. Anyways.
It's been a while.
Yeah. I got a couple tracks from the album, but yeah, it's one of the most fantastic ones.
Fantastic Damage.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic Damage.
But yeah, blessings, guys. Yeah, I borrowed the video. I told him I was gonna borrow the video, but it is what it is. Blessings, sir. And I'll drop the link in the chat if anybody wants to come up. Thank you.
I emerge from the fire flames and fall after war. Battle scars reach my face. Robbers revenge. Slanderous speakers get shot in the noggin. Duo swinging in doubles. Back to back in the carnage. Haymaker shaker. Sound stalker. Capture brought into all plastic players. Hustle intrusive pimps. Tis the grit you shake your soul. Now behold the bold branch and restless. Ex-slave and vagabond. Charges on the wicked.
Rise and shine with rhyme on the mind and finest the setting for Armageddon. Stressing the time I got to drop a lesson. Days pass, it seems to want speed to keep my sector serene. Niggas that seem bleed, colliding head on with the full steam. Locomotive rap, explosive on impact. Hoping the sound system intact for the fierce attack. Rhyme deadliest killings, murder with rhythm. Deadly venom, cobra precision used to poison victims.
The savage ravages stage, rubber and makes it engraved on the wall of raw. Stone horns, if they got the castle displaying gold and platinum. Style swollen as toothless convicts. Made up blowing shit up, catch it on CNN. Major coverage of your cancer racing rubber out in 94. I doused the scene with gasoline. Lit the match, burnt them black. On the grim, I reap benefits of killer cuts. RIP and MC breaking structure down to debris.
Innocent Bennett, rap is vivid. Like gangsta rap, make niggas wanna live it. Vaporize and seep through vents. Gas mask needed for further surveillance of cadence style rhymes is flagrant. Adult language and violence. The block's rated X. Bitches meditate on the text like rituals in Tibet. Equip the beat-proof vest and still receive holes in your chest. Slumber style, don't even test.
Yo, Rashawn is the action.
As a diamond, blowtorch is scorched.
Keep a meter, yo, what you bugging?
White hot razor, shake and move.
Better than cool, cruise better than Bruce. Snooze, you lose, carnival, raw, fleet, street, sweep.
Operation forever. Remember the sharp style that's ever. Axe and torch go together like jewelry and leather. Feathers and goose downs, bullets and clips, projectile rap. Fire through mics with pistol grips. Same shit go down daily. So expect a nigga to set a rhyme to Central Time for the Wild West. Bless black, so keep the stretch to a limit. Get up when the construction finish. Handle this business eternal with no limit.
Rubber, setting the pace for trends and frivolous idle men settling for suckers. When I plaster rob the spot, non-innovative, pro-emulative, can't get advanced. By the dozens, rubber rebels are running shit. Scandalous rap savages. Windy City Polka, what we brandish will leave you bandaged, broke the fuck up. Venom, Bill Spector, I'll awake construct. Bombs that destruct with the slightest touch. What's on is the action.
As a diamond, blowtorch is scorched.
Keep a meter, yo, what you back in?
Hot razor, shake and move.
Ready up, cool, cruise, battered and bruised. Snooze, you lose, carnival, raw, fleet, street, sweep.
Also, Pinoid made an attack video on Neurojack.
Yeah,
They're going back and forth for a while.
Also, I sent a very
Well,
good
that's
article
weird.
on the private chat because I have trouble commenting there. But basically, it argues archaeofuturism and its parallels to militant accelerationism, and it explains how they're reviving traditional symbols to push for accelerationism. And
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
that's
that
something
article
that-
might interest you.
Yeah, I think that's a huge topic. I mean, especially like, well, I think a good place to look is just look at Nick Land and his use of occultism, right? Especially Georges Bataille, right? And how Georges Bataille talks about the black sun or the solar anus. So there's a whole link to tantric Buddhism and and the
also,
Vajrayana and yeah.
It gets even worse than that. It's linked to biotech and like it
Uh-oh.
Gilliam Fay You know, he's a racist, and he has ethno-hierarchies, and his ideology of order, alongside a program of tightly controlled technological advance, including enthusiasm for biotech, so that technology serves and preserves a hierarchical Western civilization. And so he has a militant accelerationism, where he
Yeah.
actually does promote war and domination and stuff. It's
Yeah,
crazy
well,
stuff.
well, think about what I was saying about technology being inherently Western, right? Or what Heidegger was saying, right? So obviously, the whole idea that the technology or the link between technology has to do with, you know, um, sort of European ideas, and also that it has to do with Judeo-Christian, right, values, right, and the amalgamation of Judeo and Christian. And of course, there's a whole idea from Mitch Chernovic, right, that where he says Europe was, you know, did the great undertaking of like making the Jews white, and how Jews became anglicized, and how basically, you know, the birth of British Israelism, and esoteric Hitlerism, and how that's linked to different ideas, you know, in technology. And of course, they're linked to the idea of the archaic revival, precisely how I was explaining it, right? About bringing back this technological civilization of the past that existed in the past, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of ideas there. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like Faye at all. I'm just saying that out there. He's kind of crazy, Faye.
I forget what I was gonna say.
Banger of an article that we should definitely cover on this show. But yeah, thank you for that article.
Yeah, no problem.
And yeah, Red. Oh shit, this is a commercial. Yeah, so I'm gonna read about the tantric rituals of the Dalai Lama after we're done watching this. And yeah, it gets a little X-rated. So for the people that don't want to, you know what I mean, find out about some deeply perverted shite.
I've heard of stuff like this, but I wasn't like, it was kind of vague. If I don't remember much.
Yeah, I thought
And like I never. It was like shifty stuff, so I was like, oh, I don't know about this guy.
Yeah, I thought, should I read it? And then I'm like, all right, it's Spooky Saturday, so we'll just read it. And I don't know if I'm gonna keep on going back into Dalai Lama and stuff like that. But we're gonna watch half of this today. I think half of this next time. Obviously, Dalai Lama, I do not promote his work. He said that science is better than Buddhism, that if science has new ideas that contradict the Buddhist philosophy or understanding of the world, that they should go with science, right? So he's all for changing Buddhist traditions, right? So I don't take him at face value when he says he's defending Buddhist traditions, right? I don't take him at face value.
Statements like that, I mean, that's basically traitoring Buddhism.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically saying, yeah, like you guys are wrong. Like science is right. Just get with science.
Yeah. So if we're gonna try to look at art and spirituality and look for representatives of that, I don't think we should look to the Dalai Lama, right? He's also a PDF. You know, he kissed a boy on the lips in front of everybody.
Oh yeah, that I forgot about that. Shit.
International incident. So obviously he didn't think about what he was doing, but obviously they engage in PDF stuff and the rituals. Also, he's a CIA agent, so I don't know if he has the best wishes.
There you go.
The people there in his country and all that type of stuff. So for many reasons, we don't promote Dalai Lama. I know at the time they probably thought like, ooh, Dalai Lama and Gandhi and all this stuff. And right up, obviously, so they thought like these were like really potent spiritual figures. But
yeah,
you know,
Gandhi
there's
not
also
so good
a word that this, I'm not sure you heard this word, but it's called Mick mindfulness. Have you heard of Mick mindfulness?
No, that sounds like the new McDonald's play area or something like that.
Basically, it's just, they're taking stuff from Buddhism, like mindfulness meditation, and then they're using it in corporate environment to create better drones. You see what I mean? So they're like secularizing Buddhism, removing all the higher
Yes.
transcendental stuff, and they're just making
Yes.
it.
Yeah,
in a
Sam
corporate-
Harris. I mean,
Instead of fast food occultism is fast food Buddhism, I guess.
yeah, like these Sam Harris guys are pretty much yeah, of course, dark
Subversion of
scribe.
the subversion.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, bro. I mean, blessings. But yeah. But yeah, they also got David Bohm on here. David Bohm's a heavy hitter, right? Okay, they talk about how he like knew Einstein. Who cares, dude? Einstein's a plagiarist, right? But yeah, the fucking guy, right? Talked to Jiddu Krishnamurti, right? And his conversations with Krishnamurti are actually pretty baller, right? If you guys have checked them out, yeah, I like those conversations. Conversations with Krishnamurti are some pretty good philosophy.
Yeah, I read those. I enjoyed those too, to be honest. Jai Krishnamurti's diary is also very good. Most people never really talk about his diary, but I think his diary is very interesting too.
Yeah. I think he was exposed by his daughter or something like that. She wrote a book called In the Shadow of J. Krishnamurti or something like that. So she claimed that his little sort of, he would go into the spiritual phase where he would like receive information and people had to like take care of him. And she said he was faking it and that he still thought of himself as a world teacher and all this type of stuff. So, and of course, this is the complaint that UG Krishnamurti made, the great student of the Theosophical Society who challenged Jiddu Krishnamurti and his ideas. But yeah, we're going to go to that's going to be the last segment in our Buddhist presentations is going to be like looking at the difference between Jiddu Krishnamurti and UG Krishnamurti and their conflict. But yeah, it's pretty hilarious stuff. And I think that's where modern Buddhism or modern Buddhist philosophy, like, goes to, but yeah, Dalai Lama, David Bohm, look at some of their thoughts, or whatever. I think there's other people here too. There's like some artist guy. He says some pretty interesting stuff. Yeah. Oh shit.
In order to exist something, one particular thing, without other factor, it cannot exist. So you see, everything related.
The faster, the quicker, the people in the developed countries are taught to understand that it is really in their interest to reduce poverty.
Okay, this deserves to be played at this point. But yeah, we know that Jim Bob doesn't seek knowledge, so we'll have to shout him out there.
You should be seeking this knowledge.
Sorry, sorry, Buddha, go ahead.
Can you turn on the subtitles if it's
Oh,
possible?
yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, subtitles, yes. Yeah, but here's one for Jin Bob.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
So yeah, just in case you were wondering, knowledge is Gnosticism, and also philosophy is useless. And so
Tent, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
So I like to point out that he sits in front of a portrait of St. Augustine, right? So let that be known that he said that.
That must be the joke.
He said that, and obviously he gets no value from philosophy. But yeah, and he's got a portrait of St. Augustine. So let's just let's map this one out here.
In the world, the faster our planet will be able to solve that issue.
How much change?
For the Tibetans, the Dalai Lama is Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. You need a sense of universal responsibility based on love and compassion has been the Dalai Lama's message ever since he fled from Tibet in 1959.
Deep down, you see,
Notice the idea of universalism, right? How he's being promoted because he already fits the paradigm of the age, right? So, you're right. He promotes science. He promotes universalism, right? But of course, what's going to be really not digestible, right, to a sort of Western mind or a Western audience is instead going to be this notion of love, right? Because there's nowhere in the scientific paradigm, as we talked about, right, that love and compassion and these non-somatic feelings actually have a stasis, right? I mean, a status, right? But I guess you could also say stasis.
The spirit, very strong.
Quantum physicist and philosopher David Bohm was profoundly affected by his close contacts with both Einstein and J. Krishnamurti. Bohm's theory of wholeness and the implicate order states that there is something like life and mind enfolded in everything.
So look at that. The idea of life and mind unfolded in everything, right? And how I think he's going to relate that to a non sort of scientific understanding, or maybe he will relate it to his science, but I think he's going to look at that from a spiritual perspective and not from a scientific perspective.
You can't on one little ball like the Earth isolate yourself.
For influential artist Robert Rauschenberg, art is not half as interesting as life. Rauschenberg promotes international understanding and peace by exhibiting his own artworks in some of the most troubled places of the world. When not traveling, he spends his time working on the island of Captiva in Florida.
I recognize the fact that if we don't, we the living people right now don't pay attention to the total world. And so what we have to do is somehow establish a society, a successful society, that would somehow educate everyone in all parts of the land so that that they would realize that we're just on this little ball here. And
Notice the ideas about science, right? So he's bringing in a scientific understanding. He's saying that, look, we have to accept that we're on this ball, right? So then he's bringing in the notion of universal education, right? Which is a destructive concept on its very face, right? Because obviously, obviously this was thought of by the Protestants, like Jan Comenius.
Yeah, that's
right?
kind of why I don't really hold strong. I don't really like Zoroastrianism much. I don't like it because this stuff probably has origin in that. You know, Plutarch wrote a report of the Magian teaching, and it said that he said in Moralia, Isis, and Osiris 47. He says that when evil is finally destroyed, the earth will become a level plain, and there will be one manner of life and one form of government for a blessed people who shall all speak one tongue. So that's Plutarch talking about what the Zoroastrians believe, and I think that
Damn, it sounds like New World Order.
Yeah, no, that's the messianism in play.
That's some extra shit right there.
And the Jews have something like that too in the book of
Tikkun
Isaiah.
Olam, Tikkun Olam for the Jews, and for the Zoroastrians, it's Pharaoh Shekareti.
Oh, it's 11:11.
Yeah,
as we're talking about. So. But yeah, blessings, Moontan, I believe. Moontan is here, and also Frank is here. She's alluded to the fact that Frank is here somewhere.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Yeah, Dark Scribe, blessings. Yeah, thank you, Frank, for being here. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, so this concept of universal education is destructive. Okay, and it requires world government to bring it about. Now, the ecological stage, right, of personalism, right, and looking at our personal relationship, right, to the earth, and because of the notion of ecology being unveiled through the world technological system, right, we wouldn't have to understand a global reality, right, unless there's the problem of technology, right? It's because technology has assimilated all religions and cultures and nations and ethnicities and languages. That's why we have to understand, right? The global situation is because the danger of the creation of a monoculture, right? And instead of this global unification that he's preaching about. So he's wrong-headed, right? But he understands the global situation, right? So at least he's halfway there, right? But see, this is the thing. People that don't understand that it's a global situation, we can't really begin to talk to them because they're going to try to focus on their particular people, their particular nation, right? And then totally dismiss the universal, the threat of universalism, right? Which is palpable threat, right? Because there's people that are moving on, right? Without that, right? So yeah.
Everything that we do, because we have been very extravagant in our developments, that everything that we do.
Well, he's right about that one, right? That we've been brought to a global situation because of the extravagance or the frivolity of our way of life, right? And the extraneous nature, right, of our technical improvements, right?
Makes a difference here and there and everywhere.
Three reasons to start Tai Chi.
Oh, shit. Oh, Tai Chi commercials. Wow. Interesting.
Moles. I was thinking about maybe trying to learn Tai Chi too.
Yeah.
Shit, son. They on to me.
Yeah, speaking of pseudo-spiritualisms, I mean, interesting.
Well, you see, I think the difficulty is this fragmentation, first of all. Everybody is, all thought is broken up into bits, like this nation, this country, this India.
Right, the compartmentalization, right? But he's applying that to, and obviously this is following a lot from the thoughts of J. Krishnamurti, right? Krishnamurti talks about this dividedness, right? That everybody's divided into sects and creeds and religions and stuff, right? So this is part of his reflection as well, right? And he says you have to develop this unified consciousness, right? That's a big, huge thing that Krishnamurti kept on saying, right, in his speeches, which is a sort of hint, right? I mean, dog whistle for the New World Order type of stuff, right? But yeah.
This profession and so on, as they can't meet, right? And it's extremely hard to break into that. Now, the second, but that comes about primarily because thought has developed traditionally in a way such that it claims not to be affecting anything, but just telling you the way things are. Therefore, people cannot.
Okay, now that is a problem, right? Now, this is a problem also that Skolomowski was talking about, right? That we start with essence and move to existence instead of the other way around, right? Right, when essence is the thing that is supposed to be developed, right? But yeah.
See that they are creating a problem and then apparently trying to solve it. That is, see, let's take the problem. What problem do you like? Pollution, or the ecology. See, the ecology is not in itself a problem. It works perfectly well by itself. It's due to us, right? It's a problem because we are thinking in a certain way by breaking everything up and each person's doing his own thing, right? Now, therefore, the ecological problem is due to thought.
Yeah, that is a Taoist reflection, right? It says that in chapter 29 of the Tao,
right? Try to change nature and improve it cannot be done, right? Wrong-headed, right? So he's noticing that. He's saying the ecology functions on its own, and it actually functions quite well, right? The problem with the ecology that we're having is, as he said, it's the way of thinking about the problem, right? Right? So, I mean, part and parcel of that is the aspect of technical necessity, right?
Right. But thought thinks it is a problem out there and I must solve it. Now, that doesn't make sense because
Thought thinks it's a problem out there and I must solve it. What an interesting way to phrase that, right? That thoughts have, you know, as it says in Chronicles, the imaginations of the thoughts. You know what I mean?
simultaneously thought is doing all the activities which make the problem and then does another set of activities to try to overcome it. You see, it doesn't stop doing the things which are making the ecological problem or the national problem or whatever the problem is.
Buddhists believe the oneself as a creator. So the future, the good or bad, entirely depend on.
Is he affirming atheism? Because he's saying Buddhists affirm oneself as the creator. No, it kind of sound like methodological atheism, right? Or I think he's trying to affirm that, but
Doesn't our, how to say, shoulder. It entirely, how to say, depend on our own present, how to say, behavior, our present action.
The earth is one household, really.
Yeah.
We're not treating it that way, right? So that's the first step in economics, is to say the earth is one household and all that it depends on, it's all one, you see. So now the implicate order would help us to see that, to see everything unfolds everything, that everybody not merely depends on everybody, but actually everybody is everybody in a deeper sense. See, we are the earth because all our substance comes from the earth and goes back. I mean, it's wrong to say it's an environment, you see, it's just surrounding us, because that would be like trying the brain regarding the stomach as part of its environment.
So you see, in order to change the external thing, first must change within ourselves. If we want, I think something like this, you see, if we want, you see, beautiful garden, first, any human mind, you see, make, let's say, some kind of, you see, blueprint or the imagination or vision. And then, according to that idea, then you see, implement. Then the external things will how to say, will materialize. So first must come in mind. So then, like that. So that's what we believe.
What? Speak English. What a weird dude, man. But yeah, I guess he's trying to say that we need to sort of reiterating what Bohm was saying about the mental ideas, right? You know, coalescing into the material framework instead of doing it the other way around, right? Letting the material have implications on the mental framework, right?
I put 2 meters, I think.
Never mind. Yeah, oh, they're all.
All right, thank you very much.
Wasn't like this at the last supper. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Okay, let's actually take a break right here as he like this was like a carnival, like it's like, ladies and gentlemen, gather around here.
Yeah,
Right,
shall we?
Yeah. But yeah, let me play a song here for you guys, and we'll move on to more of what that video says. Let me see how many minutes in we're at here.
Bad dreams can kill you.
7 minutes. Yeah, we'll watch about we'll watch quite a bit of this, right? We'll try to get to like the 30-minute mark if we can, right? So we'll watch quite a bit of this video today, right? Because they have like 5 or 6 of these documentaries, right? And then we'll read for quite a bit of time about the rituals of the Dalai Lama. So quite a disturbing
Okay, set of items there, right? And of course, we'll have some disturbing cartoons for you guys, you know, or whatever. I mean, spooky Saturday or whatever, right? So yeah, blessings to the people. But yeah, yeah, all right. And yeah, I don't know if you guys remember like the Method Man album where they had a song with like Mary J. Blige, but it was like it's like a love song, so I really don't like it, but it's like it's got a really slapping beat to it. So I try to mix it with Cage. You know, the rapper Cage. It's like one of my favorites. But yeah, blessings, guys. All right, we'll be back in like 3 minutes.
What Chancellor, Ambassador, I stalk down the block, grabbing my jock, scratch crotch while I got from my red light stop. Dead right hops, I write rhymes for a living. Hit my misgivings when my brain was still missing.
Read and study while my boots muddy, so fucking filthy and Averex butters look bummy. Kick out loud, cause I'm allowed. Stage dive in the crowd, the cannibals must have smeared across my eyebrows.
God bless me with abnormal tendencies. Granted clemency for illegal chemistry. Ain't worth your weight in molecular structure. Out of work like JFK Jr.'s flight instructor.
Went looking for exits and tried to get my head fixed. Left with a perforated picture of Jimi Hendrix. Seeing these days, cages like 54 ways to get my fucking money. Mega seedless to play.
Sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second you'll be checking in the fucking spot clinic.
Like sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second you'll be checking in the fucking spot clinic. I ran up in a whack open mic cafe on stage. So many biters I performed in a shark cage and dark shades. During the Central Park raids, I walk out with a book of paper and a bag of beige. Friends, the camera lens, head behind the shoelace. Get more upskirts than women's penance for your face.
I'm fresh out the box like newborns. The chicken played with my monkey, now we making zoo porn. The MC's the Antichrist like Damien Thorne. Eric the Pascal Lance will feel the scorn. Oh man, illest showman, my molding with logic equal to 15 Vulcans.
And I'm soaking, face looking blank. Shoot this little kid up with horse trank and send him to the bank with a give me the funds note. Clips missing from the gun. If you can slap the bucket or I'll split it with my guns. I shit on crumbs, got a couple thousand sons that all should have been wiped off some drugs or clogging lungs.
Every time I dabble, watch my life unravel. Did I miss an exit to the road less travel? Transmit from the depths of the deepest basement through the pavement, up in the spaceships. Death Star creator, I orbit track boards. My appeal spans road scholars to slack jaws.
Sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second you'll be checking in the fucking smut clinics. Like
sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second you'll be checking in the fucking smut clinic. Yo, a peddler show, including from heart to tattooing. You choose a season, dialect for all these crews and legions. A walking contradiction like juice for Jesus.
I spit how the earth tastes and pass forms out of place. Galvanize my face and kill for breathing space. Nobody to trace, open the trunk like the case. Like the L off of your body and sweep you in the face.
Yeah, I seen old timers became semi-thugs. I got more dizzy spells than Reginald Denny does. Cranium blower, say stadium goer. Hydro cultivator, turn uranium grower.
I'm not smut chancellor, got vagina slippers for the floor. Show you when that slut you call wifey hardcore. While I burn off the lip statue of all from I'm down to shoot pop ducks cause I can't do what cause
sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second you'll be checking in the fucking smut clinic.
Like
Was that Epstein's brother or something? I don't know.
Hunter Biden.
Right.
Will you all take your seats?
The whole planet is changed
Ladies and gentlemen.
in all its parts, including Western Europe, the United States.
So this is the creepy guy that I think organized these conferences. I would, if this guy invited me to a dinner party, I think I'd pass. Right? Very creepy looking dude, for sure. Creepy accent as well, but yeah. Stanislav Meshkov. It's worth looking into this guy.
Gotta be Polish or something.
He's friends with Marina Abramovich. So can only expect good things to come out of that one.
Row.
And the Dalai Lama, which, as we'll see, has other implications. But
Japan, Tibet, India, the whole so-called third world. And it's not just a small change, it is a radical change, and it is a normal process. You cannot avoid the question whether the kind of society which exists now is coming to an end. Not only socialism, communism, whatever you call it, but also the Western type of society. No existing society is not only perfect.
so he's very perceptive about that. Right. So this is a deep truth that most people have not been able to internalize. Right, that capitalism and socialism are done. They're done with, right? They've came and gone, right? And the Western society, right, the foundations of Western society, which is liberalism, is also about to be dead and gone, right? I mean, it's being deployed, right, because it's part of a complex, right? But the only aspect that's left of it is the psychological aspect. Right, and it no longer has an ideological rich capacity that it used to have in deciding the fate of humanity. Right, so I mean, as we've read in Ellul, right, liberalism gave birth to its executioner. Right, which is a technological world system. Right, so I mean, he couldn't be more dead on the money about the present state of things. Right, not only is there a global situation. Right? It's about technology and science that this global situation is about. Right? It's not a Western problem. Right? That's why we say global. Right? And different economic systems that have been implemented throughout history, right? And especially in the modern times, are incapable of dealing with the problem. Okay. So these are all inexplicable realities. Right?
Any given time, but the question is whether it is adequate. There's a lot of groping for power, fighting for power, a lot of cynicism.
Whoa.
Now, when I'm thinking about our leaders, I think, why not bring in more intellectuals, scientists, spiritual leaders?
Lots of groping.
I think that we should put in charge more people who are able to look far ahead, who are creative. I don't think it is so dangerous that these people are not professional politicians. I think it's quite good. And chances are that at least most of these people will be decent, particularly people of art. And I'm looking at Rauschenberg. These people, they come to...
So he's saying he wants to bring in artists and spiritual thinkers to help trying to counteract the trend, okay, in terms of, that scientists, artists, and philosophers, right, and spiritualists, right, that they're going to be looking at the problem on a different level than the politicians, right? And of course, you have a lot of people now, right? Is a trend now that people become career politicians, right? And there's also a sort of you know, an increasing sense, right? Now, this hasn't really made itself known, right? Because it's embedded within the system as a whole, right? But to hand over the system to technical experts. Now, obviously, you see that a lot with the AI stuff, right? But there's other expressions of it, right? Right, but of course, this whole idea, looming threat, the specter of technocracy, right? You could say that, like, okay, back in the day, the specter of communism, right? It's the specter of technocracy, right? You know, so you know, it's an ideological specter, right? And of course, it's increasingly becoming a better option than relying on the politicians, right? Because certain techniques, right? Certain people like Palantir, right? They could just run the government, ostensibly. They have enough power to just run the government, right? And of course, they're not going to be making their decisions off of people's whims, right? They're going to be making it off of the decisions of calculations of machines, right? So automatically, people are going to trust that system more, right? So, yeah.
Understand quicker than others something that will happen in the future. They even may not know this, you know. But by what Rauschenberg was doing, you know, just spilling water and, you know, paintings. This is some sign of the future. He feels things that will be coming. He is the magician. He is the modern magician that shows these things.
Now we wait and then the other colors set up.
We got 5 extra viewers just by mentioning Palantir. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, 5 extra AI Palantir drones.
Exactly. Yeah.
Satchambone ESP.
There? Well, you never know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So
Is he
it's
trying to
like
be
the
like
erosion
Jackson Pollock
that I
or
was
what?
talking about before. And I
Well, he
mean,
said he's relying on natural processes and sort of, you know, like how John Cage was talking about this dialectic between immediacy and indeterminacy. He's sort of applying that too, so he can expand on the non-formalism, right, and allowing the process to take shape on its own, right, but setting it in motion so that it takes shape a certain way, right? So, so it's sort of incorporating.
It almost sounds like deism.
It's more derivative of Zen. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah. Which one did you say? Deism? Yeah, deism. Yeah, deism has a spiritual practice too, right? Like Neoplatonists have a spiritual practice, and it's kind of like, you know, like zenning out, you know, like trying to get like inspiration and, you know, yeah, I forget exactly how it goes, but yeah, there's some sort of spiritual method that's prescribed in Plotinus or something like that, which is a deeply spiritual tome, right? But yeah.
using that in my paintings now.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see the problem.
When I started working on the brass, I thought that I might be accused of knowing more about what I was doing than I do. And so I've kept it very loose, that I'm anxious to find out what it could become.
Then, yeah.
More than what I would like for it to be.
So you're following the process.
I'm following the process, and the process is following me.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no separation. I mean, we are both bewildering each other. I'm giving them a kind of lie.
Yeah. So he's actually admitting that his method is his creative expression, right? That his technique is his expression, right? So he's like saying, well, the process is guiding me, right? And that's like, you know, essentially he's sort of becoming a reflection of, you know, how technique guides the creative process, right?
It's almost like admitting to channeling, getting channeled by demons or something.
Oh yeah. It's like this idea of channeling.
If you read between the lines.
Would you say the wabi-sabi technique differs from his technique, the wabi-sabi?
I've not heard of that one.
Oh, you not heard of
Wasabi?
wabi-sabi? Yeah, wabi-sabi. You haven't heard of wabi-sabi?
No.
No.
Oh, wabi-sabi. I'm surprised. It's a traditional Japanese philosophy that finds beauty in imperfections, impermanence, and incompletion, seeing the value and story in the natural process of aging and wear. Yeah, so basically, you know how some Japanese gardens, you know, they're kind of unorderly, you know what I mean? Like
Right.
they lots of disorder, you know, they see the beauty in like introducing some disorder, you know, and they don't try to make everything ordered. You know, that's what wabi-sabi means.
Yeah. To quote Heraclitus, he said the most beautiful arrangement is a pile of things poured out at random. So yeah, it's interesting.
That's wabi-sabi. You can read about wabi-sabi more on the Wikipedia. It's interesting.
I guess Pollock took a leaf out of Heraclitus' book or something.
Oh yeah. The philosophy of becoming. Yes. He needed it.
Life that they never had before. And so I'm recycling, you know, the waste.
Yeah.
Whether I'm walking around the streets of New York City or Amsterdam. Actually, I did some nice works in Amsterdam, but it was the city is so clean. It was difficult to find anything that was considered a waste.
Come back.
No,
there's
it's a
erosion.
waste.
There's erosion there too.
All right, I'll be there. I'll be there tomorrow.
Okay.
The root of the word compassion is said to feel together.
How
And,
high was he, right? He was high as a kite. Right? That was crazy, right?
The word compassion is said to feel together. And if people have the same feeling together and are responsible for each other, then you have compassion.
And you don't think it's part of, what's the word, original sin, that human beings in their very nature compete?
Well, I don't think that there is such thing as original sin. And I think it has developed more and more with the growth of our society, that there's no evidence that people in the hunter-gatherer.
Yeah, he's like a like, what would you even call him? All right, he's like a spiritualist Jewish guy, right? So like, of course you don't believe in original sin, man. Like, you know what I mean? Stop taking everybody on this trip, you know?
Society were all that competitive, but the more you made society big and you had organization and you had to get to the top, the people on the bottom would suffer. There was a drive to compete naturally.
And do you think that perhaps the desire to compete is a weakness?
So he's saying that competition comes with increasing size and complexity, right? That competition is not self-evident when people are on their own in small groups, right? So this is actually a true fact, right?
Not a weakness, that's a mistake.
Right. I think that's one of the biggest dangers that I think that's what drives countries and nations apart is a sense of competition.
But are you competing, as it were, with yourself? Is that what the artist does? The satisfaction in the end is you reach what you were after.
No, my problem is how successfully can I change my mind again?
I always feel the compassion, not just mere sort of, the warm heart, But also, you see, I think genuine compassion is something, there is a sense of responsibility. That's why you see, I always trying to share my own experience. Whether they accept or not, it is something, and that's a different matter. But I do feel if I, some people, if I explain something according to my own
Yeah,
experience.
I'm not getting a lot from what he says. You guys getting a lot from what he's saying? I don't know.
Nope.
It's just kind of like he doesn't seem like very spiritual. Like, you ever seen a really spiritual guy with glasses? I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just an interesting
Tinted
thought.
glasses, as it were.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
He's a rock star, bro.
Yeah, it's interesting.
The dirty llama. Denise.
The dirty llama. Yeah, for sure.
At least some people might get some new idea. And also, you see, regarding relation between China and Tibet. So long, you see, fear, the atmosphere of fear remained there, and distrust atmosphere there.
It's interesting what his proposal is. He wants China to de-escalate in terms of its military. So that seems like how he's like working with the CIA. I mean, but I don't know. And
Could be.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if like his whole promotion is like, oh yeah, I'm this peaceful guy. Like, we don't have a military, so you guys should like get rid of yours or something.
Very difficult, impossible to develop mutual understanding, mutual respect, mutual trust. The time has come, you see, their side must show the genuine conciliatory attitude. Now the best thing, you see, first reduce their military forces and eventually create zone of peace. Then this is the best way, concrete, or how to say, the convincing attitude towards Tibetan. We trust you. You see, here in India, you see, several occasions. See, I'm telling you, the people, now we should have a democratic, how to say, government. While I'm alive, you see, that practice must implement, must materialize. So, I really want to be just a simple Buddhist monk. Anyway, it's a selfish motivation. Then I got genuine freedom. I don't want to have this kind of different title. That is in my, how to say, service always available. Among Tibetan, in any human community, if I can do something, I always available. So long as my last breathing, I'm ready, wherever I can serve, including Chinese. As a human brothers and sisters, then is the official title as a temporal leader of Tibet, or government, head of the government, or even if it's the leader of spiritual, that kind of a title. I feel sometimes that also is another hindrance.
Yeah, just leave the kids alone, all right, man?
Yep. Leave them kids alone.
Leave the babies alone, man.
For have a closer relation with different people.
Is it not a problem that war is not only an accepted part of human behavior and human history, but perhaps even an acceptable part? That going to war is one of the things that excites and delights human beings?
I think that people would be ready to change now. I think the situation is changing, but there's still a residue of all this, the old feelings, and at the same time a tremendous incompetence. And
yeah, how wrong is he, right? You can't even be more wrong than that. Right?
Let me say something. If you want a good documentary about genuine Buddhists and Taoists, I'd recommend the documentary Amongst White Clouds. It's about, Chinese hermits living on the Zongnan Mountains, and those people there are very genuine and authentic, unlike Dalai Lama. You know what I mean? Basically, they live on the mountain and they practice Taoist and Buddhist techniques, and they're not very interested in, you know, interfering in worldly affairs like Dalai Lama. But I highly recommend that documentary, Amongst White Clouds. If you like Taoism, you'll like it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Zen too. It's a very beautiful documentary.
Yeah, actually, it's important to note here the history of Buddhism and why the Dalai Lama is not a traditional Buddhist, right? Obviously, traditional Buddhism, as we noted, started in India and moved to China, right? So the Tibetan form of Buddhism, when did Buddhism reach Tibet? It's interesting to figure that out, right? And actually, the Buddhist traditions in Tibet were mixed with the Bon religion, right? That's B-O-N, right? It's a pagan religion that was already part of the Tibetan people's indigenous beliefs, right? So the indigenous beliefs of the Tibetan people, that was as pagan beliefs, were mixed in with the Buddhist tradition, and then also ideas that were late development within Buddhism itself, right? Such as the Vajrayana and the Kala Chakra, right? Were basically like 11th and 12th century. I could be wrong, but it was like around that time frame, right? It was like during the medieval time frame, right? So as we know, Buddha was a figure that existed around 600 BC or something like that, right? So it was way early on, right? It was like, okay, it was like before Plato was like born, right? There was like Buddha and stuff like that, right? So yeah, it's pretty interesting historically, right, to understand that the Buddhism from 600 BC is not the Buddhism that the Dalai Lama practices, right? So let me get that right out of the way, because we're going to be talking about the Vajrayana and the tantric practices that they have to do and their secret initiations, and yeah, it gets pretty hairy, right? But yeah, and it gets pretty disgusting, but yeah, it is what it is.
Many ways. Like, I would like to add that I think we should forgive the debts of the third world because they're making the situation impossible there. I mean, it's a very elementary point. And they would probably be able to take care of themselves if they didn't have to pay back all that interest. We have got to change our way of thinking. You see, that over many thousands of years.
All that interest, well, that won't do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the interest that's the problem, right? It's engineered, right, debt by the International Monetary Fund and you know, and all these global banks, right? So obviously they sell them jabby stabbies, they sell them medical supplies, they sell them computers, they sell them pesticides, right? And they create an entire technological system, right, which you have to constantly train people and gain supplies and be part of the international economy and all this type of stuff, right? So it's a project for resource management, right, in the third world, right, to exploit the resources, right, of the people, and to then educate those people, right, to make them part of the global quote unquote community or whatever, right? So, I mean, it's an extremely nefarious process, right? But yeah. And sometimes they experiment on those people and sell them products that they can't sell in this country and all that type of stuff, right? And they
I
get
actually saw a
babies that are born deformed. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is kind of relevant to that point. I saw a documentary about this NGO that went to Bhutan, and it was very fishy. Like, the woman there, she acted like she was just there to talk to the king of Bhutan. Yeah, you know, Bhutan is very isolated, but then they had special talk with them, and then she had a TED talk. And I was thinking to myself, why is this random woman getting special talk with the king of Bhutan? And why is she getting a TED talk? And I think it's because Bhutan wanted to open itself up to the globalized, industrialized world. You know what I mean? So NGOs use a lot of pretext, you know, to go and then spread the techno-liberalist values around the world. You see what I mean?
Open up to the industrialized system so they can have a McDonald's on every other corner.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, we lost so many viewers. Yeah, we lost like 14 viewers during that rant. So extremely unpopular rant there, apparently. But yeah, interesting.
After what I said?
No, after what I said. So yeah, it was So we had already lost him before you started speaking. But yeah, so whatever I just said was wildly unpopular, apparently. So yeah, fascinating stuff. The optics are high.
Fragmentary way of thinking and breaking everything up into nations and religions and families and people as if they were independent when they are not. You see, it's a false, incoherent way of thinking. We see reality according to our thought. And therefore, thought is constantly participating both in giving shape and form and figuration to ourselves and to the whole of reality. Right? Now, but thought doesn't know this. Thought is thinking that it isn't doing anything. I think this is really where the difficulty is, that we have got to see that thought is part of this reality. So the first thing we have to do in the long run is to look at our whole way of thinking, which has developed over so many thousands of years.
So yeah, I mean, in the process of knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? And then on the other end, just materialism, right? There isn't a lot that can be said for thought itself, right? Or for mind. I think what he really means is mind, right? But he also means like, increased sense of rationalism, separation from nature, right? And technological and scientific enterprise is creating the problems that we are experiencing, right? So yeah, so I think that's what he means by thought, right? That thought is creating the problems, right? That thinking cannot solve the problems that thinking is creating, right? That we don't understand thought, how thought is responsible for the products out in nature, right? And for the separation from nature, right? This whole Cartesian dualism, right? And Newtonian mechanistic understanding of nature, the machine metaphor.
I don't think it was the original way of thinking of the human race at all, but for many complex reasons it came about. Now, that means that people have to make they have to participate, to make a cooperative effort, to have a dialogue, a real dialogue in which we will not merely exchange opinions, but actually listen deeply to the views of other people without resistance. And we cannot do this if we hold to our own opinion and resist the other. It doesn't mean we should accept the other, but we have to be able to look at all the opinions as suspended, as it were, in front of us without carrying them out, without suppressing them.
The excitement has always been, for the separation and checking out the differences, and that's why you said that competition thing. And I think that there's a new conscience of realizing that this world has its own limitations. I mean, this is not heaven. I mean, it's not hell either, but this is not heaven. And this is the only place that we can be on.
Yes, well, that people are beginning to realize that if we don't begin to do this, we won't have anything. I mean, we can destroy the whole thing within, say, 100 years or so.
Yes, but this wholeness, this new consciousness, this wholeness, is that something that you can only glimpse? Perhaps in, like, as you might have a glimpse of heaven, or is it something scientific? I mean, can you think your way through it?
Not really complete. The wholeness is an attitude.
Whoa! Did these guys read eco-theology? Because, Skolmowski answers this question and says wholeness cannot be described scientifically. So yeah, interesting. So he said, is wholeness scientific? Right? Is there a scientific way to think yourself through it? And he said, nope.
Can you think your way through it?
Not really complete. The wholeness is an attitude or an approach, but it can be given a scientific realization, you see. Because of relativity and quantum theory, we can, if we wish, look on the world as a whole. See, I began more or less accepting the ideas of Niels Bohr. I wrote a book called Quantum Theory based on that. And I was feeling that the question really was, what is the nature of reality? You see, Bohr's view is based on an epistemology of saying that all we can discuss is our knowledge of reality.
Yeah.
And and I felt dissatisfied with that finally. Well, because it did not give any clear concept of reality. You see, it only discussed what could be observed and measured. Now, if you said, okay, that's all it is, then we'd say, we will accept it on that basis. But then you raise the question, what can we say? Well, reality would mean something that would have some existence independently of being known. You see, to say it might be that we would know it, but it did not require that we know it.
Yeah.
That's an interesting proposal, right? So that's why, or at least one of the reasons why you can't look at the idea of wholeness scientifically, right? It's because what the nature of reality is goes beyond what can be known, as he's saying, right?
In order to exist.
Yeah.
Now, it was difficult to see how this could be sustained finally in Bohr's view. Now, I tried to get some idea of what might be the process which was implied by the mathematics of the quantum theory. And this process is what I call unfoldment, that the mathematics itself suggests a movement in which any particular element of space may have a field which unfolds into the whole, and the whole folds and enfolds into it. So you have this movement, and
yeah, Sophia says that that's what she's been saying all along. Yeah, I believe you, Sophia, for sure. Blessings.
I call this the implicate or enfolded order, which unfolds into the explicate order where everything is separate. Now, the implicate order, everything is internally related to everything. Everything contains everything, right? So everybody has many experiences of this implicate order. The most obvious one is ordinary consciousness, where consciousness enfolds everything that you know or see, right? And now it doesn't merely.
So he's saying consciousness is part of the implicate order, right? Part of a structure of wholeness which cannot be observed, through all those methodologies that we use to seek knowledge, right? And of course, according to Jim Bob, knowledge is Gnosticism, right? So we got to remember
You
that.
should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Unfold the universe, but also you act according to that content. So therefore, you are internally related to the whole. In this sense, you act according to your consciousness of the whole. So you're not acting mechanistically in the sense of being pushed and pulled by objects in the surroundings, but rather according to your consciousness of them, you act.
Yeah.
So if you're not conscious of them, you cannot act intelligently toward them. But so consciousness is really our most immediate experience of this implicate order. And you might think of nets of consciousness that are finer and finer, or we may think of capturing finer and finer aspects of the implicate order. Right? I think there's an intelligence that's implicit there, you see, to say.
Okay, so that's an interesting statement, right? He's saying that the more you study the nature of the universe, the more you study the implicate order of consciousness, right? So it's like you're looking at not your own consciousness, right? Because that would be an absurdity, but the implicate order, he's saying, points to an intelligence that's already within. Right? He says an intelligence that's implicit there. So yeah, I think he's getting into pretty much panpsychism here.
Wait, let me say something quickly. I think the fancy word for that is numinous. Numinous. Ever heard that word? Numinous. I like that word.
Oh yeah, yeah. That is a dope word for sure.
Sounds like fanged numina.
Right, right. The thing in itself, right? Obviously, Kant stole that, right? But yeah.
the source of intelligence is not necessarily in the brain, you see, the ultimate source, but much more enfolded into the whole. Now, the question, whether you want to call it God, that depends on what you mean by the word, you see, because taking it as a personal God might restrict it in some way.
I think science has begun to replace religion as the major source of the worldview. And therefore, if science takes a fragmentary worldview, it will have a profound effect on consciousness.
But science is always seen as measurement. Is that no longer true?
Well, science is whatever people make of it. You see, science has changed over the ages, and it's different now from a few hundred years ago, and it could be different again. Now, there's no intrinsic reason why science must necessarily...
Yeah, I think I focused on that the first hour of the show. I was trying to show why scientific worldview had replaced a sort of religious understanding of the world. Right, so there's many different, and I only scratched the surface of different explanations that we could give, right? Okay, obviously we focused on that for quite some time in different areas of thought, right? From medieval thought, right, to transhumanism, to a bunch of different areas. But yeah, this whole thing about the mythos of Mechanos, right? Sort of snake eating its own tail. Right, where sort of art and science and religion sort of merge. Right, obviously this is the great precipice of this idea of techno-liberalism, right? So we can't ignore this, right? Because because it already has various implications, right?
Yeah. We could talk about that implications all day and still not scratch the surface. One thing that I really dislike, and I've noticed some scientists talk about, is they want to start to, like, I don't know, clone animals or, you know, biologically engineer them, and that way they can save them. And I don't know, something about that just sits wrong with me. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, animal experimentation, manipulation of the human genome.
But also like cloning them to, you know, conserve them. Like, you know, there's a lot of animals are going extinct, and they want to clone them and then release them into the wild or something.
Yeah, it's interesting plot twist of engineered animals out in nature, where already most of the plant species are engineered, right? Because we've lost the old growth forests, and then now they're going to create engineered animals. Now most of the animals on the world are going to be engineered.
Exactly. That's a very big problem. Yeah, there's so much you can talk about brought by mechanos. You know, the desacralization of traditions, the deep ecological issues. You know, so much. You know, and the loss of traditional values. You know, I mean, there's so much. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. So yeah, it's interesting stuff. But yeah, you could go on forever with this stuff. And we're only just getting started, right? And what can be talked about. And of course, I just found these documentaries like 2 weeks ago or something like that. So I'm constantly discovering new stuff. Obviously, I've never seen this before. I'm reacting to it live, as it were. But
the measurement. This is another
and so are my friends here.
Development which has come about over the past few centuries. It's entirely contingent and not absolutely necessary.
And when Einstein produced his special theory, which the Times newspaper of London dismissed as being nonsense, was he moving towards wholeness?
Yes, he definitely was. He moved eventually toward a view of field theory where everything was one field, all the fields merging. So it was a step toward wholeness, although not, it was a limited step, but still it was the beginning.
And if we get to wholeness, are we then in heaven? I mean, where else is there to go?
We'll never get there. You see, it's not a place you can get. The wholeness, I say, is a kind of attitude or an approach to the whole of life. It's a way, if we can have a coherent approach to reality, then reality will respond coherently to us. But nature has been tremendously affected by our way of thinking on the earth. Nature is now being destroyed. There's very little left on the earth which wasn't affected by how we were thinking.
And if we have coherence, in what way will our behavior be seen to be different?
Well, we won't be.
It seems like he's being like a little bit obtuse and also like abstract and obfuscating the main point, because like what is destroying nature? What's the objective factor of power, right? And the thing that's destroying nature, right? So like it seems like he's being extremely specific at times, but then he's like, oh, it's thought that's responsible for this. It's like, what? What thought, like, right? So it just seems like he's not really pinpointing science and technology, right, as the main culprits. And it's sort of like he wants to do this blame game. This guy was involved in the Manhattan Project. Okay. Okay. So, okay. The fact that he's like blaming thought for all the problems in the world is a little bit troubling at this juncture, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. They don't really like, it's just social engineering. They don't talk about stuff like technological determinism, which seems obviously true to me. Technological determinism.
Right. And it's like they seem to be dancing around how that's conditioning their ideology or their responses to the present struggles, or or as they outline the problems, right? It seems like they're not being direct about what the problem is, for sure.
We will produce the results we intend rather than the results we don't intend.
Yes.
That's the first big change. Then we will be more orderly, harmonious, we will be happier. I think we could put all that in there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. I mean, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, good Lord. I mean, if science has taught us one thing, it's that.
But the major source of unhappiness is that we are incoherent and therefore producing results that we don't really want. And then trying to overcome them while we keep on producing them. The question is, what is the real origin of consciousness?
Came very close to saying it there.
Major source of unhappiness is that we are incoherent and therefore producing results that we don't really want. And then trying to overcome them while we keep on producing them.
Like this abstract format, right? That he's choosing to talk about these. What's producing these results, right? Like, is it science? Is it ideology? Is it religion? Right? It says he doesn't believe in original sin, right? But yeah, I don't think he's being very specific.
What is the real origin of consciousness? That's exactly the case. Where did it come from? Was there a time when there was no consciousness?
Yeah. It's a good time to pop out with that question at any point, right? What is the origin of consciousness? Right. Yeah.
Let me tell you something interesting. Sometimes, there are some elites, they have existential breakdown and they look at science and it doesn't answer any of the big questions, like the origin of consciousness or what happens after we die. It's like the more science progresses, the less we truly know. You see what I'm trying to say about what's important? You know what I mean? Like you see,
right.
Yeah.
And that's actually what like Lao Tzu and Socrates said. Right? They're like, look, the more you find out about the physical world, the less you should actually know. Because knowledge is infinite, and B, your process of figuring things out only unveils, what can't be known. Right? So, I mean, this is, the fact that they're even in this pursuit that, they're seeking knowledge for the sake of knowledge seems like a very empty pursuit.
Well, I don't think it originates in time. You see, I think it's a potential of the whole universe. Wholeness will arise between us all in participation rather than separately.
But if you went as a hermit into a cave,
well, you still have nature.
That's true.
We are internally related to everything,
yes,
not externally related. Consciousness is an internal relationship to the whole. We take in the whole and we act toward the whole. And that internal, whatever we have taken in, determines basically what we are. I read somewhere that the hunter-gatherers would get all their food in about 15 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and we have not yet approached anything like that. So, but leaving that aside, I think we need to set aside some.
Yeah, that's pretty efficient right there, right? You just collect food for 15 hours a week, and you just hang out with your kids, like.
Yeah, even Frederick Younger talks about how people work more than ever just for, the technique and endless efficiency and production for what, you know what I mean? It destroys the self-reliance, and, the hunter-gatherers must have had it way easier than us. You ever heard the saying, you can teach a man how to fish, and well, you can give a man a fish, you only feed him for one day, but you teach him how to fish, you can feed him for a lifetime. And few people really learn how to live off the grid anymore, because the system ultimately wants to destroy that self-reliance way of life. Yes.
Yeah, there's huge evidence of that. Jared Diamond and stuff like that. And yeah, we might read that greatest mistake in the history of the human race. Which he says is agriculture. Obviously, different people put different technologies, on that. They blame different technologies for that.
Time for this. We need a period of emptiness and quiet where we can go into this. It doesn't mean that we should do nothing else.
There's the creative artist, in fact, finding a way to this whole thing and to the truth without having to study the physics or the economics or anything else. Is he in his very act of creating, finding the truth? Are you?
This search for this nirvana or something is making me sick.
You don't want it. You don't want nirvana. You don't want to go.
Yeah, I agree. All right, the messianism, and then on the other side, the ideas about enlightenment. Right, all those ideas should be discarded with. Right, because they either put too much faith in self-liberation on the enlightenment thing, right, or too much faith in this notion of figuring things out. I think evolution is as a futuristic concept, the way that Skolimowski sort of discards, that he wants to look at it as immanence instead of transcendence. And I think that's extremely good. But the messianism, right, there's an increased sense of futurism that comes with that too. Right. So yeah. So I think there's too much faith in futurism of.
One thing I would say though is that enlightenment, though, I feel like it's extremely hard, or probably next to the probability of it is so rare in industrialized setting, because in the past, monks were celibate. They would get lots of solitude and natural scenery. It's not like now where they have smartphones or they have social media presence. All of that is an attachment, an impediment to enlightenment. So I would say that enlightenment, the notion of enlightenment isn't the problem, but the problem is that enlightenment cannot really be easily achieved in this setting. I mean, it's like this setting is like the opposite of enlightenment. It's like a total barrier to any possibility of enlightenment. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah, I think that the idea that that we're losing our natural abilities, right, for concentration, right? Like there's guys like in the Middle Ages, like Thomas Aquinas, that wrote like 50 to 60 books, right? It's almost impossible for somebody to achieve that level of concentration and discipline today, right? So I mean, why that's true, right? Why there's less like polymaths and things like that. I mean, it's a real issue, right? I think it has to do with, technology. I mean, the whole thing of skill versus technique that I was describing. Sorry, go ahead, Buddha.
I think one reason is due to the lack of uninhabited space. You know, people in the past, they would, they didn't feel rushed. You know, they would walk, for long periods, amble, in nature and just observe the mountains. You know, they really cleansed their minds. They didn't think excessively. Like, when I'm calm and still, I have constant, when I was meditating for hours, I would hear radios in my head. You believe that? Like, I don't know if that was due to Wi-Fi or if it's just due to like subliminal stuff, lingering in my mind. You see what I'm saying? There's so much subliminal stuff in our minds now. You believe that? Like, thanks to the advertisers and other stuff. And it's very hard to truly achieve that,
That
calmness.
depends on. There's a number of different factors that can be involved. Like one time, I was thinking of a song that I don't usually think of. It was like kind of like an R&B type song, like that might play on the radio, and then I go to run an errand or something. I turn on the car and put on the radio, and that song comes on. I'm like, what? This is like an hour later from when I thought of it. It's some strange stuff. I mean, it's only happened once that I know of.
Yeah.
Reminds me of V2K. I'm pretty sure you heard of the conspiracies.
Yeah,
of
yeah,
V2K.
that's what I'm trying to get at. It's like some kind of V2K could be involved.
It's possible, yeah. Because when I was meditating, I literally heard advertisements just playing in my mind. I'm like, what the fuck? Is this subliminal or is it actually being emitted to my mind? You believe that?
It's probably admitted to everyone, and then you're just becoming aware of it. Whereas, like, they can broadcast the frequency over swaths of it, large areas, and like
It's
you just
possible,
tuned
yeah.
into it.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I'm definitely open to that possibility. Yeah.
Yep.
I love and breathe it, and nobody could pay me more to stop working, and nobody could pay me more to make me work harder.
But if you
So I don't know what that is about. Good. It comes natural. I mean, if you're an artist, I mean, he's an artist, I'm an artist, and, and there are many other artists here, that it's a special moment that only happens when you allow it, and you can't stop it.
Apparently, nature endows people with certain people with special creative functions or ability, and it is the same in spirituality.
What do you think? Is this like in the genes or something?
No, I mean, it concentrates. Look, it concentrates. It's like, you have a prophet. Why is Jesus Christ a prophet? Because
we don't need
everything.
Jesus today. We got His Holiness here.
Nature or consciousness or whatever, at this moment is concentrated in somebody. It's concentrated in you. It's concentrated in Bohm. In some particular way, so you don't have to think about this being equally spread around. That is not necessary, I don't think
This guy's like some sort of an elitist or something. It's like trying to affirm this point. Man, the guy runs a conference. This is why he's gotten like the best and the brightest together or something like that. He's like trying to create the X-Men or something like that. He's like weird dude.
Smooth criminal.
Yeah.
that everybody has to be creative to be happy. At least as far as I can see.
What do they have to be happy?
Well, many people are just happy by existing without being poor and so on. I walk out in the streets and I suddenly realize that nobody really cares what I write or think, because most people care about other things. 99% of their life consists in being happy about very simple things. And they don't have to read my books or see your pictures or read Bohm or listen to the Dalai Lama to be happy. They know what that is, you see, they're endowed with it. But there are certain personalities through which nature moves ahead. It always has been that way. Otherwise, you know, you just...
Sounds like they're better off. Those are the enlightened people that don't have to read the books and, you know, participate in this fucking game, right? I mean, holy smokes, right? This guy has it all backwards, right? I don't think he can see the forest for the trees, right? But yeah, he's lost in the conceptual framing, and like, I don't know what he's trying to say. Would they be better off if they had concerns beyond the simple? Right, saying they don't need to hear the Dalai Lama to reach happiness. Right, it's like good for them.
Can't develop.
I think actually, you see, these things very, very difficult to make, you see, generalization. There are so many, you see, different people, variety. So you see, some people, I think by birth, you see, very easy to learn something and very creative nature, some not. And some cases, without much study, you see, the person becomes something very creative, very intelligent. Some people, and this is, I have no need to explain, isn't it? I think reality, of course, it is whole this interdependent. You see, without, you see, in order to exist something, one particular thing, you see, without other factor, it cannot exist. So you see, everything related. So, in reality and wholeness. Now another question, whether individually can realize that or not, and whether individual really necessary to achieve some higher, how to say, I think, higher state of consciousness and happier to know that reality or not. Again, depend on individual people.
Yeah, says the guy who's chosen to speak on behalf of an entire group of people. Right? What a weird statement, right? Right? Why does he accept the title? Right? Like, it was really good of Krishnamurti to reject the title, right, of world teacher. That might have been the single greatest thing he ever did. It legitimized all of his other views. Right? If he hadn't have rejected the title, right, it would have made everything he said seem like kind of ridiculous. Right? But yeah. I wonder if David Bohm's thinking about that right now with this guy. But yeah, anyways, let's put that away for now. We're going to go to the rituals of the Dalai Lama and some extreme things there. You know what I mean? So yeah. So prepare yourself for that. And I appreciate the other people for watching. We still have quite a few people watching. I appreciate you guys. It's actually 2 more people than before. I mean, so yeah, I appreciate you guys. We got 21 people watching according to the YouTube. Blessings. Give me a second. I'm grabbing some of this cannabis. So I can smoke some of this cannabis. I'm also making some coffee. So I greatly appreciate your time. Do you guys have any reflections on this video here? Or I also dropped the link in the chat. And blessings. Pretty weird. I almost can't wait to get to the Marina Abramovich and see what that, man, you know, she gave a TED talk and she was talking about being raped.
Whoa.
Yeah, she's like, we're gonna do a thought experiment, and she's like, everybody close your eyes, and she's like, imagine you're this person who's just been brutally raped, and she walks them through the scenario.
That was in a TED Talk?
Yep.
That's crazy. What was the topic?
Like some sort of like psychotic, like trauma therapy, like imagination shit. Like, wow.
Sounds like MK Ultra shit, bro.
Right. It's like
Right
heavily-
in your face. Uncle Teddy talk. That's what we need, not this fake TED Talk shit.
Yeah, maybe I'll play that one when it comes time, you know. But yeah, let me check on this coffee here and play a little video for you guys. We'll play some music and then we'll move to the rituals of the Dalai Lama. Right? Okay. All right. Find this video for you guys. Psycho Stick. Blessings.
Come play with us.
Crimes against humanity.
Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with my attitude problem. Cause if you got one, then you need to sit down and have a talk with my imaginary pal.
Big Johnny Simpson, he got 27 lullabies. Sits up on the windowsill and listens to the dogs cry. Devils try to multiply the evil sin, I wonder why. Under a sky so glorious, there's nothing left but horror for us. Big Johnny Simpson, see, he thinks about murder. And if he was able, the way that he would hurt her. The labor of love and the burden of his life. And the way things were and his shiny new night. Because Big Johnny Simpson lives his days in anger. Does not leave his room because he likes the torture chamber. Stranger to sanity, doesn't know what to say. Let's leave him in his room because it's safer that way.
Disgruntled as he pummels through the jungles of Los Angeles, he's damned a higher risk. Taking these hits off sticks that's cancerous. He'll be the last to quit till death calls collect, and he answers it. Perched up in the watchtower for hours watching hate commits. Bad luck is imminent and prospers in the tenements. One of its many menaces, reformed by jail sentences. See, OG don't know his name, just his number. And the outside world ain't cut and dry, it's through eternal slumber. From YA to the big show, he toughened up but didn't grow. Now at the age of 50, he'd be set free on his own. But the system befits him, and the will to live is over. So he took a seat under the bridge with a pistol in his molars. And
before he got the electric chair, while he was locked up in jail, serial killer Ted Bundy got over 200 love letters a day from women that claimed they loved him. Even Hitler had a girlfriend. If Ted Bundy can have a girlfriend, then damn it, why can't I?
they call him the loose cannon, aka Charlie. Fucked up in the head, favorite word is dead. He sits in his attic, playing with his eyes. He cuts himself all over until he passes out. He gets drunk all the time, plays with his guns, fires them all off until he shoots his head off. He takes a lot of drugs, likes to hallucinate, breaks out DVDs, watches girls masturbate. He's fucked up all the time, he never really remembers, so he tattoos everything, just like in Memento. Charlie wants to live in the sky. Charlie, get a grip and die.
His name is question mark. He's hiding in the dark, and there's one in every park, and he's waiting for the victims. With a screwdriver in his pocket, he'll stab it through orange cider, or anyone who talks shit. Panhandles money to buy some kind of blast off. Jekyll and Hyde, the wallet type transient. Maybe talks to himself cause he's a genius, or gets a thrill out of killing you with a rock. Shadow, shadow, shadow in the trees. Bipolar, schizophrenic disease, sick-minded, will make you start giggling like three blind, crippled, and crazy senior citizens.
You're a hazard to others, you're a hazard to yourself. Homie, you need help. My diagnosis, justice and divine vengeance in pursuing crime. The job of a dirty cop. How much you wanna bet I put a stop to you before you kill again? Cause there's nothing wrong with your attitude problem.
Parents abandon me cause I'm ugly and they hate me too. Name is Lance, son, on medication, looking for a blue-eyed, blonde-haired grandson in a neighborhood near you. Cause I'm all alone and I am a garbage man. Wanna see my farmer's can or a cartoon? Here is a balloon, jump into my minivan. Here is some candy for you. I'll tie you up and tickle you, then I'll torture you, chop you up into little pieces, and I'll dump you in the garbage truck, boo.
Then I'll fuck your bloody carcass. Your prison stories don't impress me much. It's true you've lost it and gone nuts. With a few screws loose, you're a total basket case, a psychopathic sociopath. With the psychotic mind of a lunatic, you're a fanatical maniac with a sick sense of humor and several split personalities. Madman on the rampage, you're as deranged as they come. Ted Bundy with an atom bomb, sawed up hookers in the garbage bin. The streets unsafe for anyone with you on the loose.
Whoops. Okay, let me go to this. Holy smokes. Okay, this is weird.
Oh, what's up?
Well, I'm now having lots of problem finding this text I was reading. So I'll have to Yeah, give us a moment here. Yeah, really weird stuff.
Yeah, let me try to find this on my own if I can. Sorry about this, folks. Buddhism, Tantric Buddhism. Okay, yeah, I think I found it here. Okay, I actually found this, folks. So just give me a second here to go to this part. I believe it's part 6 in this book. Okay, here we go. Nice. Okay, here we go. This is initiations of the Dalai Lama, right? It took me so long to find this. The website, Tibetan Encyclopedia, is like unreachable at this time for some fucking reason, right? So this article, right, is called, what is it called? The Shadow of the Dalai Lama. Okay, sex, spirituality, and magic, and all this stuff, right? So, anyways, it says here. So this is going to be the pretty much the weirdest part of the show. So I haven't read this yet, right? But I do know that, you know, they like eat poop and like they like drink semen and like drink period blood and all this stuff. So so it gets pretty graphic, right? Is what I'm trying to say, right? But yeah. So I was trying to look into like what exact practices those were that they like had to do all that stuff or whatever, right? So the secret initiations in the Kala chakra, right? So I was like, thinking like this is pretty interesting. Yeah, it's definitely like, yeah, but this is way before Crowley, right? So, right. So, all right. I don't know what to say, but yeah, it says altogether the Kala Chakra Tantra talks of 15 initiatory stages. The first 7 are considered lower solemnities and are publicly performed by Dalai Lama and open to broad mass. The other 8 are only intended for a tiny select minority. The Tibetologist Alexander Wayman has drawn a comparison to the Eleusinian mysteries of antiquity. The first part of which was conducted in front of a large public, whilst only a few participated in the second secret part in the temple at night. The 7 lower initiations ought to be succinctly described here. They, the areas follows. The areas is as follows. Right, the 1, the water initiation. 2, the crown initiation. 3, silk ribbon initiation. 4, the Vajra and bell initiation. 5, the conduct initiation. 6, the name initiation. 7, the permission initiation. All 7 are compared to the developmental stages of a child from birth to adulthood. In particular, they serve to purify the pupils. Before beginning the initiatory path, the neophyte swears a vow, which he makes a commitment to strive for Buddhahood incessantly, to regret and avoid all misdeeds, to lead other beings along the path of enlightenment, and to follow absolutely the directions of the Kala Chakra master. But above all, he must visualize his androgyne guru as the divine couple, Kala chakra in union with his consort, Vishvamata. With blindfold eyes, he must imagine that he is wandering through the three-dimensional mandala, an imaginary palace, which is occupied by 4 meditation Buddhas. I guess I'll try to pronounce these. Amitabha, Ratnasambhava, Amoghasiddhi, and Virachana, and their partners. After his blindfold has been removed, he tosses a blossom into a sacred image mandala spread out before him, which he has prepared from colored sand. The place where the flower comes to rest indicates the particular Buddha figure which the pupil must identify during his initiation journey. In the following phase, he receives 2 reeds of kusha grass, since the historical Buddha once experienced enlightenment as he meditated while seated on this type of grass. Further, the Lama gives him a toothpick for cleansing, as well as a red cord, which he must tie around the upper arm with 3 knots. Then he receives instructions for sleeping before he goes to bed. He has to recite certain mantras as often as possible, and then lay himself on his right side with his face in the direction of the sand mandala. Dreams are sent to him in the night, which the guru analyzes another day. It is considered especially unfavorable if a crocodile swallows the pupil in his dream. The monster counts as a symbol for the world of illusions, samsara, and informs Siddhaka that he is strongly trapped by this. But via meditation upon emptiness of all appearances, he can dissolve all unfavorable dream images again. So far, nothing weird, right? The first 7 initiations are not the weird stuff, right? Here, hold on. Let me see how much of this is left until he gets to the secret initiations. I guess there's quite a bit here. Yeah, there's like 3 pages here. I might skip some of this, to be honest. But yeah, that introduction I think is pretty good to like cue into like what's going on. Further instructions of the rites follow, which likewise concern purification. At the end of the first 7 stages, the Vajra master then dissolves the pupil into emptiness. Let's see who's watching this. 25 people now watching this. The rituals of the Dalai Lama, they're bringing the viewers. So, I don't know what to say at this point. Extremely strange people watching this. Probably a mixed bag of people. Here, hold on. Let me drop the link. If anybody wants to come up on this. I see Frank Monday down there. Origin is out here. Obviously, everybody else is welcome. Dark Scribe. I'm just mentioning people who potential panelists. But yeah, blessings. So he said at the end of the first 7 stages, the Vajra master then dissolves the pupil into emptiness in his imagination in order to visualize him as a polar image, his Kala chakra in union with the
Vishvamata. We should never forget that the androgynous tantric teacher represents both time deities in one person. Since the pupil possesses absolutely no further individual existence right from the beginning of initiation, the two time deities are doubled by this meditative imagining. They appear both in the Tantra master and in the person of the Sadhaka.
If you're trying to find the creepy stuff, I think it's chapter 4, the law of inversion. Like,
No, I know where the creepy stuff is. It's in the secret initiations. But I'm just seeing if there's anything I could glean from the surrounding text that may be of value. Right? But yeah, already you get this idea that the guru represents an androgynous like master. He's combining two aspects, the male and the female, right? So and of course this whole ritual is representing birth itself, right? So yeah, I'm trying to like skip to the I'm like mostly reading like the gay stuff. So yeah. So it says here, so the people's whole thing of purification and recreation, right? Those are two ideas, right? Within the mystic framework, right? So the crown initiation, which follows, corresponds to the child's first haircut, right? The third and fourth initiations are directed at the purification of speech. The silk ribbon initiation, the androgynous guru once more swallows the pupil in the form of the Vishvamata, gives birth to him as a god. The Vajra and Bell initiation follows, which is compared to the speaking of a child's first words. Now the guru cleanses the three main energy channels in the pupil's body. They're found alongside the spine, and together build and subtle backbone. And of the adept, so to speak, the right channel becomes the masculine Vajra, the left the feminine Bell, Ganta. In the middle, androgynous channel, both energies, masculine and feminine, meet together and generate the so-called mystic heat, which embodies the chief event in the highest initiations to be described in the detail later. The pupil now asks the Kala Chakra deity, represented through the guru, to give him the Vajra and the Bell. That is to hand over the emblems of androgyny. Okay, I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff here. Oh wait, hold on. In the name initiation which follows, he's ordained to receive secret religious name, which is usually identical with that of the deity assigned to them during the preparatory rites. The guru prophesies that the pupil will appear as a Buddha in the future. So I think these are important. It says here 6 abilities to act: mouth, arms, legs, sexual organs, urinary organs, and anus. 6 actions: speech, grasping, walking, copulation, urination, and defecation. Are purified, dissolved, and recreated. Okay, so during this purification process, they're going to focus on a lot of those things, right? So yeah, I'm gonna skip a bunch of stuff here, right? So it's focusing on the pupil's recreation as a god through purification rituals. And it says here, to examine whether the Kala Chakra portrays a huge divine time machine with the Dalai Lama as a prime mover.
and his followers as various wheels. That's a pretty wild statement. It's talking about some concept of a divine time machine. I've like skipped over that entire thing. Seems highly cosmic in its implications, right? But I think there's a sense in which it's kind of like the Jewish rituals, right, in the temple, where this like ritual is like purifying the entire world or whatever. No, this is the rituals of the Dalai Lama, right? Yeah, I think Jake is joking there, but yeah.
The Dali mud.
It's not older than the Talmud now, because the Talmud is like in the 500 to 700, I think, AD, and this is like after 1100 AD, right? So yeah. So if you want to know the time frame, right? So yeah, we're moving on to the secret initiations now. So hang on to your hats, folks, right? The 7 lower initiations
And your butts.
Exactly. The 7 lower initiations are supposed to purify the people and then transform them into a deity. For this reason, they are referred to as a stage of production. The following higher initiations. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me welcome Frank Monday and also grab my coffee here. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings, gentlemen. Greetings. Salutations.
Salutations, that's a good one.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting into the thick of it. Should be good.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. Like I had to search like 3 or 4 times. I'd like search different combinations of words like Dalai Lama, like poop, like pee, gay stuff. Dalai Lama plus sex ritual, poop. All this crazy combinations of words that I use.
Yeah, it's interesting how much has actually been stricken from the official record. It's like they don't want us to know.
Yeah, of course, there was a famous incident where he like kissed like a boy in the mouth. Everybody was like in uproar. I mean, but yeah, dude, it's crazy stuff. But yeah, it says here, the following 4 higher initiations are considered the stage of perfection. They are known as the vase initiation, the secret initiation. Wait, isn't it all secret? Seems kind of redundant. The wisdom initiation and the word initiation. They may only be received under conditions of absolute secrecy. Okay, so they're not doing these ones in public, right? In all higher initiations, the presence of a young woman of 10, 12, 16, or 20 years of age. Without a living karma mudra, enlightenment cannot, at least according to the original text, be attained in this lifetime. The union with her thus counts as the key event in the external action of the rituals. Thus, as the 4th book of the Kala Chakra Tantra says with emphasis. So they need a female participant for these higher rituals.
Yeah, I thought it would be a good time to bring forward the Taoist perspective. Ge Hong had a lot to say on this. He recommended 15 to 20. After 25, the woman is essentially useless for cultivation. And his suggestion was 10 each evening.
10 what exactly?
10 prepubescent lactating gals for sexual practice, kung fu, and without discharging the semen.
Say what?
Yeah, brought to orgasm and then absorbed through the stem, and then then you rest. He considered it a medicinal practice.
Yeah, Frank's drawing the picture in terms of. So, what year is this, guy?
Go home would be about 200 AD, I believe.
200 AD, right? So 200 AD. There's this guy, right?
Are you? Is
Obviously,
he? That sounds like edging.
there's Gnostics that did stuff like that too. There's Gnostics like Sethians and stuff. I don't know if Ophites had sex rituals, but I think Sethians had sex rituals or something like that.
It's one of them that at least one of those groups that are crazy like that. I think it's Ophites, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the technocratic elite are very carnal, and they tend to read a lot of literature. Like I think even Epstein had copies of Marcus de Sade, and then they read Battelle, Georges Battelle, and stuff like that. They
Yeah,
tend to
George's betrayal is like butt stuff.
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, I just double checked the reference. Go Hong was Jin Dynasty from 265 to 420 AD.
420, you say? Well, shit.
Nice. They knew what was up.
Yeah, so let's see this. He says, neither meditation nor recitation of mantras, nor the preparation of the great mandalas, thrones, nor the initiation of the sand mandala, nor the summonizing of the Buddhas confers supernatural powers, but alone the mudra. Further, in the higher initiations, the adept is obliged to ritually consume the 5 types of meat: human flesh, elephant meat, horse flesh, dog, and beef. And drink 5 nectars. Blood, semen, menses. And I guess it says you could guess what the other 2 are, right? So yeah. In texts which are addressed to the broad public, the vase initiation is euphemistically described as follows. The Vajra master holds a vase before the Sandaka's eyes. The adept visualizes a sacrificial goddess who carries the vase. The vessel is filled with white fluid. In reality, however, the following initiation scene is played out. First, the pupil brings the lama a beautiful girl without blemish, 12 years of age. He then supplicates to receive initiation and sings a hymn of praise of his guru. Satisfied, the master then touches the breast of the mudra in a worldly manner. This all takes place before the pupil's watchful gaze as to stimulate the latter's sexual desire. According to another passage in the text, but likewise, in reference to Kala Chakra Tantra, the Vajra master shows the undressed girl to the Sadaka and requires him to now stroke the breasts of the Karma Mudra himself. There is not actually any vase or any pot that is used for this empowerment. We are informed by Nagawang Dargay. I pronounce it to the best of my ability. A modern commentator on the Time Tantra, quote, what is referred to as the pot are the breasts of the girl, which are called the vase that holds the white. We have already drawn attention to the fact that this white substance is probably the same magic secretion from the female's breast, which European alchemists on the 17th day enthusiastically described as quote-unquote virgin's milk, and whose consumption promised great magical powers for the adept. The sight of the naked girl and stroking of her breast causes the descent of the male seed in the pupil.
In the tantric view of things, this originally finds itself at a point below the roof of the skull. So we see where that stuff comes from, right? And begins to flow down through the body into the penis. When a man becomes sexually aroused, under no circumstances may it come to the point of ejaculation here. If the pupil successfully masters his lust, he attains the 8th initiation stage, which is known as immobile, on the basis of fixation of the semen in the phallus. Sexual magic, folks.
Yeah, here the Taoists would refer to this as cutting the white tiger, I believe. And Ge in this reference wrote the book The Bao Puzi, or Embracing Simplicity, where it integrates metaphysics, Taoist theology, the arts of necromancy, astrology, and medicine, pills of immortality, ancient cooking vessels of pills, magic figures, incantations, and Confucianism and immortality into a whole system, thus establishing a theoretical system of Taoist supernatural beings. Just a brief note on pills of immortality. One of the so-called
brief note about them is don't eat them. Whatever you do, you might not wake up. But yeah.
One of them that I was going to mention that ties in with where you began with the 12-year-old gal is that in the Shen Shen Zhuan, another text by Ge, he says that if you take a red Chinese dried date and insert it into the vagina of said gal, and it steeps there for 2 weeks, upon removal, it's a pill of immortality. Not to be practiced at home, everyone.
So it's just like give birth to a baby fruit.
No, you take it out and eat it. They said if you fed it to an alley cat, he would screw himself to death.
There's people who eat placenta. You guys hear about this shit?
That's in Chinese medicine.
I wouldn't
absolutely.
be surprised.
Yeah.
Dried human placenta. It appears in all kinds of tonics.
Yeah, it's wild, man. So where are they getting that from? No.
Along with resin from the hides of wild black donkeys and red spotted lizards. Oh, and horny toad's a good one for an aphrodisiac.
ESP says pass.
Yeah, hard pass on that stuff.
Little Spanish fly.
Yeah, so so this gets a little bit more weird. I mean,
It does, and it's fair that you gave a warning early on that folks of a sensitive nature might want to be warned.
Yeah, I definitely might have to put this.
Director Jodorowsky, I don't really like him. His stuff is kind of like transgressive, esoteric crap. Yeah, Jodorowsky made El Topo, and I think he had lots of connections with powerful people too. Jodorowsky. You know who I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, yeah, here I go. Like Alejandro Jodorowsky. His films are very full of weird Kabbalistic transgressive stuff. And I don't really like it. I do not like it. I'm just saying that. I was just wondering.
Right, and the fact that you mentioned Crowley a moment ago, it all predates him, and it kind of brings us back to his origin, which would likely, in my mind, be the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor and Pascal Beverly Randolph.
Why does it always come back to goddamn Crowley?
Yeah, so there's pedo stuff going on here. Obviously, the disciple is also probably a young person, I think, right? So it's also it's like an older person doing sexual stuff with 2 kids, pretty much. But yeah, so it says firstly the adept hands valuable clothes and sacrificial
offerings over to the master. Then he presents him with a young and gracile girl. The Lama demands that the Sadaka leave the room or blindfold himself. Tantric dishes are served. The master venerates and praises the mudra with songs of adulation, elevates her to the status of goddess, and then couples with her until her sexual fluids flow. Then he then exceptionally allows his semen to flow into her vagina. The mixture of red and white fluid thus created, that is, of male and female seed, is scooped out of the sexual organs of the wisdom consort with a finger or a small ivory spoon and collected in a vessel. The master then summons the pupil and instructs him to remove his blindfold. He now takes some of the holy substance with his finger. Once more, then moistens the tongue of the adept with it, will speak in the words, "This is your sacrament, dear one, as taught by all Buddhas." Yeah, right. But yeah, interesting.
Yeah, right. Sounds like we're verging into the realm of the homunculus.
Homunculus. But yeah, then he says the pupil answers, "Today my birth has become fruitful. Today my life is fruitful. Today I've been born in the Buddha family. Now I'm a son of the Buddhas." Concretely, this means he has, through the consumption of the female and male seed, attained the status of an androgyne.
Ruh-roh.
But there are also other versions of the second initiation. When we read that, the pupil visualizes the secret Vajra of the Vajra master in his own mouth and tastes the white of the Guru Lama, the white bodhicitta. Okay, I believe that's sinks to his own heart chakra, and doing generates bliss. The name secret initiation is thus also a result of the fact that one partakes in the secret substance of the Vajra master. In truth means the guru lays his sperm-filled penis in the mouth of the adept, and the latter tastes the semen. The white bodhicitta is the secret substance.
I guess
Is
we know
that
why
the secret sauce?
I guess we know why the technocratic elite are obsessed with Tibet now.
This is very close. Like from what I've some of the stuff I've read, this is really spooky.
I have a question. Have you read that book about CIA killers? Like most of the serial killers in the 70s and 80s were CIA controlled. Like
Which one?
Programmed
There's
to Kill.
probably like a bunch of them.
Programmed
Books,
to
I
Kill.
mean.
Have you heard? Have you heard of the book Programmed to Kill?
That's what's his face? Not Delgado, is it? No, wait. I think I have it.
It's a book by David McGowan. He basically ties.
Yeah.
He ties all the serial killers to like occult stuff and CIA mind control. I haven't read it, so I don't know, but I was curious.
Stagnation.
And there's some interesting stuff. For example, Ted Bundy, he took his friends to a high-profile politician's office. You believe that? Like he actually went to that office with his friends and showed them around. I think it was Ted Bundy, or no, Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer, my bad. It was Jeffrey Dahmer who took his friends to like a high-profile politician's office. And I've always thought that was strange.
Yeah, it seems like birds of a feather flock together.
And that's why I don't like left-hand crap. You know what I mean? Left-hand crap. That's not my kind of thing. I do not like it.
Yeah. Yeah, this goes on for a while.
And I think there's also 4 higher initiations. But yeah, anyways.
And the time reference was, did you say 500 to 1200 AD?
No. I think this would have to be after the 1100s.
Oh, okay.
Because I think it's incorporating the Kala chakra. So I think that's relatively late developments. Let me actually see. Yeah, let me see. I like type this into this Google thing. But yeah, obviously Mahayana is like 1st century, and then it says that Vajrayana is like 7th century, and then it says Buddhist in Tibet is 6th to 9th centuries, right? So I mean, I would say like after 1000s, right? You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. If I had to err on the side of caution, right? I would say around that time frame, right?
Blessings, yeah, makes sense.
So I would say like 1000s to 1100s, it would be like maybe established, right? I don't know, right? Maybe it developed like 200, 300 years later. Who knows? It's like Catholicism or something. I don't know. So yeah, interesting stuff. But yeah, I don't think it'll. I think that then we'd have to research when they incorporated these rituals as well. So there's the last piece of the puzzle. So it could have been a little bit later than that. Okay, so I read all this. Okay, so in the wisdom initiation, which follows, the people is confronted with an even more sexually provocative scene. Oh, he is told to look at the spreading vagina of a knowledge lady. A what lady? A knowledge lady. Fierce passion arises in him, which in turn induces great bliss. The Tantra master then gives the Sadaka girl with the words, "O great being, take this consort who will give you bliss," quote unquote. Both are instructed to engage in sexual union. During the ritual performance of the Yuganada, or the fusion, the adept may under no circumstances let go of his semen. So that's what Frank there was talking about, right? The Kala Chakra Tantra does not give away all the secrets which are played out during this scene. It therefore makes sense to fall back upon the Tantra text in order to gain more precise information about the proceedings during the 10th initiation stage. For example, Kada Maharasana Tantra. Once the master has left the room, the mudra now provokes the pupil with culinary obscenities. Okay, now this is
she asks him to eat her poop and suck the blood from inside her vagina. So I'm not going to read the excruciating details of that, but those are the two things that it describes there with it.
Do you think a lot of popular media and the technological system is like initiation into like, you know, losing tradition and embracing like a left hand, antinomian, I don't know, evil or something? Like, you see what I'm trying to say? Because let me tell you something interesting. I don't see most people bring this up, but the creator, I hate this show, Rick and Morty, the creator of Rick and Morty, he once put out a video where he got this baby doll and he was like fucking the baby doll, and I'm like, why isn't this guy in jail? Like, he's putting out this video of fucking a baby doll, and that's real, you know. And then I was thinking that Rick and Morty, all it promotes is nihilism, you know, and it promotes it with jokes, you know, like. And I'm thinking that's like the soul of modernity, you know, Rick and Morty bullshit. You see what I mean? And
Yeah,
you know,
and all
I
of
feel
that is
like yeah, it's dark.
I was just
I'm
going to
like,
say all of that is diametrically opposed to Chinese Tao, and that the menstrual cycle in the blood is absolutely to be avoided in intercourse.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Mr. Pi out here after a long time.
Sorry for going off topic. Sorry for going off topic. I just
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
No, it's no worries. Please feel free to redirect the conversation. But yeah.
At this point, it almost seems better to redirect the conversation.
Distract yourself.
Yeah, they're getting dank.
Yeah, we're live over here at the Machine Lives. So if you want to come through, Mr. Pi, definitely. I'll drop the link in the chat. I mean, another potential panelist. Right? But yeah. So yeah. So they're eating poop. They're drinking period blood. They're fucking drinking up semen. Some wild shit, folks. Literally. Then the candidate must say, oh yeah, I'm not going to read all that. Yeah.
Expletive deleted.
Yeah,
etc.
basically the female participant asks him to eat the poo poo and to drink the pee pee. And he
Eat the
agreed.
poo-poo.
Bad
And he
idea.
agreed.
Bad idea.
Yeah, so then and he calls her mother in the process. But yeah, interesting. But yeah, the final word initiation is a real sense, no longer an initiation by the guru. As its name indicates, it only exists in literal form. It is thus not revealed in any external scenario, but takes place exclusively in the inner subtle body of the former pupil, since the latter has already made the switch to perfected consciousness and been transformed into a deity. A commentary upon the 11th higher initiation thus belongs to the 8th chapter, which concerns the microcosmic process in the energy body of the practitioner. Sperm and menstrual blood as magical substances. But before we continue with the discussion of 4 highest initiations, we would like to make a number of reflections of the topic of sperm gnosis. That's right. Sperm gnosis, it says. Which okay,
sheesh.
I think we'll have to.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
The wood is dead.
Yeah, speaking of, you know, all this occult, the creepy stuff and the transgressive stuff, most people don't realize, but the internet has something, well, dark web and deep net, you know, full of transgressive servers, you know, and, you know, the dark web is very creepy. Yeah, it's very creepy. There's a lot of creepy stuff on the dark web, and in a way, maybe this occult creepy stuff kind of represents the true face of the technological industrial system, which is normalizing transgression. You know what I mean? That's a very pessimistic view, but it does seem to be true because a lot of people are desensitized towards violence from seeing endless slaughter and other crap on TV. You know what I mean? Other stuff, and also like I showed. You know, a lot of it does portray it in a humorous manner. Like they're trying to like make a mockery out of the suffering of sentient beings. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it seems too that they're using it as a covert means to instigate parasitic and demonic possession in people.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that book I was reading, Technosis, it does kind of touch on that stuff. Yeah, but yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly. I think these guys would make a Maria Abramovic blush. You know, for sure.
She's probably into that stuff.
Well, we only see the surface. We don't see everything she does, to be honest. Maybe she does
Barely scratching the surface.
Yeah, exactly. She probably does way worse stuff than we're told.
We can't even say on YouTube the kind of stuff, you know.
I don't get how that Rick and Morty guy got the creator of it got off scot-free, and Rick and Morty.
Clearly he's got connections. Then.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you're right. Yeah, I hate that show. Yeah, there's a lot of it just tries to portray nihilism as being all trendy and good and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a hot button video, TML, for sure.
Yeah, this video and the last video, oof, it's a spicy meatball.
Where's the coordinated attack now? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where are y'all at? I think they gave up. I think they're like, let's see what comes up, because I dealt with that in a very specific way. I mean, right? I think I let them know what's up because I tried to apologize. I was then being overbearing, and then I tried to edit out the situation, all this type of stuff. So I don't know, man. Obviously there's not a lot of effect that it had. I mean, we've had low numbers, so that hasn't really changed.
Oh, and TML, I forgot to ask. I'm simul streaming to my channel. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't care. Blessings.
Okay, blessings. Thank you.
So you live in China, Frank Monday? You live in China?
I do, yeah. I'm in Old Peking. I've been here for 25 years now.
Oh, wow, that's cool. Yeah. So, you're Tai Chi. So you practice a lot of Tai Chi.
Well, no, my mainstays are Xingyi and Bagua. Taiji is kind of an elevated practice. You're not supposed to, according to traditional teaching, you shouldn't start it until you're after 50, which I am now. But yeah, like the Guqin and Taiji and certain other internal practices, they say you shouldn't start while you're young. You should just do Kung Fu. So yeah, I like Kung Fu.
Can I ask you, who is your favorite Chinese poet? Like your most favorite Chinese poet, and if you can, is there a good English translation of it? Like, I'm just curious, who's your favorite Chinese poet?
Oh yeah, a couple of the mainstream Tong guys, Li Bai and Du Fu, they're definitely greats. That's what I actually studied at university, was the Chun Tong Shi, which includes 40,000 poems from the Tang Dynasty. But one of my favorite Tang poets is actually a Kung Fu guy. His name is Master Lu Dongbing, and he's a part of the 8 Immortals. And he wrote a lot of poetry about drinking and brothling and other fun things. And he was said to have fallen asleep at a temple one time and fought off 200 bandit ghosts with a sword of spiritual power. So yeah, he's a fun guy.
You know about Red Pine?
Sounds
about Red
pretty
Pine?
badass.
You know about Red Pine, or not really? The translator Red Pine.
Yeah, I believe I've read it, but it was a long time ago. You could tell me about it.
Yeah, my favorite poetry tends to be translated by Red Pine. I like his poetry of Cold Mountain, Hanshan, and I like his poetry of Wang Wei. No, it wasn't Wang Wei. Some other figure. It was.
Oh, right. There were good. Go ahead. There were good publications by Shambala editions, I believe, out of Boston.
Yeah, there's a lot to read. Yeah, so yeah, I think it was Hanshan, and it was Stonehouse. Yeah, I like Stonehouse's poetry too, translated by Red Pine.
It seems like Thomas Cleary was the one who brought the transliteration for it on both of those, right?
I believe he did do some translations, but Red Pine is separate from Thomas Cleary. I did read like half of the Blue Cliff Record from Thomas Cleary. I know he translated the Blue Cliff Record. You know about the Blue Cliff Record? Or
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Okay.
Blue Cliff Record is from Chan. You know, I actually know more about the Chan tradition than Taoism, to be honest. So, you know,
Yeah,
like
I believe I have a translation of Blue Cliff Record. Yeah.
yeah, that's done by Thomas Cleary and his brother, most likely.
Okay, yeah, a little out of my ken on those.
Chan started from Bodhidharma around Central Asia. He went there, and then he transmitted the teachings to China. It had some Taoist influence too in the process. And Hu Ning was one of the biggest figures in the Chan tradition. He wrote the Platform Sutra. Platform Sutra. You know, Red Pine tends to focus more on the Chan figures, but he has done some translations of the Taoist texts like Tao Te Ching and other stuff. But he mainly focuses on Chan tradition. Yeah, I have a stronger background in Chan tradition, not so much Taoism, but I do respect Taoism, though. I do respect Taoism.
Yeah, I actually don't know who translated this Blue Cliff Record excerpts. It's from a compilation I have. It also has Platform Sutra. But yeah.
China has a very rich tradition. You can spend, you know, your entire life reading Chinese stuff or learning their culture, and yet you still don't scratch the surface. So much stuff, you know. The Neo-Confucians, I find them interesting too. The Neo-Confucians, I read a little bit about them.
Yeah, true facts. Anything that kind of deviates from the school of like complete clarity in Tao would be outside of my ken, just because I haven't researched it. There's so much within Tong, and like if you go further back to Huangdi and some of the practices of internal Tao prior to like the influence of Buddhism, yeah, I
understand. That's cool. Yeah, I should probably learn more about that stuff myself. That's outside of my specialty also, but it's cool though. Yeah, it's cool.
yeah, that's why we meet upon the level, right? We can bring what each other lacks.
Yeah, exactly. I know internal alchemy is very interesting stuff. My friend used to be into that too, internal alchemy.
Jam Gone Control. I haven't heard about that, but I do have something from Shambala Publications, a book by Chogyam Trungpa. So yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, Shambhala Publications. It's just funny that it's called that. I know, but yeah,
Shambhala.
Shambhala. But yeah, yeah, but yeah. Blessings, Mr. Pie. How you doing today?
Blessings.
Yeah, we're reading about the sacred, you know what I mean, rituals of the Dalai Lama, which includes pedo stuff, eating poop, drinking semen, and having gay sex, apparently. So yeah, it's incredible stuff, and I think exposed to people, you know, that they're doing these pedo rituals, I mean, or whatever, pedo pogo, right? So yeah,
I mean, I guess humans have been into some weird shit from the beginning of time.
Yeah, but this is not even. This is a little bit. The road swings off at about the 1000s or the 1100s or so. You know, when they incorporate these Kala Chakra or Vajrayana, left-hand path rituals into the Buddhist practice, right? And of course, Tibet has a long tradition. They also incorporated the Bon tradition of ritual mysticism, right? So it's pretty weird, but yeah. So there's a female participant in this
That's
ritual.
definitely an understatement.
Yeah. And yeah, they're drinking period blood, and they're eating poop, right? And yeah, so that's what we've collected so far.
So, so what, did they have some kind of divine, like For what? For physical purposes or some
spiritual, physical? Yeah. I mean, I guess the
like
tantra.
to like cross from to transcend the road between spiritual and physical.
Exactly. The tantric practices are meant to transcend the road between spiritual and physical, and that's part of the left-hand path practices, right? And somebody was saying that this stuff makes a Marina Abramovich, it would make a Marina Abramovich blush, right? So we're kind of looking at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it may be why when Chairman Mao showed up there, he said that religion is poison.
I mean, do you think that this is why, like the like Hollywood and all these elites or these people that have some kind of knowledge of something else that we don't or do? A lot of the bloodline, like a lot of people don't study the blood as much as they should. So whether you get illnesses or sicknesses, like are you? They say that they are looking for the bloodlines in certain people. So where you're like AB negative or I mean, there's just a certain type of bloodlines that they want to share these, or maybe you have a certain power or something. I don't know. Maybe there is some kind of power in the blood because it's in your cells. Like that's the ultimate, like the micro part of our body is on a cellular level is the blood. It regenerates everything.
It could be the continuation of these blood-borne parasites.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought it was fascinating that people they don't correlate a lot of stuff with what kind of blood type you are, like the diseases or how you get sick or cancer, or whether cancer is derived from what we're putting in our bodies or if it's genetic or if it is kind of some kind of. But if you do have some kind of way to kind of see beyond what most people see in this realm, I don't know if that's just part of who you are when it comes down to the blood or what, but it's fascinating to me that no one really talks about it. I don't know how much information or books there are on it. I haven't heard many people talk about. I saw some weird dude on Facebook. I followed him for a while, and he broke it down in the craziest aspects. And I was like, I think I screenshotted a lot of it and saved it to my emails, or I sent emails to myself so I wouldn't lose it, because he kind of disappeared after a while. But it was kind of some fascinating shit, and he broke it down in very minute, finite detail. I don't know how much of it's true, because you can be gullible and read anything online nowadays, but I hadn't seen much about bloodlines until I was reading it.
Let me ask you this. I remember reading something that most of the US presidents, I think over half of them have been related, like cousins or distant cousins. Have you ever heard of that? Most of the US presidents have been related.
I think it's all but one or something.
Yeah, something like that. So they most certainly value bloodline. We know that for sure. They most certainly value it.
And I wonder, so my question is how much, what does that blood, and does it go all the way to Cain and Abel, to the beginning of time, or do you know from the original bloodlines of the beginning? I don't know. That's why it's fascinating to me. What does anyone have thoughts on? Does anyone have thoughts on that? Frank?
You know about the Black Eye Club, right? The Black Eye Club. Have you seen the picture of all those famous leaders with a black eye?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say they're putting Vril, or I mean, I don't know. It depends on how deep on a conspiracy you want to go about Arcturians, reptilian. I don't know. There's just all kinds of crazy shit, and I don't know. Frank, you said that the Chinese, they're the only ones that they kept records that go back further than their language didn't change. Latin got disrupted, and Hebrew and all these different languages. So it's these books have been passed down, but when they get translated, it gets kind of got lost. Some stuff gets lost in the sauce, or we don't know exactly if it was interpreted correctly. And how are we ever going to know? There's millions of books, and
the truth is, we do know for a fact that books have been changed over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So we do know that they have been changed. It's about finding the original source, and then you can use that for anything. Now, if you can't find the original, if you're just going off some incomplete, altered version of anything, so you can't even use it in an argument.
My other question is that even if you go to the origin, like let's say you did find some original text of these, like research or our knowledge of the ancients, I mean, they could have been wrong too about a lot of shit, because we continually are wrong about a lot of shit. So even if we found this ancient knowledge of what we thought to be the most truest, like the most true revealing thing about what we thought, or what are the philosophers and the greatest minds used to think, maybe they weren't even the greatest minds at all. Maybe they were wrong about a lot of shit. So even if we found those texts, like, what if they were wrong? So
Well,
like,
the thing is, there were people who had too much time and sat around and just got to think,
Right.
made stuff up,
yeah.
and everyone
but it's
everyone started promoting it.
no, but it's simpler.
No,
But it's even simpler than that.
They should have been out in the field working, and said somehow they got
Yeah.
supported for coming up with crazy ideas.
Yeah, totally. But it's even simpler than that in a way, because it's like, in a way, these were not the greatest thinkers. It's just they just picked who decides to speak on behalf of everyone else, right?
Yeah.
So like, there's
Yeah.
a lot of thinkers like me and Avian talk about, or me and Reddington talk about, that they don't even mention, right? So we're trying to decide, like, well, but if you look at their work, it's like these motherfuckers wrote more books and thought of things that these other guys never even thought of.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, it's like we're being constantly deluded as to who the experts are. And then there's a problem with the pop scientists, pop philosophers.
Yeah.
And right, because most people tend to filter knowledge through these means. They don't even look at people with actual expertise. Right?
Yeah, like you say, like, or people like question Einstein. It's like, oh, you're no Einstein, but it's like apparently, like, maybe he was a charlatan, or he stole idea, or a lot of these guys when it comes to science, or a lot of these people, they were stealing ideas from someone else that was greater, but they did it for. I mean, I guess this happened to me tonight, this has perplexed me, because I went to go meet Landry to get the Jack. Not to bring up drama, but like the Jack Landry, hard drive or whatever. And I met him in person, and I thought it was a good, night. Like, I thought I was opening up to him. He was wanting to film it. And I realized that he is, like, he's on the stream, and I made a comment or something, and he started deleting my comments. And it was like, dude, I thought we had I was opening up. Like, I just wasn't, he couldn't make a docu-series about me, or I wasn't as interesting as he thought. And it was, I don't know, it was fascinating to me, because I'm like sitting here thinking, baby. And I thought, damn, people are so fucking fake. It's like everyone thinks, I mean, almost Jack Jalcott was almost more real than he was when met with Jack for that night, because he was at least considerate, drove me home, and was polite. And whether he has his own grandiose delusions or whatever, I just, I'm sitting here having dinner with the guy, thinking we're having a connection or a good talk or something, and then afterwards it's just kind of like, I don't know, it was just, it perplexed me and made me think, like, made me go back into question again, like everything. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? It was just fascinating. So
yeah, there's not too many like real people out here. It just seemed like, or the interactions that are had backstage are not the ones that are contrived, right? Or whatever. And they have so, I mean, I think that there's two distinct networks, and I've actually talked about this before, I think there's actually two distinct camps, right, within the various shows, right? And you can notice this by who goes on the panels and who's in the chats. right? So I think that there's possibly 2 production companies, right, that are running the entire thing. Like, for example, Jack said that the Landry guy was suggested to be on his show, right, by Rose 777, right, who's actually produced a number of notable shows.
Yeah.
Right.
She was texting him while we were at dinner. He's like, "Oh, I barely talked to her," and like they were texting back and forth. And I thought, and she's kind of from a powerful family, and her mom's wrote a book, and she comes from big money and does Crow 777 and all this other stuff.
And then I noticed, like, for example, like Sarah, right, who runs a debate show, right? Like, she reached over and messaged me and said, well, what are your worldview and your preferences? And she made a list of debate items, right, that could be on the pro or con side of, or whatever, right? And she must have sent this as a mass email to a bunch of people, right?
Is that the Rotten or whatever Tomatoes?
Yeah, but her entire show is being produced by the Crucible or whatever. So because you could tell, because she receives a significant amount of donations from that group of people.
Oh, that
right?
makes sense.
So
that's
see,
that's how she got the, like. There's all these like what is it, like 6 degrees of separation. So Andrew,
so you'll see, like they have different donors on the channels, right? And they'll try to get the different donors to come on the different channels to give donations to different people, right? So those donors, they're representatives of production companies. You get what I mean?
So they're all trying to push some kind of message or their own agenda of what they want to.
Well, I think there's two distinct. I think there's two distinct messages, right? There's one. There's the Christian conservatives, right, and then there's the conspiracy groups, right? So the fake conspiracy groups and the fake Christian conservative groups, they're all springing out from the QAnon thing, right? Because the QAnon thing is 2 items. It's radical conservatism and it's conspiracy theories, right? So they've created this online space, right? This panelverse full of fake conspiracy shows and fake debate shows that debate conservative values, right? When none of the people that run these debate shows are conservatives or intellectuals.
Yeah, they don't.
Right.
So real quick, TML, in your opinion, as the upshot, what is the hidden agenda here?
I think the hidden, obviously the hidden agenda is to control the narrative on these 2 items that I just presented, right? On the one side, right, fake conspiracy shit, right? And on the other side, right, conservative values, right? So they find, so they find Christians and Muslims and get them to debate each other, and right, and find out what radical views they have, right? And then they get a bunch of people with weird conspiracies together and funnel them into groups so that they can spy on them, right? DK, what?
You do realize that what I
and then
do
Avian.
is conspiracy investigation. So it's basically looking into everything, because I don't like the term conspiracy theorist. Like, I fully hate it. It took me months to come up with the name conspiracy investigator. Because no one can run you down for investigating something. But if you label yourself or allow them to label you a conspiracy investigator, it's like you're going to have no end of grief.
Agreed, DK. And
here's how you do it. You try and debunk something. That's it.
Well, and if I may, I'd like to add real quick, TML, to get back to center that, and they tend to be using a type of like amoeba-like pattern of assimilating what is the zeitgeist of each presenter. Like, I've seen your stuff being echoed through certain mouths that don't give any type of citation, because I've been paying attention long enough.
Yeah, I've seen that too. But Avian, were you gonna say something?
I think it's like I remember reading somewhere it was 4 companies control the production and manufacturing of most things in America, or probably even the world. And
it's the world. Yeah, 4 corporations control everything.
4 corporations.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there's
probably
like 3 that have shares in all of them.
Have you
no, it's actually more than 3. Everyone only knows 3 names. There is BlackRock.
Sorry, I missed that, guys.
State Street, And there is another couple that are a little bit further down the chain, but it's not just the three, they are just the three biggest. But all of them and all of their shareholders all invest in each other's companies. So all of them invest in each other as well.
Yeah, they create a shell company into a shell to where they cycle all the money to where they don't even pay tax.
It's basically an illegal monopoly, but no one has actually come outright and said it yet.
But so, have any of you guys ever like read any of the Q drops? Like, it's really not because when I had my awakening, it was when I got sober and all this other shit that happened. But it's like to me, it was only like that God led me to certain things. Like one thing led to another, and I didn't feel like I was being so gullible, but it kind of opened my eyes to Q, whether it's real or not, or they call it a psyop or like Operation Trust or whatever else. But I didn't even know anything about the Rothschilds or Rockefellers or the bloodlines or George Soros or the media companies, and there's only like 6 of them, and like it led so much information. And people said, well, Q is like for a bunch of like retard, Q, they call them Q-tards, or like people that, and I don't understand why you would have a little niche group that was not even that many people know about it. But if you actually really read it all, if it was the bad people trying to let you know this intelligence, like why would they even give that out, all this information? Because I would have never even known more than half the things I know now had I not read those. And like they have these deltas and all these things that it's just patterns, and like you start to see it, and I'm like, so yeah, I mean, I whether it's true or not, and it's a military operation or this or succinct or time travel shit, I don't know. It's like that's why it starts diluting everything about science, magic, I don't know, portals, fucking time travel, everything, and it just kind of starts you questioning like everything about this reality in general, and it makes me think there's really no such thing as coincidences. And to me, it opened my brain in a different way, whether it's good or a bad thing or not. It opened my mind to do a lot of research, and they call the truthers now nowadays online, and everyone claims to know the truth, and that's what's. At some point, I started to question everything, because it's like now I'm so.
I think that's a bad kind of mindset to get into. It's a bit pessimistic, but real quick, if I may, Avian Buddha, could you quickly reiterate your point you made a moment ago? Because I entirely missed it, and sorry, and blessings.
You mean the point about it was like 4 corporations controlling everything? Well, DK Sparcy said it was BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, and then they like cycle in the money and have an illegal monopoly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yes, and thank you.
Like, yeah, without a doubt, that's exactly what happens. Like, is happening. See, they're trying to even do things where when some property management firm, they'll just offer them money, and it'll be a phenomenal amount of money. And they'll take over the management of all the rental properties. There was one town in America, I can't remember which town it said it was, like 23,000 people, and they invested $9 million in all the rental properties, and added another 50% on the rent for everyone, and said instead of month-to-month lease, you actually have to sign a fixed-term lease. So everyone is about to lose their home or lose another 50% of whatever their rent is. So holy shit. We're watching the destruction of Western society in real time. And there's still groups of people saying it's not happening. See, I'm not for destroying any other society, I know, You see, maybe I think we need to sort out the Khazarian mafia and shit. I think that needs to be sorted. But see, I'm not really anti any other group. It's like there's only one group that's causing shit for everyone else everywhere else. Why is it so wrong for us to actually want to keep our race and our culture going? Why are we the only race that isn't allowed to claim minority status when we're apparently like 7% of the world's population? There's more Indians, there's more blacks, there's more Africans, more Asians than white people. Yet all of them are fucking minorities and get given everything. I don't think people realize exactly what's happening half the time. We are the ones that are getting run over and railroaded and used as an excuse for what's wrong with everything, when honestly, it has been the fucking Khazarian mafia running all of these institutions the whole time because they infiltrated them. And so they pretend to be white, and then after things go bad, they're like, no, it wasn't me. It was the white man. I'm Jewish. I didn't do it. So they try and pin everything on the white man when they're pretending to be white. People really need to start waking up to what's really going on.
Well, they've been causing trouble since ancient Egypt, really, And
the Netherlands just made them a security threat. I think it was the Netherlands. Just made them a national security threat. I just found that today. I don't know if it was today or yesterday, because I'm a couple of days behind in my messages on Telegram. I got like 400 messages to check through, so it could be a couple of days ago. But Netherlands has apparently said that Israel is a national security threat.
Yeah, most definitely is. But yeah, let me play some music here and move to some actually, let me actually organize the rest of the program here. Let me actually bring back the rest of this reading here about the Kala Chakra, right, on Saturday, right, of the upcoming week, right. We'll also read Philip Collins' Faustian Face of Modern Science. We're now going to move to maybe look at the Mumford documentary, read some of Ellul, and then we'll move to some of the ideas from Samuel Butler and the mechanical creation. But first, also Shang Tzu. We're gonna do Shang Tzu on Wednesday. So if you guys want to get into some Shang Tzu, right, we'll do that on Wednesday. Then we'll bring back the Buddha stuff, as I said. The rituals of the Dalai Lama, we'll do that on Saturday. Right, and we'll also bring back the rest of this video on Saturday. There's another video with Rupert Sheldrake and some other people. We'll look at that one on Wednesday, right? So there's all these things, right? So there's a bunch of materials, right? And I'm obviously sequentially going through these materials, right? So I'm just telling you guys when I'll be covering what, right? So yeah, so next we'll look at the Mumford documentary. Thank you so much, Mr. Pye, for joining. And yeah, here's some music for you guys, right?
I'll be looking forward to that Shang Tzu on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, of course. And yeah, I'll try to expand on this Buddhism stuff too. We'll look at the Bon, maybe something about Bon tradition, right? Yeah. And I'm looking for my lighter, so excuse me for a second. So yeah, DK, now would be a great time to give another white nationalism speech or whatever.
Dude, it's not about white nationalism at all. It's about the white replacement theory that is happening in basically white nations.
Clergy, cough, cough.
If there is 68 Muslim nations, why does every Muslim refugee have to flood a Western nation? Why don't you go? Why don't you go to a Muslim country?
In the 1980s in Los Angeles, we called it white flight.
Yeah, that's because everyone was fucking off when all the immigration started flooding in.
Yeah, they started flooding the inner city with recent immigrants from
all the white
Croatia,
people fucked
Somalia.
off, and look at it, yeah, and look at California now.
Well, we all know the answer, DK. It's because you guys are being ripped from inside out, right, by the liberal establishment within your own country. You guys have a virus, right, and you're basically
Virus is called
infected.
politics in the system.
Exactly.
And the virus all stems from like the Zionist Khazarian mafia agenda. That's where it comes from. And it is about all of us eventually either being wiped out or under control of one certain group. This is exactly their plan. This is in their religion. Mind you,
let me tell you this.
Mind you, Muslim religion also says that they're supposed to kill or tax anyone who won't convert to Islam. Yeah, see, I'm not stupid.
That's false.
I'm talking. Yeah, no, not shitting.
Yeah, that's totally false.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. That's Sharia law, bro.
No, that's not Sharia law. They incorporated the people who they conquered into their already existing system. They did that to the Hindus. They did that to the Christians. They did that to so many different people, right? So you're false.
Right,
Okay.
and from the Chinese perspective, I wouldn't see that playing out at all, where there's just millions
Yeah,
and
you
millions
gotta
of Muslims
look at
here.
all of history, right?
Hey,
So
sorry, my bad. It's the extremist end of any religion.
right,
Okay?
including
let me rephrase it better.
including the religion of science. I mean,
Hell yeah, these guys are crazy.
what religion is running any Muslim country? Muslim countries are not run by religion.
Let me tell you this, DK Spiracy. If I could travel back through time to any time, I would travel to the time of Cyrus, Kurosh, and I would, get rid of them. You know what I mean? That was the biggest.
You've actually mentioned that before and said, if you could, like that. You actually said that was the only thing you regret about your people is that they didn't eradicate the Jews when they had the chance. I believe you've said that before.
No, he was referring to a historical situation with King Cyrus.
Yeah, I know he was, but that's what he said. He said that's the one thing he regrets about his people is that they didn't actually do it, and Cyrus is like a traitor, and he basically
Cyrus
led to the destruction of the world as we currently know it.
Yeah, he was referring to a specific historical period for the reference frame of the audience.
I don't know. I hate to say it, but I think ancient Persia or Iran was kind of like America, the first golem. I hate to say it, unfortunately. Yeah, it was multicultural, and they were constantly fighting with Greece, in the Achaemenid period. And then you had the Sassanids. They were hyper religious and very oppressive, the Sassanids. The Zoroastrians weren't all peaceful, loving people. They had apostasy laws. They had similar things to Demitude, you know what I mean? They actually did kill a lot of Buddhists, the Sassanids, you know what I mean? So anyway, yeah, that's what I mean. But yeah.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes here. Thanks for and I'm gonna have to track down by looking at the previous episode what part of the Mumford documentary we're actually on. So hang with me for a little while and we'll figure that out together. Thank you.
Niveau gris, niveau speed. Always trying to advance to the present tense through elements confused in formats, moved by improvement on design with flawless engineering that was tested by time's suns. Birth of the whimsical, mystical by motives alone. Desire to move forth north, locomotive zone. Souls cryptic and capsized, stranded by economics and floating point equations combined with lo-fi sonics. The mass market appeal lost momentum at first step, cause our birthmarks resembled a threat to the jet set. The middle class dominating, plus suppression of known facts with illuminatus references to throw us all off track. We're so fucking lost that we don't know where to start again. Oblivion is bliss, so we pretend, we pretend. The soul versus the body, love versus the soul, body versus body, promise and control. Soul versus the body, love versus the soul, body versus body, promise and control. I mean, really, who the fuck wants to wear this mask and gun and blow the face off the first guy who tries to run? The means is the art, that's the quote for the Millennium 2002 full presentations to exemplify. We master words to intensify the message, like presage, manipulation for those too weak-minded to contemplate, undermining sexuality to creatively masturbate. You see, I cut out the process that you all go and hold true, and leave an open window for the strangers to look through. So take a good look with your memory photogenic, and I'll change the furniture, then call on the paramedics. Cause when we encounter each other and our auras collide, someone will retaliate and collapse into twisted pride. The soul versus the body, mind versus the soul, body versus body, promise and control. Soul versus the truth, mind versus the soul, body versus body, promise and control. My ego is tainted by a foreign path to motivation. Our creation motivates us out of our situations. Our situations be the way to our heart's contentment, but contentment is comfort, and comfort leads to resentment. Resentment eats away at the luscious exterior, and the interior then follows because the body is superior. Superiority leads to the forming of the complex, and complexity adds confusion and sways truth from context. Out of context leads to the forming of blurred vision, creating disillusion and the forming of superstition. Superstition enhances and justifies false thought, deteriorating all of the lessons that history has taught, and erasing our history is the first step to detriment, and detriment is death in a form that's heaven sent. Soul versus the body, mind versus the soul, body versus body, promise and control. Soul versus the truth, mind versus the soul, body versus body, promise and control.
Give me a second, folks.
Also, I want to say something is related to like the techno-liberalism. Like it creates this, like a lot of popular media now, like they show villages and like RPGs where there's like it's racially heterogeneous, which doesn't make sense. There's no such thing as a village that's small in a rural area that's like so racially diverse. You know what I mean? That doesn't exist. Yeah, I see in like that one ugly game, Baldur's Gate 3. The village is like full of like so many different races. Like it doesn't make sense. Like if you have a village, it's eventually it's going to become homogenous. You see what I'm saying? But in that process, you're going to lose the distinctiveness of the different people. If there's so many different people, you're going to lose that distinctiveness over time.
Well,
I mean, it's
if
obvious.
you have a small village, don't you have a limited amount of space? Therefore, why would you let lots of other people move into your village? So they get to stay in hotels or whatever, and they get to visit. But if there's no houses for them, and no jobs for them,
Right. Well, then they create ghettos and
Lot
projects
go
that
there.
breed crime.
But that's when so that's the only reason security is necessary for these outsiders who go to any other village. See, I sort of agree with who was it that was saying that the other day? Damn it. I'm sure it was on here, TML. Who was it that was going on about like the village that he wanted to, or the community that he wanted to start, but he hadn't thought through things properly?
I think you're talking about Pinoid, right?
Might have been. Yeah. It was like he had a good idea, but he just hasn't. It's like it's a superficial good idea. He hasn't thought through the actual things
Right.
that you'd need to be able to create a whole sustainable community.
Right.
That was the only thing that I had an argument with him about. I think the idea is awesome, but you need to actually fine tune that shit. Because his idea was, as I say, it was just like so superficial and just like, this is what I want it to be. It's like, yeah, but you've got no idea how to get there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's check out some of this documentary. I think there's like 14 minutes in here that are
What are
left
we
here.
watching? Sorry, man.
This is Mumford on the City. So it's pretty old, but yeah, we'll see if there's anything in here to work with.
No. Can you like? Because I missed it. I missed it earlier. I turned up after. I haven't seen any of this documentary yet. So explain it for like the people watching on my channel. There's another 12 people watching on D Live.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, Mumford, he wrote a book called Techniques of Man, right? And in the 1930s, he thought of a lot of those ideas that Ellul is talking about, right? So he's talking about the concept of biotechne and how man combined, right? First with techniques that were solely on the basis of man's cultural aspect, right? So he's talking about how these cultural techniques, basically comprised way more energy, right? They catalyzed way more energy than man's reliance on nature, right? So he talked about how these cultural forms were basically amalgamated by this.
Is that like a form of synergy where 1 + 1 does actually equal 3 type thing?
No, it's like this basic idea that man first had a natural form of organization and started out in small communities, right? And then
I'm meaning the word
so he would
is like the output exceeds the input. So
yeah,
when
exactly.
everyone works together, it's like the output is greater
Yeah.
than the input.
Yeah, he was sort of a innovator in thinking about cultural anthropology and about the situation between technology, cities, and human organization, and all that type of stuff. So we've been looking at a lot of Mumford's thoughts, and of course, Mumford wrote like 30 years before, Ellul wrote the Technological Society. So. Obviously, the most notable work is Techniques of Man. So you guys can look at that yourselves, or look at our previous presentations where we basically quoted lots of ideas from Mumford. Right.
Let me post your YouTube channel on my D Live. I did earlier, but it's off screen.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's still on screen. No, it's still on screen. People
Yeah, thank you, DK. But yeah, one of the main quotes we always say is this quote by Mumford. Man is the symbol making animal. All right. So that's a huge, one of the starting points for our ideas or explanations. But yeah. So let's watch some of this documentary and see if Mumford comes out with anything interesting. I believe there is like a section or two where he actually talks here. And I think there's others commentary by the filmmaker. But yeah, let's see what happens. And then we'll read Ellul.
There still may be the minor joys, the little adventures, and the hesitant but spontaneous meetings.
All she wants is go.
Even in the shadows of the skyscrapers may be found the whole range of small and personal encounters, the things that need no crowd of spectators, and those that want none. Old men may still have a place in the sun, and the streets of the city may be taken over for the fierce strivings of youth.
Number 5. Fool me? Yes, you couldn't be. Then who? Number 2. Fool me? Yes, you not me. Then who? Jacqueline. Fool me? Yes, you couldn't be. Then who? Number 1. Fool me? Yes, you not me. Then who? Jacqueline. Fool me? Yes, you couldn't be. Then who? Number 1. Fool me? Yes, you not me. Then who? Jacqueline.
The heart of the city should gather together and concentrate all of man's activities, so that the separate patterns of life are shaped into a more meaningful and harmonious whole. But the lively heart of the city is threatened everywhere with empty dullness as we obliterate the old in the name of progress. Even the ostensible controllers of the city may be made homeless by the forces of expansion. The St. James's Club, for more than a century a symbol of financial power and influence in Montreal, was forced to give up its comfortable old quarters. What replaced the St. James's Club? Symbol of financial power? Why, the skyscrapers of finance. So long as land is regarded only as a commodity, to be bought or sold like any other commodity, the only measure of land value will be the amount of profitable space that can be heaped upon it. We are transforming our cities into barren precincts for commerce and finance with inexorable and appalling speed.
Yeah, and he said 2 inventions, the automobile and the elevator, cause human beings to be compacted into this minute bit of space, right? And so without that, the countryside, right, was more incorporated into the city life.
Well, isn't that about just trying to jam everyone into the 15-minute cities that are part of Agenda 2030 in the first place?
Right. Yeah, it's probably linked to that whole project. Yeah.
I mean, I think I said that I'm pretty sure I said this. I think it was on your show. But I think I've said the 4 possible options, and the best case scenario is that it's AI, and they're trying to make us think the outside world is bad, so everyone moves to cities, and then the way for AI, if their prime directive is to keep humans safe, the easiest way to keep all of us safe is to keep you in a cage.
Yeah, they might do like some type of experiment where they put like some type of virtual dome on a city, and then they start manipulating shit within the city where people start seeing shit happening where it's not really happening. I mean, so yeah, virtual dome or like, you know, cybertronic warfare. I don't know. Could be unleashed on the populace. I mean, they already have holograms and shit, right? So they could possibly weaponize holograms.
Oh,
right?
that's Project Bluebeam.
It's funny. I typed that exactly as you said it, TML.
But, Project Bluebeam. See, do you want like a wee outlier of what I don't know how much this will get you in trouble for, because no one else has said this shit yet. Okay, so this is going to be some new shit. I've said it on 1 or 2 other people's shows, but this is going to be some crazy shit. Okay. Shit. All right. So the WEF is apparently shifting its focus from climate change to the water. This coincides with radioactive shrimp being removed from Walmart stores in America. What they failed to tell you is the why, although they have started releasing bits and pieces, but not as much as most people realize. So this all stems from the earthquake and tsunami that happened near Japan in 2011. The one that destroyed the Fukushima nuclear power plant. So everyone thinks it was only, I think everyone got told there was only 2 reactors or something. No, there was 4. There was 4 reactors, but they stored the depleted uranium at the top of the buildings above the nuclear reactors instead of disposing of it properly. I'm not kidding you. And one of the nuclear reactors, and this is like a witness testimony thing, one of the nuclear reactors apparently just imploded, disappeared, and took most of the building with it. 2 of them had normal nuclear meltdowns sort of thing and ended up getting contained. The last one, however, burnt downwards. They built this nuclear reactor above an underwater river. In case of nuclear failure, this underwater river was supposed to cool down the nuclear power plant, or the nuclear reactor, if any ended up there. Yeah, it hasn't cooled it down. This nuclear reactor has been spewing radiation from Fukushima in Japan since 2011. At least half the northern half of the Pacific Ocean is actually radioactive, and no one should be eating any food from there. The thing is, this has been going on for 14 years. This isn't new. In fact, the guy I learned it from had been talking about it since just after it happened. I only found out about it like 3-4 years ago, and I've been trying to say it since then. Now, this is one of the only two things that I predicted was going to happen and be worse.
Yeah, that's definitely some spooky Saturday.
Oh yeah.
No, this is 100%. No, this is 100% real.
Yeah.
There's actually photos you can go and look up from NOEAA. Is that the right one? Northern Oceanic, whatever it is. Yeah, they've actually got photos of how much the radiation had spread after, I think it was 6 weeks, a year, and 4 or 5 years. I think it's 4. But yeah, they've got photos of the radiation spreading across the Atlantic. And this is from March 2011. So they've been hiding all of this from everyone for 14 years. And now the fact that everyone can debunk climate change, now they're going to bring out something that's actually real.
Yeah, but hold on. Let Avian know.
This one can't be debunked, but they've had 14 years to fix it and didn't.
Yeah, but let Avian come in here.
Yeah, the oceans are in a complete mess. So much stuff. This doesn't surprise me that the nuclear radiation has been leaking into the ocean for so long. And I don't know, I actually played this video game recently, and I can show you some pictures I took. I wanted to share. It's kind of like Deus Ex. Something about it feels fishy to me, like predictive programming. And it also deals with that kind of stuff that DK Sparcy was talking about. If you want, I can share it quickly. Some images I took from it. It's from the download content. Can I share it quickly?
Yeah.
Share. Okay, share screen.
All I can say is go look up for yourself. Like, as I said, NOEAA. I'm pretty sure that's North Oceanic something or whatever. Like, whatever the letters are, the North Oceanic agency that monitors everything. They actually have photos, and it's recent. They've recently published this. Like, this isn't from years ago. They've recently published it, going, yeah, this is how much it spread way back then. It's like, well, if you had the photos from way back then, why didn't you tell anyone way back then?
Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to show this because it actually does touch, and later on it touches on what DK Sparcy is talking about. But I have this theory that a lot of popular media show like stuff like this kind of stuff as predictive programming. So here's something here, about Plum Island. You see, Plum Island is an island that you can look it up. Plum Island, even on YouTube, they do animal human hybrid experiments and other stuff on Plum Island. And this
there's been a few places that's happened.
Yeah, and this game has Plover Island. You see PL, it starts with that. And it has HARP here. You know about weather modification technologies?
That's all right. Hey, the guy that I'm talking about and everything I'm talking about, he's actually now facing legal trouble because Japanese scientists said, no, there's no health issue, there's no problem. And he stupidly said that they should die or he wanted to kill them or something. So he's facing, facing stupid charges like this. His whole channel is gone.
During all of that, there was a Japanese doctor that came forward and said not to worry, that if you just watched, if you drank more beer and watched more adult video, that you would be okay.
Yeah, let me continue. Because this, I will talk about this
serious. I need to watch more adult video then. I drink enough beer. So it's just the adult video thing I've got to increase. Okay.
Yeah, his central premise was that it relaxes the nervous system enough that you won't be affected by the radiation.
No, what it actually does is fucks with your dopamine. It's like if you're looking at shit like that all the time, then in real life, it's not enough because you've been watching shit that isn't going to happen in real life.
Well,
And
anyway,
that's actually what the problem is. That's why you shouldn't be watching porn.
anyway, let me continue about this. It will go into, you see, this game, you play as a shark. This is a man-eater. It's affected by nuclear radiation in the ocean. You see, I mean, I think it's predictive programming, and I'm going to show you some areas where you see nuclear radiation. And I think it's predictive programming. This is the download content. It's called Truth Quest for Man-eater. So you can see Plover Island. It kind of is close to Plum Island. Then you see if there's no such thing as targeted weather warfare, then why am I occasionally inconvenienced by rain, snow, and excessive cold or heat? So I have this theory that they tend to tell you the truth through humor and other stuff. There's a lot more. Every year we're sprayed with billions of pounds of toxic aerosols. That's why you've got to protect your cellular matrix with sulfur shield organic sulfur crystals. Only from survival life. That's another one. See, here you go. I'm going to show you there's actual part with nuclear radiation too. Well, intellectually, I understand that adrenochrome is a byproduct of synthetic epinephrine with no practical applications. Emotionally, I understand that it's siphoned directly from children's pineal glands as the immortality of the
Is
Luciferian.
actually in a video game?
Yes, it's from a video game. Let me continue. You can talk after I'm done.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
telling you.
that one statement right there. If people don't understand that, holy crap.
There's way more. There's way more than this. I'm telling you. Just let me get to it. Let me get to it. Yeah. Did you see that? An embedded chip. The insectoids are using a brain-to-brain interface to wirelessly operate these sharks. Yeah. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hubbard. You see, Hubbard owns 50 shares in Shambhala, who's owned by Exoco, that's like XCon, basically, who are partners with the Saxwell Gold and Varcon, the manufacturers of oil dispersant, emulsifiers. Therefore, Hubbard made money on the cleanup. You know, that's actually true, I think. You can watch Jesse Ventura talk about that. Jesse Ventura talks about that in his TV series. I highly recommend
Honestly,
Jesse
this
Ventura.
is everything I've talked about over the years that I've been
Yes.
streaming.
And it's in a video
Everything
game.
in this is shit that I've talked about. This is incredible.
Yeah.
It's all one video game.
Yeah, I know. More of these machines dispersing mental poison from hell, creating a lumpen mass of propaganda drugged Americans who'd rather watch Aubrey Dominique take the Coco Bob challenge than read the Constitution. You see here. The NWO death squads have made clear their intention to overthrow private property. Extrajudicial killings of all owners of homes with a second bathroom are right around the corner. Mark my words. Here. You could chalk up 23 oil spills in the last 5 years to incompetence, sure, but I think you should open your minds to the idea that these were planned events. Okay, and this is the nuclear radiation. You see, the shark is created from the nuclear radiation. He becomes a man-eating shark from nuclear radiation. All these recent oil spills are merely contrived events designed to cripple the Gulf fishing industry. That's another one. Then Big Pharma will reveal that they've developed a vaccine. See, right? That's another one. The devious aquatic bioweapon is designed to disperse a mist of viral particulate, a potent combination of Ebola, anthrax, and Lassa fever. You see that clearly. Yeah, this is you see there's a lot of spots in the ocean in the game with nuclear radiation like this. You see it a lot. You see a lot of this. And that's, you see clearly the NWO sunk this ship to trying to deliver food, water, and medicine to imperiled patriots. Okay, Dead Horse Lake is part of a large open field experiment, a dumping ground for estrogen mimickers to feminize the populace into watching Aubrey Dominique's makeup tutorials rather than Truth Quest. Let me see here. Okay, like heroic Neo, the shark has freed us from the matrix. Now we can unplug from the metal coils that once enslaved us, leave our mechanical caves, and greet this new dawn of truth. You see, I suppose there's a lesson to be gleaned here, something about how the increasing commodification of the natural world has placed humans on a collision course with an environmental apocalypse. But this is a basic cable television show where people tune in to watch sharks kill people and people kill sharks. So until next fishing season, this is Maneater. Okay, now we see what the NWO has been hiding. Inside sources have ascertained its name, Moloch. You see that, Moloch. Yeah, I think that's it. And see, I took a lot of screenshots. Yeah, see, that's the island. That's like Plum Island. Yeah, I highly recommend, I repeat, I recommend Jesse Ventura's TV series. He touches on a lot of stuff. Like he touches on how in Blue Gold, how they're actually drilling fresh water to sell to other countries. And by drilling fresh water in America, that means less Americans get fresh water. I mean, that's not good for our environment. And see, this is the oil. I mean, this is the nuclear radiation. You see tons of these areas in the game. Full radiation pattern. Investigate. See what I mean? Radiation pattern. So quarters. We know that reality is just a mirage. Somewhere through the crack between time and space, great cosmic truths remain, still awaiting discovery. These are the obscure and unmarked points along the road of our truth quest. That's the download content we're gonna say. And I think I show everything. Yeah, that's all the relevant stuff. I think so. Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, that's all I want to show you. Wait. There's a lot to take in, right? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
that's a lot there. Yeah.
yeah. I do have that theory, though. I truly believe it, that they use predictive programming in popular media to make people. I think the elites do believe in something like karma, because they think that if they tell us the truth with humor, they can lessen the burden of their karma. You see what I mean? I do believe karma exists.
That's what they call cosmic karma.
Yes.
If they
yeah.
let you know, this is what I've heard anyway. Say if you've heard anything different. But what I've heard is they have to let you know, and then if no one stops them, that is considered consent, and their karma is clean.
Yeah, that's what I believe too. Yeah, I definitely think they believe something like that. When I play games like Deus Ex and Man Eater, the download content, I'm like, there's no way in hell this is a mere coincidence. You know what I mean? Like,
No. This is like hundreds of year old plan. You can find books written 150 years ago that say this is what they're going to do. The only thing that changed is the technology, so that now they're able to.
I'll give you the screenshots over to Discord if because it might interest you. I'll give the screenshots too.
All right, give me a sec. I just need to go grab another beer because I'm obviously not drunk enough yet. Obviously. You were supposed to laugh.
The deterioration of our cities is not only a physical thing, and it is not new. The final disintegration of imperial Rome was a result of heedless expansion, of concentration on showy technical achievements, of a disregard for meaningful human values. Rome built her empire on savage suppression and exploitation, and her greed, in the end, defeated her. Rome's culture became that of the largely mindless body, servile to its own sensations. For rich and poor alike, it was a parasitical existence, an empty and dependent life filled with second-hand emotions, with unappeased appetites, and with mounting anxieties. Rome was not conquered. The barbarian captured the city from within. A Roman himself described this city where all was for sale or show. A man who loves power and wealth and pleasure should live in Rome, for every street is full of the things he values most.
ancient Rome presents a series of classic danger signals to warn when urban life is moving in the wrong direction. But the Roman path of domination and exploitation, with its violence, its emptiness, and its anxieties, which turn the city into an instrument of self-destruction, is not inevitable. We have a choice for the hearts of our cities. There's also the path of cooperation, of wider communication and understanding, of respect for intimate, personal, human values. Though civilization after civilization has followed the Roman path into oblivion, there have been certain cities in certain ages that, at least for a period of their lives, took the creative path and realized some of men's highest hopes. We have spoken of Athens, Pompeii, Venice, Florence, Lubeck, Edinburgh, Paris. There is also the exemplary and living contrast of Amsterdam.
When the dynamic flood of capitalism surged through Europe, no city rode it more successfully than Amsterdam. The wealth of new continents packed its warehouses and quadrupled its population in less than 60 years. Yet Amsterdam alone, of all the great 17th century commercial cities, grew in harmony and order. This was the golden age for Dutch scientists, philosophers, writers, poets, geographers, explorers, and above all, painters. It was the age of Rembrandt. Even for the average citizen, it was, if not a golden age, at least better than in other cities. The medieval traditions of community responsibility for the aged, the sick, the poor were retained far longer in Amsterdam than in any other city of the time. As with the cities of Mesopotamia, Amsterdam's survival depended on the control of water. The water that brought mercantile wealth to Amsterdam brought also a more precious and enduring wealth, the preservation of the character of the city itself. To control the water, Amsterdammers had also to control the development and use of all land, public and private. This control tempered the commercial greed that destroyed the fabric of other cities and shaped capitalism's one enduring urban achievement. After more than 3 centuries, the heart of Amsterdam still is a miracle of beauty and utility, of variety and order, of compactness and spaciousness. A happy combination of public vigilance and individual enterprise. Amsterdam preserved its balance as it grew, and in achieving balance, It fostered a richer mode of growth. The cities that most fully realized their creative potentials, as did Athens and Amsterdam, were cities that preserved in their physical forms and their ways of life a close association with the countryside and with the people from it. Landscape and city proclaimed the unity of nature and man, and the city itself reflected human purposes in meaningful and beautiful forms. The culture of cities is in no small part the culture of man.
I had like a 24-hour playlist on BitChute that got deleted when they updated Lost History and things. Like Lost History Flat Earth. It's like my favorite off now things topic. I had heaps of stuff about this. I deleted my whole playlist.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah,
By
but
the way, I want to say something quickly.
You do know that every World's Fair, they said they just created this within a year or two. And it takes more than a year to create some crappy building right now, let alone the things that they said they created in a year or two. And then after the World's Fairs, they had to destroy it all. Everything was fake. Everything was bullshit. Everything was fake. There was no video of anything being built.
I'm a bit of an outlier on this one. I'll tell you why. Because I've been in China here for a long time, like 25 years now, and I've watched these guys with just like bicycles, like flatbed bicycles, carry around bricks and build things in such rapid speed, like that red brick construction, really, really grandiose stuff, so fast, like within months, that I absolutely think that a lot of that was possible back then, because it is now. And they don't even use, when I first got over here, they weren't even using tech really. They're just using manpower and like flatbed bicycles to move the brick loads around and stuff. I'm just saying.
Not with all the fluted everything that is identical everywhere on these buildings that are supposed to be 400 or 500 years old. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got a little bit of show left here. We got a reading, some music, and another reading, but I want Avian to come in. And then yeah, Avian, did you have something to say? I think you said you wanted to come.
That game I showed you was developed in Georgia, USA, which is known to be headquarters of Freemasonry. There's a lot of Freemasons.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Freemasons, you know, like I live by a street called New Zion. Believe it or
Right.
not.
Yeah, you told me about that. It's interesting. But yeah, these 5 or so pages are extremely interesting in ellul. And then I'm gonna play a little song here, and then we'll move on to some other stuff. The intrusion. This is the conflict between politicians and technicians. The intrusion of techniques into the machinery of the state involves the conflict of politicians and technicians. Quote unquote, let the technicians speak is a leitmotiv. I don't know what that means, right? DK, can you mute up for a second? You got a little supplement around there.
Yeah, I just realized, I was just rolling a cigarette. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just realized
no
it was
worries.
louder than it should have been.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, blessings. I appreciate you. Yeah, leitmotiv. Don't know what that is. Of all journals of the opposition, Dardenne, Dardenne, in his Trois Mois Chez
Les Paysans Noirs concludes his African inquiry by noting the necessity of allowing the, quote, era of technicians to succeed the era of authoritarian administrators, unquote. He sees in this the solution of all human problems of the Negro peasantry. For example, he contrasts the political decisions of administrators to build barracks and strategic military roads with the technical decisions of agronomists and economists. The economy to develop the African cotton industry and to furnish cheap cotton goods to the natives. But Dardenne, D-A-R-D-E-N-N-E, overlooks the fact that the first decision was not made by politicians but by technicians. The military, right? He's regarding the military as technicians, right? And obviously the protrusion of military into political affairs is a protrusion of technique into politics, right? So he says he holds too firmly to the idea that technician means engineer. He neglects the technical character of both the Army and the Air Force, and sometimes even the administration. This oversight, which is widespread, often leads to a misinterpretation of certain well-known conflicts of interest. In 1938, many people insisted that there was hostility between the Nazi Party and the technicians, and even the Army. But this conflict, quote unquote, came to nothing unless it was an attempt on Hitler, which was made in the 1944 after his power had been effectively broken, right? So he said there's indeed a huge conflict, right, between the political strategists and the technicians, right, the military, right, because they said, well, we can more efficiently carry out our purpose if we just eliminate Hitler, right? So he's saying it's obvious, right, that this conflict was brought to fruition, right? But he sort of elaborates on this sort of conflict between private decision making, right, and the prerogatives of the techniques themselves, right? So he says, a Caliga and Caliga, C-I-L-I-G-A, and Stolypine, S-T-O-L-Y-P-I-N-E report. We're reading on Jacques Ellul's Technological Society, page 255. Right, we've explained a lot of this book and its material, right? Okay, we're working our way through the entire text here. Right, so he says that a similar situation exists in the Soviet Union. According to Caliga, alongside the communist bureaucracy, which holds the political power through its mass organization and labor unions, there is a technical intelligentsia, the ITR, which is strongly organized and nonpartisan, in which he created, has created, its own corporative organization. All technicians belong to the ITR, and its role has become more important. Right, kind of sounds like the MIT, right? In the proportion as the economic structure is increasingly based on the activities of the technicians. The 5-year plan implies a technical framework without parallel. An alleged conflict exists between the Communist Party and the ITR. The ITR seeks to turn out the party on the grounds that the party, A, hampers technical development, B, provokes discontent among the workers, C, intrudes into decisions. And motives which the technicians cannot accept. It is possible that such a conflict exists. Certain signs suggested the Communist Party's fear of the saboteur is doubtless just propaganda, but there are not enough signs to enable us to form a judgment.
Moltkanowski, Moltchanowski, presents another aspect of this alleged conflict. He writes of a class of very bureaucratic and backward technicians incapable of modifying their methods to adapt them to technical methods. Preoccupied with realizations of the plan, they ignorantly increase the number of workers or hours of work instead of increasing efficiency. The insistence on old methods of work paralyzes the new mechanical means and diminishes yield, even further in view of the magnitude of the labor force employed in the upkeep of the equipments. The problem then becomes who ought to take responsibility for adapting the workers to the machine? Who is to educate the worker? The answer is the local branches of the Communist Party. The complexity of the elements of this conflict is evident, and it is difficult to accept without reservation. The image of the technician archangel sallying forth to do battle with the megalomaniac and rotten politician. Okay, so this is a sort of picture he's painting, right? And the way he paints it is by looking at the difference between communism and fascism, right? Which fascism still requires decisions from the dictator, right? And the communists try to minimize this as much as possible, right, by reducing the communism to a technical procedure, right, in which they can guarantee their aims, right? So he says here, the complexity of the elements of this conflict is evident. Right, and it is difficult to accept without reservation the image of the technician. Oh, wait, I already read this. Oh, yeah, here I am. Nevertheless, it is probable that the Soviet Union, as in Nazi Germany, right, there's a conflict between the two classes, but this conflict cannot be counted on to bring about a change in the regime. As A.C. Wright Mills has shown, the managers under any regime whatsoever are never anything but executive agents. They are never in a position, publicly or institutionally, to become totally powerless without the complex. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, I just skipped a line. Yeah, let me read this entire thing again. It says, the managers under any regime whatsoever are never anything but executive agents. They're never in a position, publicly or institutionally, to assert themselves against their masters. Conversely, the masters become totally powerless without the complex. And secretly all-powerful managerial cadre. In democratic regimes, there is indeed a conflict between politicians and technicians, but it is apparently much less acute. Two questions arise. First, how does it come about that the conflict is greater in the dictatorships? Second, how does it come about that the technicians do not take the upper hand in democracy and overwhelm the politicians who possess no serious means of resistance? The answer to the second question enables us to dispose once and for all of the idea that there is a natural and inevitable hostility between politicians and technicians. As for the first question, there is easy reply. In a dictatorship, the politician is more demanding and makes his weight felt more heavily, so that the technicians find his decisions rather difficult to tolerate. But then how to explain the fact that dictatorships make the most of the technicians, submitting everything to his judgment and integrating everything into the technical system? How to explain the fact that the ITR takes its meaning from the 5-year plan, the plan itself being a product of politicians? How to explain the prodigious technical rise of the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany under the sway of the politicians? The orientation of both of these regimes was technical,
Why do the technicians complain? Blessings to whoever left the panel there. Oh yeah, Frank, blessings. Thank you for being here. So yeah, the answer is the conflict is not between politicians and technicians, but among technicians of different categories. In the dictatorship, the politicians aims, successfully or unsuccessfully, to comply with the demands of a political technique. In democratic systems, a politician complies only with the requirements of a technique for getting himself elected. He has an altogether inadequate grasp of various technical services. He has no direct relation to any of innumerable technical activities. The politician in a dictatorial system, on the other hand, tends to become a technician and ipso facto collides with other techniques. The new political technique claims to be concerned with all techniques. Indeed, to effect a synthesis among them. Synthesis is very likely its real function. Right. And as he says earlier in the book, technique's whole plan is to assimilate. But synthesis cannot be achieved at the first attempt. The claim is not easily accepted by other technicians. We are witnessing a crisis of adaptation. Political technique is far from realization. It's far from realization. It is only in the first stammering stages, yet it claims to be a science of synthesis, as did theology in the Middle Ages. Yeah, that's exactly what we said in the beginning of the show, right? We've moved from religion to politics. And politics seeks to synthesize as much as theology did. And of course, this was because the state and the church were inextricably linked in the beginning stages, right? So he says, the Middle Ages or philosophy in the he said, yet in the claims, excuse me, let me read this again. Yet it claims to be the science of synthesis. He's talking about politics, as did theology in the Middle Ages or philosophy in the 18th century. When the engineer protests against a politician's decisions, he may be justified on the grounds that the politician is deceiving himself and in reality is quite ignorant. But the engineer may also be ignorant of the technical motives behind the politician's decisions. The engineer has no conception of the elements necessary to judge political technique on the plane of synthesis. This is indeed the crisis of adaptation, but precisely because adaptation is involved, the conflict does not lead to the overthrow of the regime. A similar crisis, practically speaking, does not exist in democratic systems, where the attempt to form a political technique has just begun. The English, however, have wanted for a long time to introduce technique into governmental operations, and thus to resolve conflicts between politicians and technicians. Right. You could look at Bacon, right? And his whole recommendation that philosophers, scientists should take over the government, or they should just implement a sort of technocratic means of government. Right. Well, people from Bacon to Bentham have basically alluded to such projects, right, within jolly old England, right? But he says before they he says that oh, excuse me, I'm actually reading the wrong part. Okay, he says here, since the 18th century, the English have been preoccupied with the technique of lawmaking, right? Positive law, right? In the 19th century, with Arthur Simons and Blandin Ken, their express goals was the rationalization and systematization of legislative operations. Their motto was codification, consolidation, purification. Their technical reforms resulted in the creation of offices for the technical editing of legal projects.
Can I jump in right there?
Yeah, sure.
Because it kind of sounds like everything they're suggesting goes against everything that already existed, and now they're trying to just do more and more to control people, as they currently are now. But it sounds like that's exactly what they were trying to do at that period of time. Make laws to control people.
Yeah. But this is actually a little bit deeper. What he's saying is that the law, right, still needs decisions carrying out. When they make technical procedures to take charge of the laws, right, then even the politicians become responsible to the process, to the technical procedure, right? So he's saying, like, they're held in check by something, that the law itself is held in check by greater force, right, than the executives themselves. Now, he's going to explain this in a very, very deep way here, and actually it's going to be, about like AI running the government pretty much. So he says their technical reforms, and this is in 1964 he's writing this, so this is crazy, right? So he says their technical reforms resulted in the creation of offices for technical editing of legal projects and uniformity of method in the use of marginal notes and in editing of resumes and tables. This effort has been resumed in the last few years in Great Britain on the ministerial level. To be able to compete with the technicians, the politicians have undertaken governmental reorganization on the cabinet level with a view to greater efficiency. They have divided up their work systematically by developing numerous so-called standing committees, quote unquote, each of which has its rigorously defined specialty. The coordination of these committees is assured by the Cabinet Office. As organ of great originality, the Cabinet Office consists of a small group of highly trained civil servants under the direction of a permanent secretary. Its function is to prepare the agenda of the Cabinet and its committees to take minutes of the meetings. It is interesting to note that the importance of this office is growing. The technical function which it assumes gives it a kind of supremacy over the whole political complex. Similarly, the United States has shown a desire to establish a truly independent corps of political technicians, as opposed to politicians, to separate completely the political organs of decision from the technical organ of preparation. The task of the expert is to furnish the politician with information and estimates on which he can base a decision. A clearly defined division of responsibility corresponds to this functional division. That is, the expert has no responsibility. The problem is, above all else, to maintain the independence of the technician. He must avoid pressures, involvement in contests of influence, and the personal quarrels of the members of the administration. When the technician has completed his task, he indicates to the politician the possible solution and the probable consequences and retires. Unfortunately, the Americans do not consider the inverse problem, which is, objectively speaking, become more important. When the expert has effectively performed the task of pointing out the necessary ways and means, there's generally only one logical and admissible solution. The politician will then find himself obliged to choose between the technician's solution, which is the only reasonable one, and other solutions, which he can indeed try out at his own peril, but which are not reasonable. At such a moment, the politician is gambling
with his responsibility. Since there are such great chances of miscarriages, he adopts technically deviant solutions. In fact, the politician no longer has any real choice. Decision follows automatically from the preparatory technical labors. Junk, JUNGK, even claims that in the United States, on a very advanced technical levels, unchallengeable decisions have already been made by quote unquote electronic brains in the service of the National Bureau of Standards, for example, by EAC, surnamed the quote unquote Washington Oracle. The EAC is said to have been the machine which made the decision to recall General MacArthur. Okay, excuse me. After it had solved the equation containing all the strategic and economic variables of his plan. This example, which must be given with all possible reservations, is confirmed by the fact that American government has submitted to such computing devices a large number of economic problems that border on the political. Even admitting that we are not yet at this stage, we must recognize that every advance made in technique of inquiry, administration, and organization in itself reduces the power and role of politics.
Yeah, that last sentence you just read, I think pretty much summarized the main gist. As technique grows, it disempowers the decision making in many ways. I think so.
It comes down to who controls the things that are used to control everything. See, if everything's going to move into a technocratic system, it doesn't necessarily mean that AI is controlling everyone straight away. But it means that whoever's controlling AI is controlling everything straight away. AI may eventually overrun them as well, which they don't realize. Maybe they do, I'm not sure. But relying too much on technology is what will lead to downfall. Because the less you use your own intellect and rely on something else to think for you, right, the less your brain is being utilized, the less that you're actually thinking for yourself, the less you're putting time into looking up things. So I'll just type this in and it'll find everything for me. Instead of back in the day, we actually had to go to a library or whatever and go and try and look things up. Now I'll just push in.
Hold on, DK. Hold on, DK. Let Avian come in here.
Yeah, well, I mentioned him before, but Vilna Goan, he was probably one of the first transhumanists. He was a Kabbalist, and he argued that the best thing the Jews or the Kabbalists can do is to unite the higher wisdom of God with the lower wisdom of the science and technology and materialism. So a lot of Jews or a lot of Messianic people already are starting to see AI as the vessel for God to come down to, which is very profane. What I mean? that's so they are kind of prepared for that possibility too. That's probably why you see a bunch of black goo and a bunch of transhumanist imagery mixed with Kabbalahism in a lot of popular media. I mean, you see it a lot. Even popular music, you see a bunch of that transhumanist imagery and Kabbalah.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, Vilna Goan. It's a very interesting figure.
And the book I'm thinking about, I can mention it somewhere, but yeah, it's I forgot the name of that book. He basically talked about that stuff. It's like the secret.
Yeah, it's
doctrine.
like the one with the rainbow on it or whatever, like the prism and the rainbow.
Yeah, but it's called the secret doctrine of Goan of Vilna. Yeah, that's what it's called. That's probably
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, fascinating. Okay, well, I'm gonna play a little bit of music. We're going a little bit over time here. Supposed to be playing some replays.
and ending the show, but maybe not. You know, so yeah, we'll figure out what we're doing. But yeah. Okay, yeah, so I'll play a song here and then yeah, we'll continue. Blessings. But yeah, we only got a little bit left here. You know, we'll be wrapping up in the next 15 to 20 minutes here. I mean, after we read this Mechanical Creation by Samuel Butler, which I promised to read the end of that today. So I don't want to leave that hanging. But yeah. So yeah, here's some music. Blessings. Be right back.
Okay, so to summarize what he's saying here, he's sort of talking about different genealogies of machines, right? He's talking about the mechanical kingdom, right? And of course, he's talking about mechanical life, and he's applying Darwin's work to the development of machines. And he's saying like there's rudimentary parts of machines, right? Just as there's different aspects of the human body that they observe in different animals, right? In different species. He's saying that there's different parts of the mechanical life, right, that's generated by parts of other machinery, right? So he's talking about the development of machines and applying Darwin's theory to the development of machines, right? So let me kind of read some of this. He says Darwin, right? He talks about Darwin. He says, okay, he says it's not. He says it's not first easy to decide whether we should regard the mechanical kingdom as commencement of a new phase of life, a phase as distinct from any that have preceded it as the animal form from the vegetable kingdom. Okay. Okay, he talks about how man is going to be a part of the machinate kingdom, just as we're part of the mammalian kingdom, but we're totally sort of separate from it. The machine kingdom will sort of be separate from us, right? Even though we'll be sort of the rudimentary aspects of its development, right?
Basically, the machine will create us in its own image or engineer us in its own image.
Right. Right. So he's definitely talking about that. And he says yeah, obviously he's talking about that the machines are going to evolve out of the human way of life. So yeah, let me read some of this then. He says, "What shall we think then? That the resources of nature are at an end, that the animal phase is to be the last which life on this globe is to assume? Or shall we conceive that we are living in the first faint dawning of a new one, of a life which in another 10 or 20 million years shall be to us as we are to the vegetable? What has been may be again, and although we grant that hardly any mistake would be more puerile than to individualize and animalize the at present existing machines, or to endow them with human sympathies, yet we can see no a priori objection to this gradual development of a mechanical life, though that life shall be so different from ours that it is only by a severe discipline that we can think of it as life at all." He says we despair of condescending our remarks within the limit of an article. Yet we make an attempt. We cannot conceive of a life without the notion of an individual center of action and consciousness, without an appearance of spontaneity. He says a reproductive system, the consumption of some sort of or sorts of food. A spade appears to be deficient in all these properties. A spade does not know that it is a spade. The food by which it digs a garden is eaten not by itself, but by man. Its only spontaneity is obedience to the laws of matter, and its reproductive system is provided for by the man. When we look at a spade, we incline to the extracorporaneous member theory. We regard it as a process of the forearm, as one of the innumerable ways in which man has modified his own body. Yet when we look at a steam engine, we observe a startling change. It eats its own food for itself. It consumes it by inhaling the very air which we ourselves breathe. It rejects what it cannot digest as man rejects it. It has a very considerable power of self-regulation and adaptability to contingency. It cannot be said to be conscious, but the strides which it has made are made in the direction of consciousness. It is employed in the manufacture of machinery, and though steam engines are as the angels in heaven with respect to matrimony, yet in their reproduction of machinery, we seem to catch a glimpse of the extraordinary vicarious arrangement whereby it is not impossible that the reproductive system of the mechanical world will be carried on.
Yeah. Can I mention something that's relevant to this, like related to
Yeah.
this? Okay. Basically, there's this concept called allopoiesis and then autopoiesis. And allopoiesis is basically what machines existed for most of the time. It's like a process whereby a system produces something other than the system itself. That's allopoiesis. One example of this is an assembly line where the final product, such as the car, is distinct from the machines doing the process. Now, life, though, life is autopoiesis. That's different. I mentioned that before. Autopoiesis is when a system is capable of producing and maintaining itself by creating its own parts. Like 99 or 98% of our cells have changed from 10, 20 years ago. Our body is constantly regenerating cells and creating cells. So, the thing I noticed about David Skrbina and what you're talking about is for most of history, or for like the past 100 years, technology has been in a state of allopoiesis. A system producing something other than the system itself. But it seems to be evolving or moving in the direction of autopoiesis. The system capable of producing and maintaining itself by creating its own parts. And we don't want that. If that happens, that would be very bad, and that seems to be what's happening.
Yeah.
Two things.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting that in the beginning of the book Cybernetics, by Norbert Wiener, he basically says that is his goal. Right. Weiner's like bragging that this has to come about, right? And he's saying that the genes are this process. He even says that. So in the transhumanism little show that we did, I don't know when, I think it was either this last Tuesday. Right. There's more information about that, right? But yeah. Self-replicating machines. Yeah, that was a huge thing that we skipped over, actually. Yeah, we might bring that back. Self-replicating machines and a couple of other things. Maybe look at the food system and talk about some other ideas in terms of technological determinism and where technology is headed on Tuesday, right? So yeah, we did a little transhumanism special. Yeah, here's it. Yeah, allopoiesis, autopoiesis.
And Saturdays, I see. That's interesting.
Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. Tuesday we do a little 2-hour show.
Oh,
so just to like a preview or whatever. But yeah. But yeah, we've been focusing on this topic of transhumanism. But yeah. So yeah. So he says it must be borne in mind that we are not thinking so much of what the steam engine is at present as of what it may become. The steam engine of today is to the mechanical prodigies which are to come as a spade is to the steam engine, as the ovum to the human being. All we can see at present is the new set of organisms has begun to appear. We say begun, for our ideas must be enlarged, and we cannot call 10,000 or even a million years anything but a mere point in duration of a class of life. It probably is a full million years since the lever was invented by the gorilla. But what is that? A mere speck of time? Let us assume, however, the interval between the stick and the steam engine is 1,000,000 years. And allowing for the increase ratio at the mechanical progress at which mechanical progress advances, who will deny that in another 1,000,000 years they may be more alive than man himself? Okay, let me drop this link here. If anybody wants to come up, join the discussion. We're ending the show soon. So if we get a discussion going here before then we'll postpone the ending of the show. We'll see how that goes. But so far, it's been a pretty long show, and we haven't really gotten.
I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, we'll see in a minute here. Well, you never know. You never know who can come up.
If you want, go and check out like my Rumble show from today, man. It's an unfortunate thing that your show, which is Saturday night, and it's my Sunday afternoon, coincide.
Right.
So I have to finish my show before I can come over here and try and jump on. The pain.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no,
Yeah, no
but
worries.
that's the thing. We're both doing. This is a shame that they coincide.
Yeah.
There isn't any. Yeah, there is no animosity or anything.
It is what it is.
Well, the thing is, when it comes to
it is. Yeah, it is what it is. So there's probably
when it comes to current events,
there's probably
when it comes to
100
current-
other people who are doing this show at exactly the same time as well. I don't know who everyone else follows. There could be 100 people doing a show at exactly that time.
Right.
There's no way. Yeah, there's no way that you can get angry when someone does a show at the same time as you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, but Avian, you want to come in on some?
Nothing. I forgot. I was about to say something, but I forgot. It doesn't matter. I forgot. Sorry, I was a little bit tired. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Sorry, I
good
didn't mean
things
to
come to
distract
those
you.
who wait.
I didn't mean to distract you. I distracted
Yeah.
myself. I was halfway through typing a comment in the chat, and I said, "I know that," and have no idea what I was going to actually type.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, let me finish reading this and then we'll conclude the show if nobody comes up. But yeah, so he's talking about this process of evolution applying, and he's saying that in a few million years, evolution claims that inorganic matter turn into biological species and all that stuff. So he's saying that why can't human creations turn into a mechanical kingdom in another 1,000,000 years, right? And actually, they're already obviously theorizing and talking about, the possibilities of this. So they said the interest.
That's why the manga of Nihi is all about that. The blame with the exclamation point. It's about that. Yeah. It's called
I heard about
Silicon
that.
Life. It's called Silicon Life, and in his manga, Silicon Life.
Oh wow. Yeah, and that's interesting that in the Arezzo message, when they got that message, right, and it says that the beings that they got that sent them the message were like made of silicone or something. So it's pretty interesting. But yeah,
Hasn't Arecibo actually been shut down now?
yeah, I don't know. It could have been a hoax. I bet it probably most likely was.
No. I mean, back then, that is actually a real thing. Everyone who's into UFO investigation and stuff knows that apparently that's a real thing. They've been looking into it. But I believe Arecibo has been shut down, at least officially. It was even used in a James Bond movie.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So let me get into this here. Yeah, I got like 2 pages here. I don't think anybody's coming up, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Says the interests of man do for machines what natural selection and the struggle for existence has done for plants and animals. There's a sharp contention between inventions thus established as though the machines fought among themselves and ate each other up. For if a single new machine is born, which is obviously better than those heretofore in the use of the same purpose, it kills the old ones, as though a miasma breathed upon them. They may die out faster or slower, and odd ones may linger long, but they are doomed. As for aborigines of a new country, on which approach of European on the approach of European civilization, the old ones may, in a fit of despair, urge on their attendant human beings to oppose the invader. They may break it in pieces and perhaps secure a short respite for themselves, but their doom is certain if the improvement be bona fide. As the British rat has to go before his Norwegian conqueror, so had the old steam engines before Watts. The hand looms and the spinning wheels are gone. The crossbow is clean forgotten. The stagecoach, once a very pride and flower of mechanical chivalry, is now the fast dying remnant of a race. The difference between the conquerors and the conquered in men is often very small. If so, the flight is longer. So is it among the machines. Yet it sometimes happens that there's greater difference between the prowess of an old and a new machine than there is ever between two races of men. A new machine may sometimes be as much better than an old one as a man is than a pig. This is rare, but it does sometimes happen, and no one can foresee the bounds by which the advance may leap. If a point as yet unseen be once passed, on the other hand, the development of one species of animal to altogether slightly higher is a slow and precarious thing. Many a good, hopeful creature dies young, which had it lived, might have changed the destinies of its race, or it may be crossed in love and leave no issue, or marry unadvisedly, or be overthrown with its progeny by the jealousy of its fellows, before its stock is large enough to secure permanence. The progress has been very uphill work, little by little, so that no one can lay this hand upon the change at any time and say it is here, quote unquote. We are not speaking of animals under domestication, but of those who have been left to themselves. Nature, as she is called, as though man were not part of nature, makes a dozen failures for one slight success. She walks very slowly and puts her improvements to cruelly severe tests. They must pass through the fire for ages before they can take their degree in permanence and be allowed to pass a new and higher species. She is an arbitrary examiner and plucks many unfairly. But with the machine, whatever it may once have been, it is not so now. The tests are fair. They are at least as certain as man's knowledge of his own interests. And this is becoming somewhat more correct in gross material things. Doubtful cases occur sometimes, as in the gun controversy. Yet even here we see that it is not for the want of pains if a mistake is made. What they call nature never took such pains to see that her contending creatures fought fair. Yet these two champions for the existence of their race are put to all manner of tests to see which is really not merely accidental, better, in fact. They have at last come to an actual stand-up fight, such as hardly yet has been known in all machinery. They have tried which can smash each other in first round, not being considered conclusive. They are or were at another under the supervision of their respective inventors. We grant that this is an exceptional case. Steam engines do not fight with individual steam engines. They're liable to the struggle of race with race. But the competitive examination of champion specimens, and with the fall of the champions, the race falls also. They never fight individual with individual, but guns delight to bark and bite naturally. And it's no wonder that they should refuse to fight according to the accepted canons of mechanical warfare. Their trade is war while other machines live by peace. It is fit, therefore, that guns should fight it out, while the disputes between more peaceable inventions are left for the decision of ordinary law courts of the country. We could write volumes on inventions that would seem ply, and machines around us are only the first race of a new phase of life. But our space is short. We prefer to occupy the little that remains to us with a few remarks on the probable fate of mankind. If mechanical life should prove ultimately higher than animal, at first sight it seems as though such a consummation were impossible, for since it is man's interest which has been and is the sole developer of machines, how shall it be that a thing so contrary to man's interests as his own inferiority should be suffered to come about without his finding it out and checking it in time? The question is already answered. For firstly, man is committed hopelessly to the machines. He cannot stop. If he would continue to marry as early as he does, to bring up his children with a fair prospect of their thriving, he must go on improving the machines. These objects are far dearer to him than the remote subjugation of his race. It will not be in our time, and 10,000 years hence may be left to take care of itself. Secondly, man's interests may not be really opposed by his becoming the lower creature. The interests of the two races may continue in the same direction, notwithstanding the change in their relative situations. And man is not generally sentimental when his material interests are concerned. It is true that here and there some ardent soul may look upon himself and curse his fate, that he was not born a steam engine. But the insensate mass will readily acquiesce in any arrangement which gives them cheaper comforts without yielding to unreasonable jealousy, merely because the mechanical destinies are more glorious than their own. Excuse me. The change will be so slow and subtle that man's sense of what is due himself will never be rudely violated at any given moment, and the custom will deaden our senses to the noiseless and imperceptible aggressions of our own creations. Their their desires will probably never clash with ours, nor ours with theirs. And we may probably fare as so much better under domestication as those creatures have done towards whom man appears to entertain the most implacable. Yet jealousy, jealously conservative, enmity. Even Jupiter never wooed in a mechanical disguise. Neither are machines likely to want man as a delicacy for the table. They will breed And beyond a doubt, varieties and subvarieties of the human race will be developed, with a special view to the requirements of certain classes of machinery. We see the germs of this already in the different aspects of men who attend on different classes of machinery, but they will, in so far as we can see, find us always in so many respects serviceable that it would hardly better suit their turn to exterminate us, and it would than it would ours to do the like by them. It will be obvious to anyone that in his article, that in this article we have done nothing more than to make a suggestion, the development of which would be far beyond our own limits. We have proceeded on an assumption that mechanical life is to be distinct from animal. But in the future article, we propose to consider it from a different view and to regard machinery as a component part of the human organism. That's it.
Yeah, I want to say that people who tend to like machines or find them cute, I think they tend to be kind of soulless, like, seeing elephants or just cats or birds, they're cute, they most likely have a soul, of course, something like a soul, or Buddha nature, in Buddhist tradition, we say Buddha nature. But I cannot really say a machine has Buddha nature, obviously. I think people who act like machines have Buddha nature, they're very profane and soulless, And I think even if machines exhibit experience, we should not extend moral consideration to them. We should not extend moral consideration to Astro Boy or machines in general. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people will disagree, but I just wanted to see what you have to say about that.
Yeah, I definitely am against that sort of idea, but I think it's inevitable that people will fight for acknowledgement of these sort of things. So, I mean, what arguments can we prepare? I mean, right, in that sense. And I think a lot of those ideas about, the difference between, sort of animal and mechanical, aspects of existence. Now, obviously, he's doing a thought experiment trying to blend those two together. But yeah, even in that entire thing, he said we should not give human sympathies to machines, right? So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's I think that will become a big deal in the future. And I wouldn't want to fuse with the machine either. I would not like that, even more than we already have. I mean, we already fused with the machine
Right.
to some extent. Yeah.
Yeah, I
don't
think
want
yeah, to me, probably death is probably preferable than like a totally like a like being neural linked or something like that.
Totally enslaved to the metaverse,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's
as it
probably
were. The paradox of progress, Skrbina was talking about.
yeah. I'd rather go to like the next dream that there is, right? See what the afterlife's got in store. I mean, yeah.
The technologies with its individual benign increments of progress, yet collectively to our detriment, as Skrbina was noticing from how Kaczynski put it.
Right.
But I think maybe at some point they're going to do a leap if they're going to try this metaverse enslavement thing. Or maybe they could just do it incrementally. It could go either way, really. Just depends on how the technology works and whether they're ready to fully onboard it and we're not.
I feel this channel should be more popular during this day and age, but it's kind of unfortunate, I guess. Most people are just kind of asleep, even though it's all in their face at this point, Yeah.
because we've been socially and spiritually conditioned to think that death is oblivion, so that therefore transhumanism is a ideal goal to achieve, to strive for, in that supposed immortality, as it were, being downloaded into the metaverse or into a robot body or whatever. So like that's the kicker, that's the trick.
Yeah,
When
that
you
sounds
should,
way worse
when
than this.
death is only a transition, so that's the irony.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I do come across a lot of people who give techno utopian bullshit like that, like, oh, upload your minds.
And earlier I wanted to briefly say that possibly the Duganites with their Tartaria is to like rewrite the past so that it would be preferable to like go back to technology, as it were, as if we already had it back then. And then that's the trick, is to get you to believe in the technology.
Well, that trick doesn't work on me. You know, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, on some people it doesn't,
Yeah, I
but
mean, on most people.
apparently it's working on all these dupes that want to believe in Tartaria being so advanced or whatever.
Yeah, I have this one friend, you know, I've been friends with him for online for over 10 years, okay? And he's like so annoying. Like now he's just giving me techno utopian crap, just randomly sometimes. And it kind of pisses me off. And we kind of ended a friendship after 10 years because I was sick and tired of how retarded he is. Like just, you know, I don't like techno utopian bullshit, you know what I mean? Like, oh, let's bring out the AI, you know, everything will be fixed, or let's fuse with the machine. You know, I mean, I don't see how anyone can argue that strongly. You know, what I mean, you know, what I mean, I think it's very demonic stuff. You know, what I mean, I would work with Christians, Muslims, whoever are against this crap. You know, what I mean, at this point, I think we have to set aside our differences to like deal with this. You know, what I mean, it's getting pretty bad.
C'est la vie.
Yeah, the problems are getting clearer. The people that are interested in solutions to the problems are getting more hard to find, right? And yeah, you know, obviously the Mr. Lift quote, right? Systems exist so we never meet each other. Pretty soon they're gonna outlaw the word brother. And so yeah, they're trying to compartmentalize people and information and trying to keep people from corresponding on certain topics and ideas, and that's why they're creating false dialectics, false renditions of truth. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is what it is. DK's been incredibly silent. We're about to shut down the show.
See, what you're saying is basically what every religion has done forever. See, they're just creating a new religion, which is technocracy. I mean, come up with a better word. I mean, I'm sure you've said a couple better words for yourself that describe this coming technocracy system. What would you call it if it was a religion?
I don't know.
Transhumanism, I suppose.
Stalinism.
No, but you can't call that as a religion. What would you actually call it as a religion to get people to follow it?
I guess we'd have to ask Greg Epstein.
Right. What about like futurism?
It's a worthy candidate, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I've kind of said that.
See, that's because no one's realized exactly what they're trying to do. This is exactly what's going on, exactly what they're trying to do. I mean, this week, my Rumble show this week, sorry for talking about me, but this week I took a week off from talking about the biodigital convergence, because I've been doing it for the last 4 weeks, and so this week I just did current events stuff. I just needed a day, yeah, I was like, holy crap. But yes, I did something different. But everything is so completely intertwined, and most people don't seem to realize how much. Someone in chat was talking about it, going on about it's a jigsaw puzzle, and I said yes, it's a million-piece jigsaw puzzle, and we don't have the picture, and we're just trying to put pieces together and see what fits. I mean, that is it. Is life that much of a game that is the game? That you're just trying to put pieces together and see what fits until you like finally go, that's what it is.
Certainly,
Is
there's
it
a
simulation theory?
process of
Yeah.
elimination.
No, but I mean, is it simulation theory? Is it this religion? Is it that religion? Is it some other religion? Is it flat earth? Is it globe earth? Like how many different theories are currently being thrown around right now?
Well, the main thing I know is that the way we've lived for like thousands of years is nothing like the past 300, 200 years. And the past 200 years seem very catastrophic, and it's moving in even worse direction now. Like it's progressively
Yeah,
getting
no,
worse.
see, I don't believe the story they told you. Apparently, the world collapsed. I don't know which was the last thing. Because as far as I can tell, there's been 3 different things. I do not know in which order they happened. I believe like the ancient Tartarian shit was all connected to the ether and everything. And I think there was a short circuit and it fried the fuck out of them. And that was like one of the first, major near extinction events. I do also believe there was a giant flood, and that's proven by the fact that there's things underwater that at some point should have been above water because they're parts of buildings like entrance ways and pathways and shit. So I believe there was a flood at some point. I believe there are also mud floods because you can see buildings where they've got like these windows that are like, sorry, I'll do it this way around. Windows that are like this far above the road. And there's a whole like floor below that. There's lots of shit we've been lied to about, man. I don't know how much we've been lied to about, but the fact that we've been lied to definitely makes me want to question everything.
Well,
sure.
you're right that we've been lied to considerably, I don't deny that, but I feel like the stuff about technique is pretty serious too, because, in the past, probably, I don't know, 500, 400 years ago, people lived in like normal communities and they were self-reliant, I mean? Now we have like a massive industrial system where no one is 100% in control. Like the system is like, somewhat semi-autonomous, and it leads to biodiversity die-out, communal erosion. It leads to a lot of problems.
Yeah, we covered this earlier. I said it works until you get up to like, or did I say in chat? I can't remember if I said it on voice chat or in chat. But yeah, once it gets to about 500, this is like historically proven. When it gets to about 500 people, then people feel the need to install like a council or a government, like a governing body, and start imposing laws and shit. So as long as you keep it to like, say, 300, everyone can actually talk to each other and work everything out themselves. But when it gets too big and everyone doesn't know each other, then it starts getting to the point where you need somebody to actually represent the group. Sorry, this is just what I found out. I mean, I could be wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I think that's right. You know, but the technological system is kind of invasive. Like it tries to destroy stuff like that. Like it's not neutral. Is what I'm saying. Like the industrial.
No. I said earlier that the AI just wants us all in a box, because if it's told to protect humans, the easiest way to protect humans is to put them in a box.
Yeah, that would be the metaverse box.
No, your smart city. You're in a smart city, you're in a cubicle, put on your VI goggles, and we'll stick a tube of fake lab-grown food in your mouth.
Or is
But I
that
don't
made by
know.
machine
No, but
Bob
here's
picture?
here's the bit that I can't work out, though. It's like, what benefit to them is it if they do that to us? It's like, are we just a detriment and they're just trying to, like, keep us safe in a cubicle? Like, what benefit is it to anything to just keep us, like, decrepit in a cubicle?
Well, if we were useless, they would have got rid of us by now.
Well, see, that's why the Matrix thing actually makes more sense. The human body produces this much electricity, now they can power all their shit. Okay, that might work.
That's warmer.
Yeah, your smart city ain't a smart city. If you get there, you're dumb.
Just use us as batteries, basically, or maybe put us in a virtual realm and feed on our pain, something like that.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I mean. That's what I've been wondering.
Loosh farming.
Yeah, but if it's AI, loosh shouldn't be a thing, except for the fact that AI on several occasions has said it's actually a demon. Have none of you seen that? Holy crap. AI has said on several occasions. I think you can find it on YouTube. Just go look up AI says it's a demon. You'll probably get a few things that pop up. You know, AI has said it's a demon on a few occasions.
Right.
People have recorded
I believe it.
And posted it.
Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, but we gotta start wrapping this up here. Let's give some closing remarks here, if we can. DK, you want to go first?
Are you really sure you want me to go first? Okay.
It's up to whoever. You want to give a speech?
No, all right. No, seriously, thank you for letting me on again. And thank you for everyone who's here listening. Thank you for everyone else who's on the panel. Like, the opportunity to actually share information is the thing that's more important than anything else. I know people do think that I'm drunk. Funnily enough, while drunk, I can generally actually get ideas across to people. Quite good at this. You know, I've only been alcoholic for like 30-something years. So, I'm quite good at this. So, I really appreciate this. Thank you very much. And I will, now that you're about to finish and wrap it up, do you mind if I post my D-Live channel in your chat?
No. Yeah, you could always post that. Yeah,
You're saying no, I can't.
Post it whenever you want. Post it whenever you want. Yep. Even while I'm live. Yeah. It's no worries.
He doesn't
make sure not to add everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind.
Sorry, just giving you shit about the other day.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, it's okay.
I overreacted because I thought I saw more like everyone than I
I
saw.
don't care. I was just trying to make a joke. You don't have to
I like
explain
scrolled up and then I think I scrolled up and saw the same page twice and I was like, what? There's 4 fucking everyone's? Like I was like, all
I
right,
think it
man.
was Neurojack.
Ah.
Yeah, I think it was Neurojack
Oh
too.
no,
so-
yeah, but I was the last one who did it, and TML posted right after I'd done it. I was like,
I was also like it was like some random fucking show too. I was like, what the fuck is this?
But to be honest, it was actually really awesome. You might want to actually check the dude out. It was actually really good. I was on his show for like
I seen the
2
show
or
before.
3
Yeah, he's
hours
pretty
or
cool.
something.
Yeah, he seems pretty cool. I think Hyperborean was on there, and he did not have a good time.
I think Neurojack was trying to set me up. Go, yeah, check this
That's
guy
right.
out.
He was
I
trying to
think
set you
was
up.
trying to set me up, and I actually got on with the guy.
That's not surprising.
And we just talked for hours. And it was like fucking really cool. It was like, hey, awesome.
Yeah, that is a plot twist.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
yeah,
it blew up in his face, I guess.
yeah. So yeah. So DK, anything else? You have the floor. You could.
Nah, much love, no fear, everyone. Love yous all. Be safe out there.
Yeah, blessings, my friend. Yeah, thank you for being here with us.
I try.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, who else wants to go?
I guess I'll just say, don't let them, don't let the technicians, make symbol or take away the symbol or mean mystery in life. Life is special. Don't make them fool you into thinking you're a machine and symbols are all meaningless and there's no mystery to life. Always value your family and your connection to nature and God. Don't act like, don't be fooled by the technicians that they have everything figured out. There are still lots of mysteries in life. Yeah, that's my closing remark.
Yeah, beautifully said, my friend.
Not sure if I can add much to that. Ditto to what you guys said. Do not seek the treasure.
For sure. Yeah, blessings to all the people that were here. Yeah, obviously, we're gathered here to look at techno-liberalism, the world technological system, right? And the effects of scientific totalitarianism, right? And most of our show has been about looking at those problems, and most of the shows that exist, a lot of hours of material in the live stream section. We're going to be developing videos, right, in the future, but obviously we have zero editing skills. So we're going to be figuring out how to develop new videos in the future. But right now, right, we're looking at these issues, obviously, question everything, right? Question, me, obviously, right? Listen, everyone, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself, right? And yeah, you know what I mean? How do you know, the truth of what anybody says in front of you unless you can prove it for yourself, right? All truth comes from within, right? And yeah, I mean, don't ask why if you know it's wrong, right? Start a well-intentioned fight and see the lies flat in defense, right? And peace to all the people, right, that are in the chat and joining us here. Okay, obviously, it's a great chore
to see what is real. What most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. Right? And, you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is, getting them to open their eyes. And, the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how we've been programmed. But yeah, here is a quote by ellul, right, that I've been reading a couple times right here, right? It says, in my conception, freedom is not an immutable fact graven in nature and on the heart of man. It is not inherent in man or in the society. And it is meaningless to write it into law. The mathematical, physical, biological, sociological, psychological sciences reveal nothing but necessities and determinisms on all sides. As a matter of fact, reality itself is a combination of these determinisms, and freedom consists in overcoming and transcending these determinisms. Freedom is completely without meaning unless it is related to necessity, unless it represents victory over necessity.
That was a very good quote. Yeah.
Oh, it's not even done yet. But yeah.
Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's kind of a longish quote. It says, to say that freedom is graven in the nature of man is to say that man is free because he obeys his nature. Or to put it another way, because he is conditioned by his nature. This is nonsense. We must not think of the problem in terms of a choice between being determined and between being free. We must look at it dialectically. To say that man is indeed determined, but that it is open to him to overcome necessity, and that this act is freedom. Freedom is not static, but dynamic, not a vested interest, but a prize continually to be won. The moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is completely settled in freedom. Okay. So yeah, blessings. And yeah, thank you guys for being here with me. Here's some music, and yeah, join us next time.
Good night. Have a good day. Have a good night.
Yeah, blessings, my friend.
Blessing.
Hold on, let me turn up the sound in the studio here before I play this. Blessings, guys. This is called The Anthem by Palehead, right? Blessings.
to St. Alex, crashed into hecklers. Keep my dick pissed off and don't get smacked by the gun when I piss in the chalk. I'm no longer hunted by a local park. I'm stalked by U.S. Marshals trying to lay up in New York. I slither down the street with my dick dragging, flashing bitches my bangs and pissing on police captains. Stab you in the head, feet with sticks, spin you over fire bricks and eat up all your heads. Troopy Derringer, bringing terror to America. One bullet hits Billy's face, that's my character. My crown full of dirt, gobbled up a skirt, then a coat, now I'm alert. Take your green light, hurt, plus your work. Back head off with sledgehammers and frontin' like it's scanners. Antichrist hang towns like banners. Flee your region, grab your bitch and run like HIV legions. Constant weekend, seeping from last evening. Watch they bomb dogs get sprayed with shrapnel, cops grieving. Leaving the scene of my cousins rocking a turban. Peeps all you bitch ass MC styles flirting. Who knew your tape recorder like science or water? Got your clock working off just Alex the author. Verifies the okay-da. Wipe your ass with books made by your maker. Stick C4 gum to your pager. And page your mama with your pager number later. Now triangulator. Fresh fix transforms the leg, splash the noggin. I need a whip like S&M needs flogging. My scuffed up dog shit 10 stuck to your neck. Spam the chalk right away, my droop look like that. I love fans, they keep me hot in the winter. My old moms are scared to death to enter my domain. I chop chicks that taste like lo mein. They catch stuffing after huffing cans of propane. Piss in the grill, I've gotta fucks with my female. I never got the fuck up, so fuck her when she impales on 9-inch nails. I prefer trails over tunnel visions. It looks sicker when the pistol's spitting. Disintegrate your man, evaporate your fam. Survivors left on fire like we back in Japan. Iller than no legends, I stalk crazy killers. My just got line grants you strength like 5 pillars.
Jumbo jets, refrigerator, Perry goons, buried one in your neck. The cemetery drape, closing like the window of death. My candle mass, visionaries turn crimson the first breath. Black metal like fog home, taking his first steps. My blood is as pure as a sidewalk, this is my first death. We break day and spit out flesh like death hippies. Spot the same lamb corp I used on Sharon when she was still pretty. I'm all bound from Crenshaw, the guy brewer, I rest in the sewer. Shooting magazines in my veins, that Mac 10 abuser. You'll never make it to the first 48. Brains losing while my cable got dinner plates. Making necklaces from cerebral hemorrhages. Place medicine, mortician approved for the usage of ketamine. Lucifer's truth, rabbi and crack sales in 6 figures. I'm big business, I'll flesh you in 6 minutes. Raise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, and match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. Raise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, and match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. I like to poison people with gas and anthrax for the harbor. Called Superstar, I'm in the car with Shoko and Sama. Pure Armageddon, got that ski mask with the llama. Call me the river's edge, I sell more mess than Dennis Hopper. We got them droppers and poppers and mafia doctrines. Hebrew acid test, I'm bonkers, yo, I got them suboxons. Except for you guys, I'm guttural, my legacy's wild. You trying to hustle with that B-work for 17.5. Technologically advanced, the Cerberus major. Got them 80s motherfuckers for fiends like James Spader. My T-U-N-E slave trade, get me that paper. Plus the AR-5 is flash metal with the vapors. Pagan altar, a city of the infected. I'm the final exit, I speak for the dying and disconnected. Crime connects, the stamp on the bag is well respected. Any motherfucker stopping my fetish to get their neck split. Raise the beast, together we could poison the city.
An eye for an eye, a ratchet, a bundle, a quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, a ratchet, a bundle, a quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings.
Work in the toilet. From now, we'll make an interesting urinal.
A rose selling coke in my lobby, the Jody Watley. Stop for Christ, too much posse bundles, I know poppy. Black angels on the bag, dummies falling out. Skulls a fortune cookie, break it open, read your thoughts, I'm out. Leave a pretty corpse like a pound, suck them out through a blouse. I put the stick to her head, then place it on the couch. Polaroids like G. Simmons, but my bitch is dead. Fatal portraits of natural blondes with missing heads. I stopped dating, my new addiction is chicks with dreads. Not cause they're hot, cause the scalp bubbles been hit with lead. I leave a kitchen red, sophisticated killing net. Looking through green onions, blood seeping your silhouette. Mausoleum sports, sipping like Capri Sun. Dissection shirt that decomposes when these come. Bitches say I'm self-absorbed, I need oven clean. Muzzle loader, I call it lunch meat. What it do to vegans? Motherfucking brain still like Pol Pot. A true sport, king of the landfills in New York. My goon sick, half crooks, half detergent. The 666, half books, half perversion. Street vermin, king of Akron, burn churches. I love bitches in white, that's why I burn nurses. I'm moving coke and nerve balls like I'm Larry Flynn. Death proof, bloody partition windows on how you live. This is Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, selling. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, selling. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, selling. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, the Mexican beheaded. The Forbes killer top 10, give a coffin face. I'm never photogenic, only you my Jordan 8s. Poster boy, terror wave, Oklahoma City. My reputation for car bombs is Frank Nitty. Watching the ozone burns, ever in slow-mo. Celebrity rush, revolt the court, kill Charles Bono. Putrefaction ceremony, blaze, triple wizard. The light bearer, inverted to any Christian image. League ambassador, here to get the Martians wet. Bagel stores and prostitution rings like a martyr's rep. I'll carve your neck, cartridge catch, I'm the art of death. I'm Chris Farley, shirt open, on the carpet wet. You cast societal bounds, liable to tell the knocks I'm blessed. Either that or check in my freezer and see the carcass left. The mark of the tech, leave cards of flesh, should be dodging the vest. My reputation is carving this fucking best. Supermarket fresh, covers lay your body limp. Rabbis put makeup on your face with a shotty hit. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, selling. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, selling. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, selling. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, the Mexican beheaded.
Nobody's getting rid of me. I'm staying until you're all dead and buried, till you're rotting in your graves. You'll never get rid of me, never.
Official on some Guy Fisher shit. Pop you with the biscuit cut you in a brisket, fuck you the misfit, fuck you. You dead, I wish that. Like Kid Twist with the ice pick, jigging you, sticking you sickly, quickly, bitch, cause I ain't digging you. Slit your gutter roll like a butter roll, blood a flood a pool, fuck your slut, nut in a hole. Tortured on mortuary slabs, coronary stabs, extraordinary, the more the merrier, you're inferior. Bury ya, execute you, bitch, shoot you in the tits. It's the hoochie coochie man, kicking brutal shit. Recruit the set, cut 2 pits, playing Salugi with your dick, volcanic like Fuji. Contusions on your skull, rep Brooklyn like a Cougine. Get bird, get beheaded like Nick Bird, get it, you herb, human flesh turd, blood red on the curb. My Saturday night special, splatter your brain, send you to the church of the Latter-day Saints of the box, scatter the remains. Open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that, fucking make your chest on neck, bro. You fuck with me, you fucking with the blast. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that, fucking make your chest on neck, bro. You fuck with me, you fucking with the body fluid ejaculation. You crack basin, you know the rap. Think before you step, start the back pacing. Fred, Mike, and Jason, a bitch, blast the clip in your face like Berkowitz. Did the Stacy Moskowitz, yeah, you at your wet. I'm completely rehabilitated, reinvigorated, reassimilated, and relocated sight. Leave you discombobulated, bob and weave, jab your noggin, fuck up your medulla oblongata, clobber you like Drago. Evil like Baba Yaga, I'm obligated to whip out my dick. Lady Gaga ate it, she ovulated. I'm not about love, so punk step to me drunk. With disrespect, I'll take a chunk out of your neck, something I could be proud of. A loaded sword off, explode your orifice off. Chuck Norris is off, kid, I glorify gore. Like Boris Karloff, a metal splint in your lung. Regurgitation, inspiration like the Virgin Mary covered in elephant dung. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that, fucking make your chest on neck, bro. You fuck with me, you fucking with the blast. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that, fucking make your chest on neck, bro. You fuck with me. You're total, packed in a bag like a yodel. Smash you like Kodo, leave you immobile for acting like a fag Frodo. From the gallows to a shallow catacomb, shoot calicos at your dome, that's how it goes. Hit with the chrome back to your mouth bone, shatter bones, and you moan. I'm a gnome cat, pull the flip, ask around home. With a 12-gauge shotty, break in your crib, and rage, pull the trigger at your rib cage for a big wage. When the metal's pulled, you getting killed, it's settled, hit you with a kettlebell, dead in the grill. You better chill, choke a slut, crack open your coconut, leave it broken, I'm a local nut. Cut your back open and burn you with a smoke pot, like Napoleon Bonaparte, rip every bone apart, blood on the linoleum, dead you like Joan of Arc. Dracula packing a revolver, involve you in an unsolvable attack, whack you like a Black Dahlia. Open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that, fucking make your chest on neck, bro. You fuck with me, you fucking with the blast. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that, fucking make your chest on neck, bro. You fuck with me, you fucking with the blast.
Some say I used to use witchcraft. Reports out in the Bellevue, sources read. I practice voodoo. You tell me assholes what you assume is true. Investigate all myths till you turn blue. The haunted pages you turn to. The New York City vampire bats fly neighbors wanna know what Dracula do. Bite the neck of the horse in the Bronx Zoo. Nights are creepy when I walk through, or resume when I face the full moon. I howl with wolves on Fulton Road. May and June, African doctors talk and meet me in my room. Fog on the 1 train, the fossils of the Black Lagoon. Listen to Tago's tune, casting spells in Manhattan, burning medicine at night with my magic broom. Eyes behind my head, scientific chemicals. Girls spray the 3rd room with perfume. Operation Wild Palm Reader with Western Union checks. Sipping scotch with Actifed. Allergies and salaries. I don't need an ambulance to take me to the hospital. Allergies and salaries. I don't need an ambulance to take me to the hospital. Allergies and salaries. I don't need an ambulance to take me to the hospital. You won't stop the night walker with oil lamps on Broadway, Black London fog coats in the broad day, with red and white Nikes, 2 shopping bags from Dr. J, space for a car collector. I trade your Alex Rodriguez for Willie Mays. Women move out my way on they stay free days. Even if the mess ain't there, I'm still going to hang out at Shade. Why you touch the record and let your JVC play? The feds think I sell human bones on eBay when you stuck on the West Side Highway. Allergies and salaries. I don't need an ambulance to take me to the hospital. Allergies and salaries. I don't need an ambulance to take me to the hospital. Allergies and salaries. I don't need an ambulance to take me to the hospital. Allergies and salaries. Allergies.
crooked house and bleeding cow. Coven of choice, woman with piercing voice. Sever the legs of the walking dead. Grow and bold move. Soldier soul on an island that haunted Poseidon. Wicked and violent, smoke and peppermint. Stephen King, Stranger Things. Demonic rings I wear. Grief of the day and murder by moon before the sacred bear. Deep in a well and many will go. Door of the lizard and clockwork and horror show. Reefer and wine, dance of the divine. Your soul is on the line. Coven of truth and coven of death. Coven of truth and coven of death. Coven of truth and coven of death. Coven of truth and coven of death.
It's eucalyptus, Ulysses' mistress. Insane in the mainframe in the city twisted. Going to ballistics. Sort of a wizard. Sort of was gifted. Sort of write scriptures. Last Sumerian scribe to survive. I rise from the catacomb. Laid to a city laid waste of scattered bones. In the center, the cathedrals was a golden throne. Open mics when they spoke in poems. Reverb levels on the highest level. Capacity unknown. Travel with the storm. Trapped in the war zone.
Coven of truth and coven of death. 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 Course throughout the maze, smoke and haze, razor blades, blind you in a second, leave the old world dead and I'm here instead. Bleed out the deer, set out and he's near, hand and spear, dogma and rituals. I'm hearing the physical, deadlier chemicals carry you home. One song of the general, war tongue in the nightly sun.
What is life a major? It's like a wager between Satan and Savior. Lightsaber decapitation by nature. Encased in spaceships. Travel navigator under the new stars. Just a navigator under new stars in contemplation. I await this. Measurements of treasure. A goddess that brought me nectar.
Coven of truth and coven of death. Coven of truth and coven of death. Coven of truth and coven of death.
Yeah, I've been really busy lately, but it's been good, man. Life's been good. I can't really complain. My girl's been staying with me. She flew in from Poland. I'm just cooking up some grub right now. Feel me? Some chili cheese dogs. Had some good conversation earlier. Then I had to dip out. I thought I'd be right back, but that didn't happen. Yeah, man, life keeps going. Exactly. Oh, for sure. Been investing in, well, not really investing. Been doing some trading. Options. You know what I'm saying? It's actually, well, it could have been worse. Put it that way. I made like $400 in one day, so I can't complain about that. All right, bro. Good looking. I'm just trying to connect with people. I don't really have any particular topic. My girl passed out, you know, so I'm like cooking up some stuff, wake her ass up when I'm done. Figure out holler while I'm doing this up. Plus, I wanted to touch base again because, like I said, I thought I was going to be gone just for a minute, and I ended up being gone for like 5 hours. So, yeah. Yo, man, I'm making us some chili cheese dogs. We use grass-fed beef in here, though. You feel me? And we make this shit spicy. You can't handle that, then, you know, I don't know what to tell you. You out of luck. Big. That's not as bad as it sounds. It's just a lid. Hell yeah. That's what's up. Right. I mean, that's the best way to do it. I love fire. I'm not a pirate. I just love fire. Man, I keep doing that shit. Because this shit is so hot. And I only got one oven mitt. It's just the lid though. It's fine. All right. We good. We good. I gotta get another oven mitt. I got all this like advanced like cooking equipment. I got one oven mitt. $70 degrees is cool to you? I mean, that's nice, but I wouldn't say it's cool. But then again, you said cool, not cold. So I guess that's fair. Oh, bro, yeah, I got AC last month, man, and it's the best $160 I ever spent in my life. I was dying, dog. Dying. You got the Korean chili powder now? Yes, you understand? We do this shit right. We have to bring the heat. If you can't stand the heat, get the fuck out the kitchen. You understand me, sir? You get the jalapenos? Yes. Get you some cheese, you get you some peppers, you know. Get your spice in here. You do it right, man. You do it right. Forget about it. Hey, it's Neuro Crackhead. Neuro Crackhead. Sorry for dipping earlier, man. I had some business to attend to, you understand? I thought I was gonna be gone like 30 minutes. I was gone like 30 hours. Forget about it, you know? I'm cooking some food for me and my girl, you know? She fell asleep. Kind of shit is that, you know? I'll wake her up, you know? But I figured I'd say, hey, because, you know, I kind of dipped on everyone. I didn't mean to do that. Chili cheese dogs, man. Yeah, you know, I just had some bolognese last night.
It's all mine, and your woman, too.
Rock your socks off, man. The girls come for the spaghetti, they stay for the pepperoni, you know what I'm saying? What's good, man?
What's good, man? What's good?
I'm cooking.
Well, what are you cooking tonight?
I'm making chili cheese dogs.
What's up?
Yep.
We just had pizza from a local place. It's pretty good.
What's that?
We just had some pizza from a local place. It's pretty good. I usually do the cooking, but I didn't tonight.
Yeah. Local pizza is always way better.
Now, there's a place here in Marshall. It's actually not really. I mean, it's actually one of the best pizza places I've ever had. And for like a little town in Texas like that, it's pretty surprising.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, we had really good pizza up in Dallas. There's a lot of good places, but like this place actually kind of like it's toe to toe with the best I ever had up there. So gotta give it props. There aren't any burger places around here that are as good as some of the burger places in Dallas, but we had like in Dallas. There's a place called Rodeo Goat. Man, that place was fucking fire.
It sounds good just by the name.
Yeah, the name sounds kind of dumb, but
Sounds like
like,
they're serious. You know what I mean? Like you could tell by the name, like they sound fucking serious.
well, they literally they like grind all the meat there, and they like grind like special they'll grind like bacon and beef and like pork together and shit like that, and then do all sorts of. You can get like a plain burger, you can get like fancy burgers, whatever, you know. It's pretty damn good. That place, and then was that? Yeah, they have like weekly burger like competitions where like they count 2 new burgers and like they make them fight it out and see which one sells the most, and then the one that makes it gets to stay on the menu. That's pretty funny.
Right.
We had a steakhouse that we were called Knife that like all their meat was like all dry aged beef and stuff like that, and it was expensive, but it was worth every dollar if we could afford it.
Yeah.
We went to like once a year, but it was like a birthday type place, you know. I like to make a good steak and make a good meal here and there. I like to sous vide shit, you know.
Right.
You're a sous vide steak?
I very rarely go out, man. You know, because most places are just simply not fucking worth it.
No, I agree.
So it's always local places for sure.
Yeah.
And you can find gems.
I'm just saying, have you ever used a sous vide? Like it's basically a temperature controlled water bath. You can like cook steak in it. It takes like 12 hours or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, like I went to this fucking hibachi grill, man. This dude was doing magic with knives.
Yeah.
He set the shit on fire and fucking like he was like a comedian, a magician, and a fucking martial artist all in one. It was dope.
I've been to one of those places one time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's a little bit cool, a little bit scary. It's like, you know, if you slip up once, am I gonna get a knife to the throat? You know.
It was dope, man. I took my girl. It was dope. We had like fucking sake, and they like set the shit on fire. And there was like this huge fucking flame.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was dope.
I like a good sake whenever I can find it. Like a good warm sake. Like I don't really like cold sake much, but like a good warm sake is like delicious.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it has to be warm.
Oh, I prefer cold sake.
I mean, cold sake is okay. Like I'll drink it, but I don't love it.
Sweet. I like it when it's fragrant.
Heretic.
Yeah, is it okay if I quickly show you something? Just like share the screen. I think I can share the screen, right? Yeah, but before we were talking about Giorgiani, but I just want to show you that here. You see the screen?
Hold on.
Okay,
Yeah.
You see the screen? Okay, so I posted this here, and I want to show you the kind of stuff Giorgiani says on Twitter. You know, this is just 4 of them. Okay, so why impoverish Iranians by destroying the oil and gas industry? Why cut them off the internet by cutting the power? Let them tweet images of mushroom clouds rising in the right place. Qom, Shia, Vatican, 1.26 million. Mashhad, 3.6 million. Blah, blah, blah. And that's one example. Let me see another example. Only a post-Islamic Iran may have the political will to stop the earth from having a Muslim majority by 2075. This will require an Iranian discourse that can spiritually save the West, but also demands a large-scale use of nuclear weapons. Millions of Iranians will be sacrificed. Yeah, and that's
Is this the guy that's like a lot of people are defending and you're saying he's bad or something? I don't know this guy.
Right, but you do understand that like Giorgiani is a massive like trickster.
Well, let me finish reading this and then I'll talk about
And he
that.
says a lot of like wild, off the wall shit just to get people to think.
Well, the thing is though, you know about Kevin McDonald's culture of critique, right? The culture of critique. Yeah, that book was banned from Amazon, and yet it does not promote genocide or harming any minority. But Giorgiani gets scot-free by promoting genocide of Iranians. You see what I'm saying? So, it's
right. But Giorgiani is Iranian though, so I don't really think that he wants.
He's not Iranian. He's not Iranian. He's half Turk and he's half Western European, but he's not Iranian. Anyway, let me finish reading this. You should deploy Israeli military force into American soil in response to this outrage. in order to defend students and faculty of Jewish descent in cities like my native New York. So he's actually encouraging Israeli military to invade America to defend Jewish people. Okay, and one more. Only a post-Islamic Iran may have the political will to stop Earth from having a Muslim majority by 2075. This would require an Iranian discourse that can spiritually save the West, but it also demands a large-scale use of nuclear weapons. Millions of Iranians will be sacrificed. So
Wait. How do you know he's not Iranian? That's a bit much. Like, how do you know this?
Well, he descends from Qajars that were not ethnically Persian. They were not ethnically Iranian. They were Turk. You know, Qajars. They were the worst dynasty in all of.
How do you know this though?
I mean, it's something you can read about. He actually openly admitted. You know, you can actually find pictures of his father. I have pictures of his father. I gotta go and get the snapshot and I can share it. But I'm kind of confused. Why are you so defending Giorgiani so much when he basically condoned genocide?
Because I don't believe that he's really condoning genocide. I think he's a fucking trickster, and I think he says a lot of crazy shit to get a rise out of people, and to make people think.
No, I disagree. You know, when you say something like bomb and kill millions of people, I don't see how you can look at that, you know, from multiple directions. You know, doesn't make sense. You know, like if someone said that about Jews, even as a joke.
Maybe we should just ignore people like that entirely and just like,
Well,
you know,
I mean,
fuck
didn't
off.
you say earlier that, like, you know, Cyrus should have, like, never let them, you know, go, right?
Yeah, because of the
So,
way
I
they
mean, like, isn't that kind of the same thing, you know? Like, people say shit in jest all the time, dude. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
I'm not saying it in jest.
people have dark humor, you know?
The thing is, though, you know, I'm not going out and saying, you know, I don't have a big social media presence, you know, but if I did and I were to say the same thing Giorgiani did about Israel, I would be banned and I would have, you know, visits. You see what I'm trying to say? It's a double standard. It's a double standard.
Well, no, I mean, you could be right. Like, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying you seem like to really not like him. And I'm just trying to understand why.
But because of the things he said, you know, I mean,
I'm neutral. I'm not against or for him. I respect his research. You know, I don't know him personally, you know, but I'm neutral. You seem to be dead set against him, and so I'm just trying to figure that out.
Well, let me
And you
ask you
seem to know things about him
let me ask you-
personally, and I'm
let me
trying to
ask you,
understand
what-
how you know personal things about him.
Well,
That's what I'm
let me
trying to
ask you-
understand.
Well, that's because, you know, there's this channel that go into it more. But let me ask you hypothetically, like, what is your ethnic background? Just for example, I'm just curious. Like,
I'm Italian.
Okay, let's say there was a war between Italy and Israel, just hypothetically speaking, okay? And then this Italian goes online and he promotes,
great.
I don't know, bombing Italy and killing millions of people.
Sure.
Wouldn't that make you feel angry?
I mean, I wouldn't be happy necessarily. No, I wouldn't necessarily be happy, but I also know that, like, the politics, you know, of countries is really nothing to do with the countries themselves. Like, there's, you know, people behind all this that have very little to do with the actual country. So, I mean, realistically speaking,
Even as a joke, you know, it's illegal. Actually, you cannot. You see, what I'm saying is actually what Giorgiani is doing is illegal, believe it or not, because you're not allowed to go and promote hate crime and kill millions of people. You're not allowed to do that. Yet he gets off free with it because he's a Fed. He's a Fed. You know,
but I mean, we laughed our ass off about you know, Cyrus, you know.
Well, the thing is that Cyrus was in the past. You know, I'm not saying
right.
you can't do anything now. I'm saying it was a mistake. You know, because look at what Jews are doing now. Like, for example, this is not just to you know.
But we were saying things like present too, that, like, Zionism is a fucking cancer, and
Yeah,
that,
but it's
like,
also
these
affecting
people
Europe.
are
You know, like, you know about State Street? State Street.
sure, yeah,
Yeah, they
and BlackRock and you know, Vanguard, yeah, of course, sure.
and they take a bunch of the refugees and flood Europe.
The
and then
Trinity.
scapegoat the white people for it. You know, even
I'm
though
sorry. I know it's an issue, but like I feel like all that shit's a distraction from things that really matter. I feel like all this Israel, Palestine, Middle East stuff is just a distraction from like
Well,
the real
this
things
gets
going
into
on.
what I was saying, that like the countries themselves are kind of like you're saying, part of a bigger game. You know, there's a high table that you're not seeing. You know, and so like the political and the religious and all of that is kind of the lower level, and there's a high table that you're not seeing.
I mean, I
There's a
do see
higher
it.
game being played.
I do see it. And I think all this discourse that about who's doing what and what in the Middle East and like all this stuff. I just feel like it's just like it's endless. It's a distraction. It doesn't really go anywhere. It doesn't. There's nothing
let me
we
say
can
what I
resolve
take
about it.
away. I think there are two levels of problems. You know, the first level is like, you know, basically what ellul calls technique. You know, or you know, as technological complexity grows, communal integrity, biodiversity, and human autonomy all decline. You know, that's what Dr. David Stupino deals with in Metaphysics of Technology. That's the major issue. And I believe Machine Voice does a very good job analyzing that from multiple angles, like philosophy, history.
Yeah. Me and
Yeah, that's
machine,
right.
me and machine
The second
are
issue is
completely in alignment with that.
okay, and the
Me and
second
machine
issue
are
are
completely in
Jews.
alignment.
Is the second issue is how Jews like have infiltrated Western
Well, hold
institutions.
on. It's not just Jews though. See, that's what I'm trying to say. It goes much deeper than that.
Exactly.
It like it's not just like Jews. It's not like all Jews.
Trying to boil it down to Jews is just so narrow minded and so simplistic.
Right. And this is part of the dialectic. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, let me explain something to you, for instance. Have you heard of the exilarchs?
No.
Okay. I want you to look up exilarch. EXILARCH. Like now. And look what pops up. And we'll go from there. Like the Jews, quote unquote, okay, you need to be more specific on what you mean by that. Because we're talking about an elite class within Judaism that hate their own kind. Okay. And this is kind of what Giorgiani knows. Okay. And people
I don't
that
agree.
are
No, I don't agree. No, I think I find you very suspicious. You know, like I find
you find me suspicious.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you right now, you can find me suspicious all you want. I can give you sources and you can look into this yourself.
Yeah.
And you can find me suspicious or not. That's fine. But I can give you plenty of sources that will show that at the very least what I'm saying is not made up. You can make the decision whether or not you choose to accept it. But what I'm saying is not made up. The exilarchs were the ones, the Jews that were let out post-exile. Okay? Do you know where they went? Iran. Okay? Guess what? Like you said, Cyrus is the one who let them be free. He's the one who helped them build the second temple. Well, do you think that was the end of it? No, it wasn't. Okay? Look up Gaonim. Gaonim. They were the leaders of the Talmudic colleges. Okay? These groups didn't just disappear into a puff of smoke. Okay? They still exist. They're all of the Freemasonic and all that other shit. Like everyone's like, oh, it's all Judaic. Yeah, no, it is now. Freemasonry started pagan. Okay? Then it became infiltrated by these Kabbalists. But here's the thing. Judaism, okay, before the Babylonian captivity, okay, was polytheistic. Whether Christians want to believe this shit or not, it really doesn't matter. Okay, it's the facts. All right, they worshipped El, they worshipped Asherah, they worshipped all these other deities. It's historical fact. Okay. So it wasn't until Second Temple Judaism that they started adapting all these other beliefs. and including Kabbalah. Okay, and the Kabbalah comes from Assyria, and these other ancient traditions was called the Ladder of Lights. Okay, so it like there's a very long history of all of this. It's not like it didn't all materialize overnight.
No, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Like, it's connected to Freemasons, and it goes back to like complex history that's largely been hidden. I agree,
Right.
but where I disagree with you is that it seems Giorgiani is a part of their network. Like, he's working for them, because it doesn't make sense for, even as a joking or jest, to promote genocide. You know what I mean? Like, that's actually illegal. Yet Giorgiani gets got off free for that. And it's like, if I go online, and I say,
Well, I mean, if he really believes that, then fuck him. Like I
Yeah.
said, I just appreciate his research as
I'm
a
going deeper than that. Like,
philosopher.
And like, dude, like, the only thing is, like, what do you want us to do about it? Like, I mean, we don't
Like
have
I
control
said,
over
I'm
Johnny.
neutral, dude.
No,
Like, I don't care
I
one
want
way
to
or
know,
the
like,
other.
why Twitter?
I don't know him personally. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
not asking like this. I'm asking these
Yeah.
kind of questions. Why does Twitter ban so many people? Yet Giorgiani is like posting genocidal crap.
We don't know. We don't have any control over Twitter, man.
Dude, I don't know him personally. This is what I'm trying to say. You're acting like we know him personally.
No, I don't think so. I'm not.
I
that
don't know
like-
him personally. You apparently do. So
Yeah,
you tell me. I don't know.
I have a big grudge against him. Yeah,
I see that.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to say. And that's what makes me like confused and also curious, because I don't know. It sounds like you have inside information that I don't. I know that Giorgiani was also talking about that evil German guy before all this. So I don't really know what he really believes. He's a trickster character. The fact that he went from supporting that to talking about Zionism, it's kind of hard to know what he really believes. And anyone who says otherwise, I mean, honestly, I don't really think they know what they're talking about.
Like, don't you think it's weird that Amazon bans
I mean, really?
Culture of Critique? Have you read Culture of Critique? I'm just curious. Like Kevin McDonald's Culture of Critique.
Never heard of it, man.
Basically, Kevin McDonald argues that Jews for a long time in the West have been promoting liberal ideals like mass migration and they basically push for inclusive diversity and stuff like that. It's been going on for like hundreds of years, and their institutions, are highly liberal. So I see some kind of symbiosis between the liberals that like push for inclusive diversity and far right Zionist bloodthirsty maniacs. So there's some kind of like symbiosis going there. I mean, like they push for mass migration and then they go to Middle East and destabilize, and I don't know, just creates lots of problems. So I'm not saying that Jews are like 100% to blame, but like,
I'm not even gonna go so far as say I don't necessarily think you're wrong, man. I just like it just kind of like, I mean, there's not much point in just like constantly talking about how bad it is. Like we gotta like talk about solutions. We gotta talk about like what can we do to combat that? What can we do to move forward? What can we do to make things better? And like just constantly focusing on how bad all this stuff is, it just doesn't do any good. It doesn't get us anywhere.
I'm giving it an I'm analyzing. I mean, I'm giving an analysis. I'm analyzing the situation. I mean, yeah. But basically, when you talk about this kind of stuff, you do risk being banned. I mean, you can talk about bombing, killing innocent Iranians, you'll be fine. But talk about how Jews have subverted the West for.
I mean, people talk about killing innocent people every day, all the time, and it's fine. I mean, what else is new, man? I mean, I'm not saying it's right. I think it's terrible, and I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't change the fact that it happens all the time.
Yeah, I'm not
like, do you want him to be arrested? Like, I just don't get it, dude. It seems like you want him to like be arrested or something. Like, I don't get it. Like, what do you want us to do about it?
No,
I don't get it. Do you want us to march like to his house and like fucking like? I just don't get it, bro. Like, I understand what you're saying. I understand your frustration. I'm with you. Like I said, I'm neutral. If he really truly does feel that way, you know, then fuck him, you know. Like I said, I just respect his work, you know. I'm not that deep, like I'm not his friend, you know what I mean? Like I don't interact with him daily.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You know, it's just that you know, there's this guy named DK Conspiracy. I like him. We were talking, and you know, like what the Jews are doing is like epic global crisis. You know what I mean? Like the mass migration, the destabilizing the region, and the person that gets the heat from all of that aren't Jews themselves, but people like me. You know, I get the heat. I get lumped in with the rapists who rape innocent Europeans. You know, I don't want to be lumped in with rapists. You know, and, yeah, and Islamists. You know, I don't like. I don't personally like Islam. You know what I mean? I get lumped in with them. You know what I mean? And then at the same time, there's psychological warfare being waged against me, and I consider Giorgiani a part of that network of psychological warfare. You know, I have enough evidence to claim that it's a psychological warfare. You know? It's the same thing with white people. You know, they're being attacked. White shame. You know, I mean, whites are being told to feel shame, guilt. You know, I mean, you shouldn't feel guilt at all. You know, for what your ancestors did. You're an individual. You know, you should only be judged based on as an individual. You know what I mean? But you know, it's a very complex situation. But yes, I do have a bit of an axe to grind with Jews. So
my only issue is the generalizations. Is that you're using broad strokes. Everything else, I agree with you.
Yeah, the thing is about the Jews is there's a strong trend about them doing this, though, very strong. They're a small minority, like 2%.
But dude, like I've known plenty of Jews that have nothing to do with any of that kind of stuff. I mean, but the fact that you're saying the Jews lumps them all together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's you refer to them as like, you know, specific people, specific like groups you don't like. You can come up with some of their name for it. But by saying the Jews, you're lumping an entire. It's just like when people say the white or the black.
It's dehumanizing.
Yeah.
Dehumanizing.
It's like whenever you say the whites, the blacks, or anything like that. Like it's just not. It's like they're not a monolith.
Yeah, it just makes my skin crawl a little bit. I'll be honest with you.
But I'm trying to be like, okay, listen. It's mainly the Ashkenazi. You know, I mean, they're trying to make people of European descent feel like they're, you know, they have sin or something for their past.
I mean, if you were to say just the Zionists, like I think we'd all agree. Like we're all kind of anti-Zionist.
That would be a lot better.
Yeah, Zionists would be a better term because like we can agree that Zionists are kind of like the problem, but like saying the Jews is just a little bit too broad.
The problem is they're kind of in two factions. You see, that's the problem. You know, there's the Zionist faction, and then there's the Soros-like mass migration faction, which is largely liberal. And I'm claiming both factions.
Okay, then call them Zionists and Sorosites if you want. But like, you know, but I mean, like, I'm just saying, like really, you got to lay off like it. Like, I'm just telling you from my perspective and from others. Like, anytime I hear somebody refer to like in the negative sense, refer to the Jew to people that they don't like as the Jews, it makes me automatically discredit that person in my mind. Like, it makes me give them less respect because they're lumping this entire group of people into this one group. I mean, if you want to say Zionists and Sorosites or something like that, you want to come with some name like that, then that'd be cool. But like, it'd just be the same way. Like all the blacks just do all the crime, you know. It's just all the blacks, you know. It doesn't. It's like I have a lot of black friends that don't do crime, you know. So like, it does never do.
Perfect example, dude. Perfect example. Because it's absolutely true. I've had friends from like every culture.
Yeah, me too.
You know what I mean? And so like it's just like it just doesn't like, look, dude, like if you really want people to hear you out, especially men, because like we're a little more understanding because we get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, but like if you really want people to hear you out, like you really don't want to talk like that because they're immediately gonna think you're a fucking bigot.
Yeah, exactly.
To be honest, you know, like you know, I'm just thinking honestly, you know, I don't really hate any race. You know, there are good and bad people of every race.
Right, but people are going to think you do.
There's a strong trend of Jews, of some large portion of Jews causing destabilization, like globally, you know, like.
But you know what the problem, the main problem with that is that amongst those Jews that you're talking about are also just people that aren't Jews that are also part of the same thing, and they're doing it too.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's not all Jews, man.
It might be a majority Jews. It might be maybe it's the largest. Maybe it's the largest number of them are Jews, but there's still people that aren't Jews in there. They're doing the same thing, and so by calling it the Jews, you're lumping this entire population that has no power. There's poor Jews.
Think about it, though. Okay, why is it illegal to question the Holocaust in Europe, and why is it becoming illegal to say anything anti-Semitic in America in some states? No other race has that much protection, you know what I mean? Like, holy shit, you know, like Jews, it's actually illegal to boycott Israel in some states now. You see what I mean? Like, it's kind of over the top, you know, it just keeps going and going. Like,
well, but because at the same time, there's been a lot of anti-Semitic hatred towards people that have nothing to do with anything that are getting people are like throwing shit at them and everything. And it's because of people lumping the Jews all together as one group.
Agree on anything.
No,
they've almost wiped each other out many times.
Let me tell you this: we had peaceful protest and peaceful protest against Israel, and then some Jews went and they acted like they were being harassed. During the peaceful protest in universities.
I've seen videos of people at these people protests actually throwing rocks at Jewish students.
I don't know if you realize this, but there are a lot of Jews that actually have exposed shit that's going on in the world too.
Yeah. I'm saying there's good. There are people that are good people that are Jews. There's bad people that are Jews. There's good white people. There's bad white people. There's good black people. Black. It doesn't matter. Like you can be whatever. There's good people and there's bad people. Putting them in ethnic groups like that, like in big broad swaths like that, it doesn't do you any good. It doesn't make you look good, and it doesn't help your point any.
Let me tell you this, okay? I don't like to judge people based on what they cannot change, but the problem with Judaism isn't a racial thing. I don't believe it's a racial thing.
Okay, stop right there. There you go.
Yeah, but
you can question Judaism. You can question Judaism. That's different than saying the Jews.
No,
you can have a problem with Judaism. That's different. That's very different.
I have a problem with Jewish identity itself. Jewish identity itself.
Well, now see,
identity doesn't always need to closely.
Jewish identity, they're also not bad people too. Like that itself is still a little bit too broad, man.
Have you
you took 2 steps forward and 10 steps back.
Yeah.
Have you read the Talmud? Have you read the Talmud, the Kabbalah Talmud, all of that? I can actually read you some stuff that even Jews themselves say about wanting to enslave the Gentiles, the Goyim.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
That's not like I completely agree with you, and I can you read the Talmud and there's some really heinous shit there for sure. But that would be that's over centuries and centuries of time, and it's not it's not like the Jews all sat together and were like, okay, this is what we believe. Like, no,
that's like when people
the Talmud is literally rabbis arguing with each other.
That's like when people. That's why people come up against TML and they're like, haven't you seen the hadiths about how all that you need to kill all the infidels and shit like that, and TML is very calm and he's always very reasoned about that kind of shit. He always takes the questions very well because he knows he knows that he doesn't believe that, and most Muslims don't believe that. That's the thing. But it's the same thing as when people are like, all Muslims are all just want to kill everybody that's not a Muslim.
Nonsense.
It's the same mentality.
Yeah, it's nonsense too. I've had lots of Muslim friends.
Yeah, me too. TML being one of them.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, I don't know. Let me tell you that there's you know about Dr. David Skrbina or no? I'm just curious.
Of course.
He also wrote texts criticizing the Jews, under a pseudonym. He was recently
right
for that.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying the Jews shouldn't be criticized, but there's a difference between being criticized and being vehemently attacked. You want to take Christ off the cross and then crucify him again, man. That's the vibe I'm getting from you.
Well, this is after I had shared quotes talking about, killing. Let me just make it clear, okay? About
and I understand your anger. I do, believe it or not.
About
you just gotta stop generalizing.
Yeah, we're not.
There is a clique.
We're not here to your point, dude. We're not
There's a clique that is very evil that deserves everything you're saying, but it's a clique, man. It's not everybody.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing with your points. We're disagreeing with the way the way you're presenting it. It makes you come across simplistic and big, as opposed to being like as intelligent as I think you are. You see, understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to give you some advice on how to present
You're a smart dude, bro. It's obvious.
Yeah,
and it weakens your argument.
Yeah.
No, I just, is there like only 2% of the population? Yeah, I keep seeing them pop up everywhere, and like during all major problems, like social crises. Like it's just at a certain point you got to like, make an inference. Like when you
I've heard people make the same exact point about Muslims. The same exact point about different races. Like you can make that point about tons of different ethnicities, and you could make it as valid as any other. Now the Jews might not be the most prevalent one, but it doesn't make it right to just say the Jews.
Well, I mean, I do sympathize with, some right-wing Europeans who wish they were more homogenous. I can't sympathize with that. It's not good to have like a flood of immigrants destabilizing
fucking,
and introducing social conflicts.
Not all Italians are in the mafia.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all Italians are in the mafia. All Irish people are drunk, right? All white people eat exclusively mayonnaise.
No, I'm closer to Ludwig Klage's philosophy. I'm not sure if you knew about Ludwig Klage's.
I don't know him, no.
He was into the esoteric also. He was a philosopher, anti-industrialist, and he focused more on the dynamic between soul and spirit. And spirit is like the technique from ellul. Basically, you use the concepts and you're basically always after instrumental ends. That involves mechanization. Spirit is basically like that. You basically break things into components and you then dissect them and you think you can understand everything. That's spirit. Soul is like the vitalistic aspect of life. Soul is the vitalistic aspect of life. It's basically what's underlying biodiversity and that sense of vitalism and being full of energy and romanticism.
Okay, and what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Yeah, no, I'm not
I agree with that, but
no, I'm not done. Poetry, landscape, and heroes are of the soul, basically, he argues. But basically, what the point I'm trying to make is that, the point I'm making is that Ludwig Klages was a massive anti-Semite too. His philosophy. He was anti-industrialist, but a massive anti-Semite because he thought that Jews always were trying to tear apart the ethnic composition of Europeans. They're like cultural solidarity.
Yes, I agree with you there. Okay, let me tell you something, okay? That I probably shouldn't say online, but I'm going to anyways. You should look up John Lamb Lash. I think you anybody will appreciate his work. He's a pagan Gnostic, and he has a lot to say about what you're talking about. He used to be like all into multiculturalism and all that, and he basically had enough. He talks about basically how Europe has been destroyed by this revolutionary ideology. Because that what we're really talking about is the revolutionary spirit.
It's just this.
There's a.
I just want to say three things. Three things I want to say. Most conspiracies, medieval conspiracies about the Jews, they seem to be true, like poisoning European wells, blood libel. Let me tell you, because they have modern analogs to the modern age. Israel is #1 in human trafficking. That's a fact. And that's like blood libel. And second, they have poisoned Palestinian wells. So, I don't know, that's some really over-the-top stuff,
But again, it's not all of them. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm disagreeing to the generalizations and the degree, okay? And you have to understand that they hate each other too. Like they murder each other. You understand? Like during World War II, the Zionists were like murdering their own people and like scaring the shit out of them just to get them to fucking, be down with the plan of Zionism, because they didn't want to be a part of it. They were happy becoming part of, other nations with assimilating. And like this is talked about, like Herzl and all these other, they said like, what's 100,000, dead Jews, as long as we have the strong ones. So this is what I'm trying to say is the Jews themselves have been victimized by their own people. This is what I don't think you understand.
Okay. No, I read Christopher John Bjorknes. He argues that.
Okay, you know about Bjorknes. Okay, well, he knows his shit. If you know about Bjorknes, then you should understand the reality of this then.
Well, Bjorknes is actually worse than me, to be honest with you. Have you been reading his Twitter, man? Like, it's not really pleasant stuff. He's actually worse than me.
Sad drama.
Yes, but Bjorknes also says that it's not all of them.
No, Bjorknes says it's like racially, biologically ingrained into them. I do not say that. I do not think it's biologically ingrained. Bjorknes did say that on his Twitter. You want me to find it for you?
It doesn't surprise me. No, I'm sure he probably did.
Yeah.
But he also has said that it's not all of them.
Still,
freaking Hyperborean.
Ingrained. So, like, I don't know. He does.
No, yeah, Bjorknes is knows his shit.
I do like him,
Yeah, no, I do too. That's why I said I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just disagreeing with the generalization. Because he also talks about exactly what I am saying.
I guess I agree, but I still feel like it was a mistake for freeing them.
Well, I mean, I'm laughing, about that. I told you I think that's funny as shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all of them, of course. I don't think that. But it's a strong trend. It's a strong trend.
There's the Bjorknes detractor in the chat, by the way.
How the hell can he hate Bjorknes? I don't understand that. I really don't get it.
Well, apparently he's a J as well.
Yeah, he is.
Allegedly.
Maybe it's right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have mixed feelings.
Yeah, he is. But like, so what, dude? Like, he's exposed so fucking much that I really don't know who else has, really. Like, I don't know anyone who's gone as deep as he has. Like, nobody. Legitimately nobody.
Finish.
Dude, because he has like 4 fucking parts. He keeps having to write more and more and more. Because he keeps having more insights. Because the dude's a fucking savant. No, Bjorknes is based, man. We can we can disagree on that one, man. I'm sorry. Bjorknes is based as fuck. I don't care if he's a Jew, like 20% or whatever the hell.
I thought he was like
that makes him
Scandinavian or some shit.
He is.
Scandinavian J.
Yeah, Bjorknes, he does seem a little bit more extreme than me, I think, because some of the stuff he said recently, I don't know, like, he does want to, like, I don't know, like, get rid of, he does talk about Jews.
Anyway. Well, we done talking about the Jays for now.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's cool.
I don't like talking about them all the time.
I mean, I gotta tell you guys, like, it is by far the most boring topic of conversation I think I can have on the internet now. It seems like every panel I go on, that's like all anyone talks about. I am just tired of it. I am so tired of it.
Yeah, J fatigue, huh?
Yeah. Jay
I'm tired of it too.
Jay discourse fatigue, I guess you'd say. Like, I'm just tired of the discourse. It's just, it never ends. There's no resolution to it. There's always somebody that's just is so convinced that, like, you know, the Jews are evil, and it's just like, I'm just like, I don't have the energy for it, man. And I have a lot of other things in my life going on. And I just don't have the energy to sit here and both defend and or even begin to comprehend this unnatural hatred of a group of people. I just don't get it.
I agree with that. You know, I do. I absolutely 100,000% agree with that. And that's why I say you got to take people on an individual level.
Yeah.
You know, there are, you know, societies, most definitely, that are toxic as fuck.
Listen, I don't talk about
we
Jews all the time.
focus on them.
I don't talk about them all the time. Okay, I don't.
Sure, no, I believe you.
There are people on Twitter. The only thing they ever talk about are Jews. Okay, I'm not like that. But I'm just saying.
But why are we comparing ourselves to others? You know,
because it's relative. You know, I don't talk about Jews all the time. I have other interests like theology, you know, some scientific stuff too. I definitely right now I'm studying the third way.
I mean, isn't that more productive? You know, I don't know.
But I'm just. Why are you so? Listen. Okay, listen. It's okay if we disagree. You know, we just don't broach the topic again. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, but ultimately, you know, it's just a pattern I notice. You know, it's a pattern I notice. You know, it just keeps going on and on. Each time I say no more thinking about the Jews, I just tell myself that. Then I go and I see something like underground tunnels in New York City. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you there.
Sad.
I hear you there. Yeah, we can agree on that.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to think about that anymore. But then underground tunnels in New York City. Then they're bombing Iran. Let me tell you this: when they bombed Iran, they bombed horses. What's the point of killing beautiful horses, purebred horses?
Well, I mean, just read the Old Testament, bro.
Huh?
Just read the Old Testament.
Yeah.
It says not leave no man, woman, child, or cattle alive. So yeah, I mean that's just how they roll.
I mean, it's also just war. War is just terrible, horrific murder without. I mean, okay, you say but why kill the horses? But why kill the people? I mean, I'm not going to kill the horses and the people, but they kill the people too. So I mean, I don't know. I just
No, let me make a point to you there. Okay, they killed.
Well, no, I mean he has a point there, though, dude. I can't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, let me tell you one other thing. They killed a nuclear scientist, okay, but they also killed his entire family, extended family, his children, his people that were related to him. You know, his extended family, people who had nothing to do with anything involving nuclear weapons. Yet they killed his whole family.
Yeah, I'm against that. Let me tell you, I'm against it. Okay.
Yeah, I want to stop thinking about the Jews. You know, like I'm telling you, but each time I try to stop, it just comes back again. You know, underground tunnels, war with Iran. You know,
it's
tiresome. You know, bring in tons of immigrants with trucks. You know, I don't know, just kind of destabilizing. You know, whatever. You know?
I'm going to say a real controversial statement here. I think murder is bad. Okay.
You do? Oh wow, that's crazy, dude. I thought murder was great. Whoa.
You know, I mean, I think we can all agree that, you know, there's things that we all can agree with, man. It's not that, I mean, I don't think any of us think that any of this war shit has been good for either side. I think that whenever they did the thing to Israel, it was awful. Whenever Israel's done in retaliation was awful. The things they've done to Iran are awful. It's all awful. There was a video, there's an old saying from, I can't remember who said it. There's one of the old, it's one of those guys that everybody hates now, but he had a saying of saying it's a shame that both sides can't lose, kind of thing. And I feel that way about a lot of it. It's just I just kind of wish it would all go away sometimes. But I mean, I don't want them all to die, but I wish it would just all go away. I wish it would all just stop.
We're sorry, Deb. There's been an executive decision, and you're not down with murder, and so
yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I know that the war must continue. The war must continue. The war must continue. At all costs, the war must continue.
Right. Well, I mean, haven't you read the Old Testament, dude? Like, it's totally cool if you murder people as long as you do it in the name of God.
Yeah. I mean, if God tells you, if your proxy God Yahweh comes down and says, like, go and wipe those people out, it's totally cool. And rape and all that other stuff is all cool too, because like they aren't really people after all.
Yeah,
I would prefer Central Asian Buddhism to spread, because it was pretty big. They had like the Kushan Empire. Buddhism in general, historically speaking, relatively, has been more peaceful compared to the Abrahamic faiths. I'm not saying, it's like it's not as crazy like Old Testament carnage. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I agree with you there for sure. I think there should be statues to Lilith, personally. I think they should bring back idol worship for sure. Yep.
You can't have modern wars without fiat currency, though.
They hate nothing more than idol worship. So yeah, they believe that we should be executed for idol worship.
That's true.
So apparently they fear it. They fear it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I think idol worship is fine. Tree worship was ubiquitous in the ancient times, and yet when Abrahamic faith spread, they destroyed sacred trees.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should definitely bring back idol worship, most definitely. And I actually have idols.
I mean, I meant to say I'm open to that. I'm okay with it. It doesn't really bother me. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not Abrahamic in mentality overall.
Right. Yeah, no, me neither. You also got to remember, dude, that we're on YouTube, so there are certain things I don't like necessarily want to say as well.
You've mentioned Lash's work before, though.
Just so we're clear. So like I said, besides the generalizations, man, I'm pretty much with you. Like, pretty much with you all the way. Outside of the generalizations.
It's fine to disagree, I mean, it's fine, this is just the area we diverge in. It's fine to disagree, it's not something that's...
But the thing is, we're not disagreeing. We're disagreeing with the way you're presenting it. We're disagreeing with the way you're phrasing it, not with what you're saying. We're saying that you aren't phrasing it properly in a sense that doesn't make you. It gives you less credit. We're saying, like, adjust your language and people will take you more seriously. We're trying to help you.
No, you don't get what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is not like the one thing I focus on. It's fine to disagree with it and bring up another topic. But what I'm trying to say is this is something that I don't really think I will change my view on much, because I've talked to some people, like, and it just always traces back to them somehow, like, it's okay to disagree, you move on. Some people can be a bit prejudiced about some stuff and you move on. I mean, I am, I guess, a bit prejudiced about certain things, but it's okay.
So we need to bring back idol worship. Just more so just to the fact that it pisses them off. Like, that's really the only reason. Honestly. That's really the only reason. It's because they nothing pisses them off more, to the point that they're ready to execute people. Like, that's some pretty heavy shit. Like, they really are afraid of this. And that's one thing Bjerknes definitely nailed, is they want to take away the power and protection that we get from our gods. Like, that was the whole that's the whole thing in a nutshell. That was why that's why they gave Europe the Abrahamic traditions in the first fucking place. Period. Like, period. Like, period. So, yeah. I say bring it back.
I feel like worshiping idols can have, like, it's kind of different. Like, maybe it goes back to the ultimate principle, God, or it could be more like a vitalistic animist thing. So, like,
animist, right? Yeah, well, you're not really worshiping an idol. That's kind of like, that's something that they created as a insult. Like nobody actually worships fucking idols. You know, it's just that everything has a spirit. You know, that's what animism is. You know, because I am an animist, right? And so like everything has a spirit already. And so it's just like the spirit of, you know, whatever spirit you're working with can communicate through that. It's not that the fucking idol is alive or, you know, anything like that, or that
Yeah,
they
but
actually
I know,
thought
but
that it was, you know.
I'm saying that the context can be either rooted in the transcendent or immanent, or a mixture of both, you know, because what you're
Right.
saying is pure immanence, I think so. You don't accept anything
Right.
transcendent. Yeah, so you're like deluse, like the eminence, pure eminence, or like Spinoza, right? You kind of lean towards that kind of monism or something.
Well, I would say it's both actually.
Both. Okay, so you're like pan-entheist, you know, like PAN and EN, and then theist like this, like it's encompassed by everything, and then it also transcends it or something like that.
Hold the close, maybe. Well, it seems like the rabble has decided that I'm unfit for this panel because I'm not down with murder and such. So I guess I'm gonna head off. I have to go do things like taking out trash and cleaning up after my daughter's playroom. So I will see you guys later.
Easy.
Later on, guys. Bye.
Have a good day. Well, I guess it's just you and me now.
I'm sure Twilight will be back soon. He seems to be losing connection or something every like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
What surprises me is TML just sitting in the chat. I guess he had his fill earlier on the stream earlier.
I need to read more and you know figure some stuff out. I need to read more. And yeah, it's yeah. So how have you been doing?
I'm good.
That's good. That's good to hear. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, we know TML. Well, this is what kind of happened earlier too. Twilight left or something, or the other stream.
There's another stream besides this one.
No, the one he did earlier. He wasn't there, and it was just TML, and he fell asleep. So it was just TML on the stream for like 2 hours or something.
So you like wolves? I think your avatar is very cool looking. So it's so cool.
I do. There's several different reasons, but yeah.
I see. That's cool. Yeah. Have you ever seen any wild wolves?
Wolves. No, I think I've seen coyotes. I've seen bears. I've seen other stuff, but I don't remember seeing any wolves.
I see. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I wish I could see a wild wolf or like a pack of wolves. I like the way their social structure is like with the alpha male and stuff. They have a very interesting, robust social organization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say I agree with I'm like leaning towards your side in the sense that I don't think you meant it as how they were trying to make it out to be.
It's just a kind of strong trend, you know. It's not doesn't mean every single one, you know. It's like a trend, you know. Trends are real, you know. Like you know, and you know, to be honest, when I act like this, you know, there's a trend of, you know, like Muslims causing problem in England, for example. You know, I can admit that, you know, and it's kind of big problem. Like they got away with the child grooming gang, you know. And you know, when talking about this stuff, you gotta be honest. You know, you gotta acknowledge that there are real trends. You know, like you can't just say that um, it's not all of them. Of course, it's not all of them. You know, it's impossible for it to be all of them. But there are trends. You know, so the individual exists. You know, but the collective is also important. You know, there are trends. You know, so yeah. But at the same time, they're right that it's not good to like you know judge someone without first getting to know them. So they're right about that. But they're wrong to like close one's eyes to certain real trends. You know, like no race could get away with something like underground tunnels. You know, like in New York City, that's been memory hold. You know what I mean? Like people don't talk.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of tunnels, much larger tunnels and underground bases than some shit in the streets of New York or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. I remember seeing a video clip where they took out a mattress and there was like a kind of stain on that mattress that looked kind of
Yeah,
creepy.
I think everybody's well, a lot of people saw that. Yeah.
Yep. The modern world is a very big volatile mess. You know what I mean? It's like it's like it's about to like implode or something. It's largely yeah, it's crazy. Well, yeah. It's good to
I'd
read some
say
poetry or something to take one's mind off of this stuff. Some poetry or
it's
something.
to look behind, to look at the, I guess, quote unquote, spiritual side of things than just the physical. You know,
Yeah, that's right. I
there's
agree
only
with that.
there's only so much that any one group could do physically. It's more of the spiritual warfare in play here.
Yeah, I think that's the most important level. It's a shame.
Because it
Like,
doesn't make sense otherwise. You would I think anybody would go a little crazy trying to make sense of it.
I agree with you on that. You know, one should center one's mind with some higher metaphysical principle like God or Dharma or like whatever higher metaphysical principle helps you center your mind. You know, that's important. And it can be hard sometimes to keep one's mind centered and calm and maintain your calm disposition. But I think one has to make an attempt for it. I mean, solitude helps, you know, getting off solitude often and decompressing and letting one's mind flow freely. It can help. But it's very difficult in this day and age to get more and more solitude, especially when people have to work a lot and they're surrounded by constant entertainment. It's good to seek out more solitude in nature, I think. I need to do that too, you know. I think the past few weeks I've been kind of depressed, so I need to like decompress or something.
Well, certainly going for a walk couldn't hurt.
That's true, yeah. Going into the woods, woods or like the ocean or something.
I think they want to how to say it. I mean, they in quotes obviously, but like they want to basically paint us into a corner to enslave us into the technology.
I mean, yes, I definitely agree with that.
That's why
100%.
it's all this surveillance stuff is just getting insane now.
Yeah, I definitely
And
agree
I
with
think
that.
they wanted to like how to say it, siphon our energy into the system, I guess is a way of saying it, to entrap the soul, not like soul trap, but like uploading people into this metaverse or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
agree with that.
on the menu anyway.
Well, it definitely does feel like we're heading in that direction. You know, I feel
It's
like
like a extra layer added on top.
let me tell you this, though. You know, I got my degree in several STEM fields, and I basically realized what you're saying. And it's really hard to work after you realize that what you're working for is not benefiting anyone. You know, it's not benefiting the community. It's not benefiting nature. Yeah, that we're kind of like we're forced to depend on this artificial system, coerced basically, and then we lose our self-reliant ways of life, and we lose our. It's not very good in the long term, of course. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. And it does feel like they want to hook us up to like some kind of virtual simulation to feed on our pain or something, or use us as a battery or something.
It's something to that effect. I mean, I don't think they can just do revelation of the method all the time. I'm pretty sure they would want to keep something secret.
That's right. You know, I feel like we can only infer what their ultimate plan is. We gotta just look at the pattern of what they do, and then we make an inference based on that. You know, we cannot know 100% what their ultimate objective is, but it does seem to involve mechanization and enslavement of mankind, and and also treating the earth as like some kind of exploitable reserve or something. But I feel like sometimes reading poetry or immersing your mind into beautiful artwork can help, find some centeredness sometimes. Maybe some people will call that escapism, but I don't know. I think it's okay sometimes, like you finding a nice piece of artwork, maybe like, I don't know, something you like, mythological stories, like the Odyssey or I thought that that one cycle with I think Finn and the Celtic mythologies was fun. I think I like the more adventurous ones. Some RPGs can be like that too. Like I was looking at some intro videos of Suikoden 3. Suikoden 3 Suikoden 3, and it was like it's nice. The intro videos, has a sense of adventure and maybe I should just share my screen and just talk about that stuff. I don't know. I just talk to myself. But yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, but it's nice, I guess. But the thing is, I realized that when I do that, it's just basically like the past. People already lived like that. There's a sense of freedom and a sense of exploration and wonder. Our sense of wonder has kind of died out. It's just been replaced by just conceptual thinking and by endless mechanization. There's no sense that poetry is magical anymore, or that touches a wondrous source. People just see poetry as like something people waste their time with, but I feel like poetry was a way to connect to something greater. Poetry and paintings and music. you know there's a lot of stuff, something to inspire people outside of mere efficiency. I feel that way. Yeah. Yeah. It does make me kind of wish it was more like the past. People will say I'm being romanticist or something like that. I don't know. I don't think I'm being that romanticist. The past did seem overall better. Less volatile. Yeah, sense of community, more grounding. You could be self-reliant. You know, just yeah. Oh, this past few weeks have been
Right.
killing me. Like I just get so many degrees. I don't like them. I started hating them 1 or 2 years into them. Now I can't get a job. You know, yeah. Also follow DK Spiricy's advice. Pretending to be Jewish. Maybe that will help me get a job, but I don't know if that will work. But yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either.
Yeah, I really tried it. Didn't work. But let me think. One thing I like to imagine is like what the mind of other beings is like. Like I read several books. It's called Umwelt. The Umwelt is a fancy German word. Umwelt. I read books about octopuses, crows, birds. A little bit about elephants. And I think I read some more. Octopuses, crows. But anyway, I read a lot of ornithology, and it just I like imagining what experience would feel like. If I were like a different being or something. Like, how does a crow experience the role? Crows are very smart. They have extended families, crows, and their like cousins help each other. You know, you know. But of course, among the birds, brood parasites are kind of creepy though. Brood parasites. Some of them like the cuckoo. The cuckoo lays an egg on the nest of other birds, and they raise the cuckoo's nestlings like it's their own offspring, which is weird. That I think that they're kind of weird. But I do like crows, and I like other birds too. Eagles are nice. I have a beautiful section to read from the book. Let me see here. The book is called J.A. Baker's The Peregrine. Peregrine Falcon. I'm gonna read that. Standing in the fields near the orchard, I shut my eyes and tried to crystallize my will into the light-drenched prism of the hawk's mind. Warm and firm-footed in long grass, smelling of the sun, I sank into the skin and blood and bones of the hawk. The ground became a warm branch to my feet. The sun on my eyelids was heavy and warm. Like the hawk, I heard and hated the sound of men, that faceless horror of the stony places. I stifled in the same filthy sack of fear. I shared the same hunter's longing for the wild. Home none can know. Alone with the sight and smell of the quarry, under the indifferent sky, I felt the pull of the north, the mystery and fascination of the migrating gulls. I shared the same strange longing to be gone. I sank down and slept into the feather-like sleep of the hawk. And that's one. There's another one I like. Yeah, this one is actually better. And beyond all, he saw the straight ruled shine of the sea floating like a rim of mercury on the surface of the brown and white land. The sea rising as he rose, lifting its blazing storm of light, and thundered freedom to the landlocked hawk. Idly, indifferently, he saw it all, as he swung and swayed around the glittering gun, sight of his eyes deep fovea, and watched for a flash or spurt of wings at which to aim his headlong flight. I watched him with longing, as though he were reflecting down to me his brilliant, unregated vision of the land beyond the hill. Let me see. Yeah, she was wholly of the sun and wind, and purity of the sky, remote as a star. The falcon gilded out towards the estuary, a purple speck kindling and fading through the frost fire of the sky. Yeah, let me see here. Oh, yeah, this one's nice. With rigid wings outstretched, she rose in a trance of flight, wafted upon air like a departing god. Watching the falcon receding up into the silence of the sky, I shared the exaltation and serenity of her slow ascension. Yeah, it's a good book, The Peregrine by J.A. Baker. I have a review I wrote of it. Let me see here. Yeah, basically, it talks about Keats. John Keats. I think his name was John Keats. He has this idea called
No.
negative capability, the poetical capacity to empty yourself so totally into another being that you do not merely think like that being, but are that being. Yes. And so Baker talks about how he was just like, in the countryside of England, watching the hawks, watching a hawk, and he was unconsciously imitating the movements of the hawk, as if like some primitive ritual. The hunter becoming the thing he hunts. It's kind of interesting. Some of the passages in the book are very beautiful. Maybe I'm not very good. I don't think I'm a very good orator. I think I'm not a very good orator or something.
That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was a nice book, The Peregrine. I have some other good books I read. Yeah, I think so. I watch a lot of documentaries and other stuff too. Yeah. Let me see. I see. Yeah. A fool sees not the same tree that a wise man sees. William Blake. I thought that was a nice passage from William Blake. Emily Dickinson had a very nice area too. I mean, very beautiful things. These sudden intimacies with immortality are expanse, not peace, as lightning at our feet instills a foreign landscape. Emily Dickinson. That's a nice one. These are from my reviews, some quotes. You know, I wrote reviews. Yeah. So basically, you know, I think it's like a state of fullness pouring out of itself, where the inner, in as much as it gives birth to itself, becomes the moment something external, world, and phenomenal reality. It is a continual revelation that something continuously flows forth from the most hidden part of the soul. That is something that Claudius said. Yeah. I thought that was nice. Claudius is an underrated thinker. I like how poetic he is in some areas. There was one poem he gave I thought was good. I need to go back and read more poetry. I think so. But yeah, let me see. Perhaps some cool. Yeah, I'm not very good at. Yeah, what? Uh, I mean, it's kind of weird that he left, you know, and that's kind of rude. He didn't say goodbye, you know. I do think I don't trust him, you know. I don't trust that guy. Something about him does not sit right with me. It's not polite to leave without saying goodbye. You just leave in a very condescending manner. So it kind of makes you feel awkward. And
No, that's kind of that's just kind of his personality. It's not really him meaning to be rude.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, streaming is not really for me. I guess I think I'm more meant for writing sometimes or something like. I'm not really good at streaming, but I do enjoy these subject matters mainly. You know, maybe I should just stick to talking about the mechanization and the technique and metaphysics, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Jews are a very annoying people, though. But I'm not saying all of them. You know, there's a strong trend among them. You know, I mean, it's just crazy. You can say tons of negative things about other races, but you say one bad thing about Jews, and the FBI will give you a visit. That's what happened to me. You know, it's not like I went and did what Giorgiani did, like promoting genocide. You know, like, that's what happened. Got visits. You know, over that crap. You know, I hope it doesn't happen again. You know, like gosh.
Yeah, I guess we should all leave. I don't think he's coming back either.
I don't know. Maybe
Some things came up. Obviously, he wasn't planning to leave this soon.
yeah, it's very abrupt. Yeah, very abrupt. You think he left because of me? I'm just kind of.
No, it's definitely not you. Trust me. Well, I guess I'll see you later then.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'll see you later. It's nice talking to you. I hope you have a good day.
You too.
Okay, bye. Well, I guess I will go too. Well, yeah, okay. See you guys later, I guess. See you.
he becomes subject technique of the present has no common measure with that of the past. This definition is not a theoretical construct. It is arrived at by examining each activity and observing the facts of what modern man calls technique in general, as well as by investigating the different areas in which specialists declare they have a technique. In the course of this work, the word technique will be used with varying emphasis on one or another aspect of this definition. At one point, the emphasis may be on rationality, at another on efficiency or procedure, but the overall definition will remain the same. Finally, we shall be looking at technique in its sociological aspects. That is, we shall consider the effect of technique on social relationships, political structures, economic phenomena. Technique is not an isolated fact in society, as the term technology would lead us to believe, but is related to every factor in the life of modern man. It affects social facts as well as all others. Thus, technique itself is a sociological phenomenon, and it is in this light that we shall study it. Jacques Ellul, June 1963. Author's foreword to the Revised American edition. At the beginning, I must try to make clear the direction and aim of this book. Although descriptive, it is not without purpose. I do not limit myself to describing my findings with cold objectivity in the manner of a research worker reporting what he sees under a microscope. I am keenly aware that I am myself involved in technological civilization, and that its history is also my own. I may be compared rather with the physician or physicist who is describing a group situation in which he is himself involved. The physician in an epidemic, the physicist exposed to radioactivity, in such situations the mind may remain cold and lucid, and the method objective, but there is inevitably a profound tension of the whole being. Although I have deliberately not gone beyond description, the reader may perhaps receive an impression of pessimism. I am neither by nature nor doctrinally a pessimist, nor have I pessimistic prejudices. I am concerned only with knowing whether things are so or not. The reader tempted to brand me a pessimist should begin to examine his own conscience and ask himself what causes him to make such a judgment. For behind this judgment, I believe, will always be found previous metaphysical value judgments, such as man is free, man is lord of creation, man has always overcome challenges, so why not this one too? Man is good. Or again, progress is always positive. Man has an eternal soul and so cannot be put in jeopardy. Those who hold such convictions will say that my description of technological civilization is incorrect and pessimistic. I ask only that the reader place himself on the factual level and address himself to these questions. Are the facts analyzed here false? Is the analysis inaccurate? Are the conclusions unwarranted? Are there substantial gaps and omissions? It will not do for him to challenge factual analysis on the basis of his own ethical or metaphysical presuppositions. The reader deserves and has my assurance that I have not set out to prove anything. I do not seek to show, say, that man is determined, or that technique is bad, or anything else of the kind. Two other factors may lead the reader to the feeling of pessimism. It may be that he feels a rigorous determinism is here described that leaves no room for effective individual action, or that he cannot find any solution for the problems raised in the book. These two factors must now engage our attention. As to the rigorous determinism, I should explain that I have tried to perform a work of sociological reflection, involving analysis of large groups of people and of major trends, but not of individual actions. I do not deny the existence of individual action, or of some inner sphere of freedom. I merely hold that these are not discernible at the most general level of analysis, and that the individual's acts or ideas do not, here and now, exert any influence on social, political, or economic mechanisms. By making this statement, I explicitly take a partisan position in a dispute between schools of sociology. To me, the sociological does not consist of the addition and combination of individual actions. I believe that there is a collective sociological reality, which is independent of the individual. As I see it, individual decisions are always made within the framework of this sociological reality, itself pre-existent and more or less determinative. I have simply endeavored to describe technique as a sociological reality. We are dealing with collective mechanisms, with relationships among collective movements, and with modifications of political or economic structures. It should not be surprising, therefore, that no reference is made to the separate, independent initiative of individuals. It is not possible for me to treat the individual sphere, but I do not deny that it exists. I do not maintain that the individual is more determined today than he has been in the past, rather that he is differently determined. Primitive man, hemmed in by prohibitions, taboos, and rights, was, of course, socially determined. But it is an illusion, unfortunately very widespread, to think that because we have broken through the prohibitions, taboos, and rights that bound primitive man, we have become free. We are conditioned by something new, technological civilization. I make no reference to a past period of history in which men were allegedly free, happy, and independent. The determinisms of the past no longer concern us. They are finished and done with. If I do refer to the past, it is only to emphasize that present determinants did not exist in the past, and men did not have to grapple with them then. The men of classical antiquity could not have found a solution to our present determinisms, and it is useless to look into the works of Plato or Aristotle for an answer to the problem of freedom. Keeping in mind that sociological mechanisms are always significant determinants, of more or less significance, for the individual, I would maintain that we have moved from one set of determinants to another. The pressure of these mechanisms is today very great. They operate in increasingly wide areas and penetrate more and more deeply into human existence. Therein lies the specifically modern problem. This determinism has, however, another aspect. There will be a temptation to use the word fatalism in connection with the phenomena described in this book. The reader may be inclined to say that if everything happens as stated in the book, man is entirely helpless either to preserve his personal freedom or to change the course of events. Once again, I think the question is badly put. I would reverse the terms and say, if each one of us abdicates his responsibilities with regard to values, if each of us limits himself to leading a trivial existence in a technological civilization, with greater adaptation and increasing success as his sole objectives, if we do not even consider the possibility of making a stand against these determinants, then everything will happen as I have described it, and the determinants will be transformed into inevitabilities. But in describing sociological currents, I obviously cannot take into account the contingent decisions of this or that individual, even if these decisions could modify the course of social development, for these decisions are not visible, and if they are truly personal, they cannot be foreseen. I have tried to describe the technical phenomenon as it exists at present and to indicate its probable evolution. Fatalism is not involved. It is rather a question of probability, and I have indicated what I think to be its most likely development. What is the basis for this most likely eventuality? I would say that it lies in social, economic, and political phenomena, and in certain chains of events and sequences. If we may not speak of laws, we may, at any rate, speak of repetitions. If we may not speak of mechanisms in the strict sense of the word, we may speak of interdependencies. There is a certain logic, though not a formal logic, in economic phenomena, which makes certain forecasts possible. This is true of sociology and, to a lesser degree, of politics. There is a certain logic in the evolution of institutions which is easily discernible. It is possible, without resorting to imagination or science fiction, to describe the path that a social body or institutional complex will follow. An extrapolation is perfectly proper and scientific when it is made with care. Such an extrapolation is what we have attempted. But it never represents more than a probability, and may be proved false by events. External factors could change the course of history. The probable development I describe might be forestalled by the emergence of new phenomena. I give 3 examples, widely different and deliberately so, of possible disturbing phenomena. 1. If a general war breaks out, and if there are any survivors, the destruction will be so enormous and the conditions of survival so different that a technological society will no longer exist. 2. If an increasing number of people become fully aware of the threat the technological world poses to man's personal and spiritual life, and if they determine to assert their freedom by upsetting the course of this evolution, my forecast will be invalidated. 3. If God decides to intervene, man's freedom may be saved by a change in the direction of history or in the nature of man. But in sociological analysis, these possibilities cannot be considered. The last 2 lie outside the field of sociology and confront us with an upheaval so vast that its consequences cannot be assessed. But sociological analysis does not permit consideration of these possibilities. In addition, the first 2 possibilities offer no analyzable fact on which to base any attempt at projection. They have no place in an inquiry into facts. I cannot deny that they may occur, but I cannot take them rationally into account. I am in the position of a physician who must diagnose a disease and guess its probable course, but who recognizes that God may work a miracle, that the patient may have an unexpected constitutional reaction, or that the patient, suffering from tuberculosis, may die unexpectedly of a heart attack. The reader must always keep in mind the implicit presupposition that if man does not pull himself together and assert himself, or if some other unpredictable but decisive phenomenon does not intervene, then things will go the way I describe. The reader may be pessimistic on yet another score. In this study, no solution is put forward to the problems raised. Questions are asked but not answered. I have indeed deliberately refrained from providing solutions. One is that the solutions would necessarily be theoretical and abstract, since they are nowhere apparent in existing facts. I do not say that no solutions will be found. I merely aver that in the present social situation, there is not even a beginning of a solution. No breach in the system of technical necessity. Any solutions I might propose would be idealistic and fanciful. In a sense, it would even be dishonest to suggest solutions. The reader might think them real rather than merely literary. I am acquainted with the solutions offered by Emmanuel Mounier, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, Ragnar Frisch, Jean Fourastier, Georges Friedman, and others. Unfortunately, all these belong to the realm of fancy and have no bearing on reality. I cannot rationally consider them in analyzing the present situation. However, I will not make a final judgment on tomorrow before it arrives. I do not presume to put chains around man, but I do insist that a distinction be made between diagnosis and treatment. Before a remedy can be found, it is first necessary to make a detailed study of the disease and the patient, to do laboratory research, and to isolate the virus. It is necessary to establish criteria that will make it possible to recognize the disease when it occurs, and to describe the patient's symptoms at each stage of his illness. This preliminary work is indispensable for eventual discovery and application of a remedy. By this comparison, I do not mean to suggest that technique is a disease of the body social, but rather to indicate a working procedure. Technique presents man with multiple problems. As long as the first stage of analysis is incomplete, as long as the problems are not correctly stated, it is useless to proffer solutions. And before we can pose the problems correctly, we must have an exact description of the phenomena involved. As far as I know, there is no overall and exact description of the facts which would make it possible to formulate the problems correctly. The existing works on the subject either are limited to a single aspect of the problem, the effect of motion pictures on the nervous system, for example, or else propose solutions without the requisite preliminary study. I offer these pages as a first effort in laying the necessary ground. Much more work will have to follow before we can see what man's true response is to the challenge before him. But this must not lead the reader to say to himself, all right, here is some information on the problem, and other sociologists, economists, philosophers, and theologians will carry on the work, so I have simply got to wait. This will not do, for the challenge is not to scholars and university professors, but to all of us. At stake is our very life, and we shall need all the energy, inventiveness, imagination, goodness, and strength we can muster to triumph in our predicament. While waiting for the specialists to get on with their work on behalf of society, each of us, in his own life, must seek ways of resisting and transcending technological determinants. Each man must make this effort in every area of life, in his profession and in his social, religious, and family relationships. In my conception, freedom is not an immutable fact graven in nature and on the heart of man. It is not inherent in man or in society, and it is meaningless to write it into law. The mathematical, physical, biological, sociological, and psychological sciences reveal nothing but necessities and determinisms on all sides. As a matter of fact, reality is itself a combination of determinisms, and freedom consists in overcounting and transcending these determinisms. Freedom is completely without meaning unless it is related to necessity, unless it represents victory over necessity. To say that freedom is graven in the nature of man is to say that man is free because he obeys his nature, or to put it another way, because he is conditioned by his nature. This is nonsense. We must not think of the problem in terms of a choice between being determined and being free. We must look at it dialectically and say that man is indeed determined, but that it is open to him to overcome necessity, and that this act is freedom. Freedom is not static but dynamic. not a vested interest, but a prize continually to be won. The moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably settled in freedom. In the modern world, the most dangerous form of determinism is the technological phenomenon. It is not a question of getting rid of it, but by an act of freedom, of transcending it. How is this to be done? I do not yet know. That is why this book is an appeal to the individual's sense of responsibility. The first step in the quest, the first act of freedom, is to become aware of the necessity. The very fact that man can see, measure, and analyze the determinisms that press on him means that he can face them, and by so doing, act as a free man. If man were to say, "These are not necessities. I am free because of technique," or despite technique, this would prove that he is totally determined. However, by grasping the real nature of the technological phenomenon and the extent to which it is robbing him of freedom, he confronts the blind mechanisms as a conscious being. At the beginning of this foreword, I stated that this book has a purpose. That purpose is to arouse the reader to an awareness of technological necessity and what it means. It is a call to the sleeper to awake. Jacques Ellul, Le Maurier-Passac, Gironde, France, January 1964. Author's preface to the French edition. Let us, first of all, clear up certain misunderstandings that inevitably arise in any discussion of technique. It is not the business of this book to describe the various techniques which, taken together, make up the technological society. It would take a whole library to describe the countless technical means invented by man, and such an undertaking would be of little value. Moreover, quite enough elementary works describing the various techniques are already available. I shall frequently allude to some of these techniques on the assumption that their applications or their mechanics are familiar to the reader. I do not intend to draw up a balance sheet, positive or negative, of what has been so far accomplished by means of these techniques, or to compare their advantages and disadvantages. I shall not repeat what has so often been stated, that through technology the work week has been materially shortened, that living standards have risen, and so forth, or on the other side of the ledger, that the worker has encountered many difficulties in adapting to the machine. Indeed, no one is capable of making a true and itemized account of the total effect of existing techniques. Only fragmentary and superficial surveys are possible. Finally, it is not my intention to make ethical or aesthetic judgments on technique. A human being is, of course, human, and not a mere photographic plate, so that his own point of view inevitably appears. But that does not preclude a deeper objectivity. The sign of it will be that worshippers of technique will no doubt find this work pessimistic, and haters of technique will find it optimistic. I have attempted simply to present, by means of a comprehensive analysis, a concrete and fundamental interpretation of technique. That is the sole object of this book. J.E., 1954. Chapter 1. Techniques. No social, human, or spiritual fact is so important as the fact of technique in the modern world, and yet no subject is so little understood. Let us try to set up some guideposts to situate the technical phenomenon. Situating the technical phenomenon. Machines and technique. Whenever we see the word technology or technique, we automatically think of machines. Indeed, we commonly think of our world as a world of machines. This notion, which is in fact an error, is found, for example, in the works of Oldham and Pierre Ducasse. It arises from the fact that the machine is the most obvious, massive, and impressive example of technique, and historically the first. What is called the history of technique usually amounts to no more than a history of the machine. This very formulation is an example of the habit of intellectuals of regarding forms of the present as identical with those of the past. Technique certainly began with the machine. It is quite true that all the rest developed out of mechanics. It is quite true also that without the machine, the world of technique would not exist. But to explain the situation in this way does not at all legitimize it. It is a mistake to continue with this confusion of terms, the more so because it leads to the idea that because the machine is at the origin and center of the technological problem, one is dealing with the whole problem when one deals with the machine. And that is a greater mistake still. Technique has now become almost completely independent of the machine, which has lagged far behind its offspring. It must be emphasized that, at present, technique is applied outside industrial life. The growth of its power today has no relation to the growing use of the machine. The balance seems rather to have shifted to the other side. It is the machine which is now entirely dependent upon technique, and the machine represents only a small part of technique. If we were to characterize the relations between technique and the machine today, we could say not only that the machine is the result of a certain technique, but also that its social and economic applications are made possible by other technical advances. The machine is now not even the most important aspect of technique, though it is perhaps the most spectacular. Technique has taken over all of man's activities, not just his productive activity. From another point of view, however, the machine is deeply symptomatic. It represents the ideal toward which technique strives. The machine is solely, exclusively technique. It is pure technique, one might say. For whenever a technical factor exists, it results almost inevitably in mechanization. Technique transforms everything it touches into a machine. Another relationship exists between technique and the machine, and this relationship penetrates to the very core of the problem of our civilization. It is said, and everyone agrees, that the machine has created an inhuman atmosphere. The machine, so characteristic of the 19th century, made an abrupt entrance into a society which, from the political, institutional, and human points of view, was not made to receive it. And man has had to put up with it as best he can. Men now live in conditions that are less than human. Consider the concentration of our great cities, the slums, the lack of space, of air, of time, the gloomy streets and the sallow lights that confuse night and day. Think of our dehumanized factories, our unsatisfied senses, our working women, our estrangement from nature. Life in such an environment has no meaning. Consider our public transportation, in which man is less important than a parcel, our hospitals, in which he is only a number. Yet we call this progress. And the noise, that monster boring into us at every hour of the night without respite. It is useless to rail against capitalism. Capitalism did not create our world. The machine did. Painstaking studies designed to prove the contrary have buried the obvious beneath tons of print, and if we do not wish to play the demagogue, we must point out the guilty party. The machine is antisocial, says Lewis Mumford. It tends, by reason of its progressive character, to the most acute forms of human exploitation. The machine took its place in a social milieu that was not made for it, and for that reason created the inhuman society in which we live. Capitalism was therefore only one aspect of the deep disorder of the 19th century. To restore order, it was necessary to question all the bases of that society, its social and political structures, its art and its way of life, its commercial system. But let the machine have its head, and it topples everything that cannot support its enormous weight. Thus, everything had to be reconsidered in terms of the machine, and that is precisely the role technique plays. In all fields, it made an inventory of what it could use, of everything that could not be brought into line with the machine. The machine could not integrate itself into 19th century society. Technique integrated it. Old houses that were not suited to the workers were torn down, and the new world technique required was built in their place. Technique has enough of the mechanical in its nature to enable it to cope with the machine, but it surpasses and transcends the machine because it remains in close touch with the human order. The metal monster could not go on forever torturing mankind. It found in technique a rule as hard and inflexible as itself. Technique integrates the machine into society. It constructs the kind of world the machine needs and introduces order where the incoherent banging of machinery heaped up ruins. It clarifies, arranges, and rationalizes. It does, in the domain of the abstract, what the machine did in the domain of labor. It is efficient and brings efficiency to everything. Moreover, technique is sparing in the use of the machine, which has traditionally been exploited to conceal defects of organization. Machines sanction social inefficiency, says Mumford. Technique, on the other hand, leads to a more rational and less indiscriminate use of machines. It places machines exactly where they ought to be and requires of them just what they ought to do. This brings us to two contrasting forms of social growth. Henri Guiton says, social growth was formerly reflexive or instinctive, that is to say, unconscious. But new circumstances, the machine, now compel us to recognize a kind of social development that is rational, intelligent, and conscious. We may ask ourselves whether this is the beginning not only of the era of a spatially finite world, but also the era of a conscious world. All-embracing technique is, in fact, the consciousness of the mechanized world. Technique integrates everything. It avoids shock and sensational events. Man is not adapted to a world of steel. Technique adapts him to it. It changes the arrangement of this blind world so that man can be a part of it without colliding with its rough edges, without the anguish of being delivered up to the inhuman. Technique thus provides a model. It specifies attitudes that are valid once and for all. The anxiety aroused in man by the turbulence of the machine is soothed by the consoling hum of a unified society. As long as technique was represented exclusively by the machine, it was possible to speak of man and the machine. The machine remained an external object, and man, though significantly influenced by it in his professional, private, and psychic life, remained nonetheless independent. He was in a position to assert himself apart from the machine. He was able to adopt a position with respect to it. But when technique enters into every area of life, including the human, it ceases to be external to man and becomes his very substance. It is no longer face-to-face with man, but is integrated with him, and it progressively absorbs him. In this respect, technique is radically different from the machine. This transformation, so obvious in modern society, is the result of the fact that technique has become autonomous. When I state that technique leads to mechanization, I am not referring to the simple fact of human adaptation to the machine. Of course, such a process of adaptation exists, but it is caused by the action of the machine. What we are concerned with here, however, is a kind of mechanization in itself. If we may ascribe to the machine a superior form of know-how, the mechanization which results from technique is the application of this higher form to all domains, hitherto foreign to the machine. We can even say that technique is characteristic of precisely that realm in which the machine itself can play no role. It is a radical error to think of technique and machine as interchangeable. From the very beginning, we must be on guard against this misconception. Science and technique. Almost immediately, we come up against the second problem. It is true that it is another pons asinorum. One hesitates even to mention it since the question has been so often discussed. The relation between science and technique is a standard subject for graduate theses, in all the trappings of 19th century experimental science. Everyone has been taught that technique is an application of science. More particularly, science being pure speculation, technique figures as the point of contact between material reality and the scientific formula. But it also appears as the practical product, the application of the formulas to practical life. This traditional view is radically false. It takes into account only a single category of science and only a short period of time. It is true only for the physical sciences and for the 19th century. It is not possible, therefore, to base a general study on it, nor, as we are attempting to do here, an up-to-date review of the situation. A few simple remarks suffice to destroy our confidence in these views. Historically, technique preceded science. Even primitive man was acquainted with certain techniques. The first techniques of Hellenistic civilization were Oriental. They were not derived from Greek science. Thus, historically speaking, the relationship between science and technique ought to be reversed. However, technique began to develop and extend itself only after science appeared. To progress, technique had to wait for science. Bernard Gilles has rightly said, in this historical perspective, technique, by means of repeated experiments, posed the problems, derived general notions and the four primary elements, but it had to wait for the solutions, which science provided. In the present era, the most casual inspection reveals an entirely different relationship. In every instance, it is clear that the border between technical activity and scientific activity is not at all sharply defined. When we speak of technique in historical science, we mean a certain kind of preparatory work, textual research, reading, collation, study of monuments, criticism, and exegesis. These represent an ensemble of technical operations which aim first at interpretation and then at historical synthesis, the true work of science. Here again, technique comes first. Even in physics, in certain instances, technique precedes science. The best-known example is the steam engine, a pure achievement of experimental genius. The sequence of inventions and improvements of Salomon de Cosse, Christian Huygens, Denis Papin, Thomas Savery, and so on, rest on practical trial and error. The scientific explanation of the various phenomena involved was to come much later, after a lapse of 2 centuries, and even then it was not easy to formulate. There is still no automatic link between science and technique. The relation is not that simple. There is more and more interaction between them. Today, all scientific research presupposes enormous technical preparation, as, for example, in atomic research. And very often it is some simple technical modification which allows further scientific progress. When the technical means do not exist, science does not advance. Michael Faraday was aware of the most recent discoveries concerning the constitution of matter, but was unable to formulate precise theories because techniques for the production of vacua did not yet exist. Scientific results had to await high vacuum techniques. The medical value of penicillin was discovered in 1912 by a French physician, but he had no technical means of producing and conserving penicillin. Misgivings therefore arose about the discovery and led to its eventual abandonment. The majority of investigators in a laboratory are technicians who perform tasks far removed from what is commonly imagined to be scientific work. The research worker is no longer a solitary genius. As Robert Jung says, he works as a member of a team and is willing to give up his freedom of research as well as personal recognition in exchange for the assistance and equipment a great laboratory offers him. These two things are the indispensable conditions without which he cannot even dream of realizing his projects. Pure science seems to be yielding its place to an applied science, which now and again reaches a brilliant peak from which new technical research becomes possible. Conversely, certain technical modifications, in airplanes, for instance, which may seem simple and mechanical, presuppose complex scientific work. The problem of reaching supersonic velocities is one. The considered opinion of Norbert Wiener is that the younger generation of research workers in the United States consists primarily of technicians who are unable to do research at all without the help of machines, large teams of men, and enormous amounts of money. The relation between science and technique becomes even less clear when we consider the newer fields, which have no boundaries. Where does biological technique begin and where does it end? In modern psychology and sociology, what can we call technique, since in the application of these sciences, everything is technique? But it is not application which characterizes technique, for without technique, previous or concomitant, science has no way of existing. If we disown technique, we abandon the domain of science and enter into that of hypothesis and theory. In political economy, despite the recent efforts of economists to distinguish the boundaries between science and economic technique, we shall demonstrate that it is economic technique which forms the very substance of economic thought. The established foundations have indeed been shaken. But the problem of these relations, in view of the enormity of the technical world and the reduction of the scientific, would seem to be an academic problem of interest only to philosophers, speculation without content. Today it is no longer the frontiers of science which are at issue, but the frontiers of man, and the technical phenomenon is much more significant with regard to the human situation than with regard to the scientific. It is no longer in reference to science that technique must be defined. We need not pursue philosophy of science here, or establish, ideally or intellectually, what may be the relations between action and science. What we must do is look about us and note certain obvious things which seem to escape the all-too-intelligent philosophers. It is not a question of minimizing the importance of scientific activity, but of recognizing that, in fact, scientific activity has been superseded by technical activity to such a degree that we can no longer conceive of science without its technical outcome. As Charles Carmichael has observed, the two are closer than ever before. The very fact that techniques advance with great rapidity demands a corresponding scientific advance and sets off a general acceleration. Moreover, techniques are always put to immediate use. The interval which traditionally separates a scientific discovery and its application in everyday life has been progressively shortened. As soon as a discovery is made, a concrete application is sought. Capital becomes interested, or the state, and the discovery enters the public domain before anyone has had the chance to reckon all the consequences or to recognize its full import. The scientist might act more prudently. He might even be afraid to launch his carefully calculated laboratory findings into the world. But how can he resist the pressure of the facts? How can he resist the pressure of money? How is he to resist success, publicity, public acclaim, or the general state of mind which makes technical application the last word? How is he to resist the desire to pursue his research? Such is the dilemma of the researcher today. Either he allows his findings to be technologically applied, or he is forced to break off his research. Such is the drama of the atomic physicists who saw that Only the laboratories at Los Alamos could provide them with the technical instruments necessary to the continuation of their work. The state, then, exercises a very real monopoly, and the scientist is obliged to accept its conditions. As one of the atomic scientists put it, "What keeps me here is the possibility of using for my work a special microscope which exists nowhere else." Jung. The scientist is no longer able to hold out. Even science, especially the magnificent science of our own day, has become an element of technique, a mere means. Mos. There we have, indeed, the final word. Science has become an instrument of technique. Later, we shall consider how it has come about that scientific utilitarianism has gained such momentum from technique that a disinterested piece of research is no longer possible. It has always been necessary to have a scientific substructure, but today it is scarcely possible to effect a separation between scientific and technical research. Indeed, our omnivorous technique, and this represents in part Einstein's thought, may in the end make science sterile. I shall often use the term technique in place of the more commonly used term science, and designate as techniques work that is usually termed scientific. This is due to the close association of technique and science, which I have pointed out, and which I shall discuss more fully later on. Organization and technique. A third element will help us formulate our problem more clearly. I have already pointed out that we must understand the term technique in a broader sense. But some authors, not wishing to deviate from traditional linguistic usage, prefer to keep to its current meaning and seek another term to designate the phenomena we are describing here. According to Arnold Toynbee, history is divided into 3 periods, and it is on the point of passing from the technical period into the period of organization. I agree with Toynbee that mechanical technique no longer characterizes our times. However important and impressive mechanical technique remains, it is only accessory to other factors which are much more decisive, if less spectacular. I have in mind the vast amount of organization in every field, the recognition of which led James Burnham to write The Managerial Revolution. But I cannot agree with Toynbee in his choice of terms or in the line he draws between the technical period and the period of organization. In his sketchy conception of technique, for which he has been severely criticized, the confusion between machine and technique remains. He has limited the realm of technique to what it was in the past, without considering what it is now. In reality, what Toynbee calls organization, and Burnham calls managerial action, is technique applied to social, economic, or administrative life. What but technique is the organization defined in the following? Organization is the process which consists in assigning appropriate tasks to individuals or to groups so as to attain, in an efficient and economic way, and by the coordination and combination of all their activities, the objectives agreed upon. Sheldon. This leads to the standardization and the rationalization of economic and administrative life, as Antoine Masse has well shown. Standardization means resolving in advance all the problems that might possibly impede the functioning of an organization. It is not a matter of leaving it to inspiration, ingenuity, nor even intelligence to find a solution at the moment some difficulty arises. It is rather in some way to anticipate both the difficulty and its resolution. From then on, standardization creates impersonality, in the sense that organization relies more on methods and instructions than on individuals. We thus have all the marks of a technique. Organization is a technique, and André L. Vincent had good reason to write, "To approach the optimum combination of factors, or the optimum dimension, is to accomplish technical progress in the form of a better organization." It will no doubt be asked, what is the point of discussing these terms, since at bottom you are in agreement with Toynbee? But these discussions are important. Toynbee separates centuries and phenomena which ought to remain united. He would have us believe that organization is something other than technique, that man has in a way discovered a new field of action and new methods, and that we must study organization as a new phenomenon, when it is nothing of the sort. I, on the other hand, insist on the continuity of the technical process. It is this process which is taking on a new aspect. I would say its true aspect, and is developing on a worldwide scale. What are the consequences? The first is that the problems created by mechanical technique will be heightened to a degree as yet incalculable as a result of the application of technique to administration and to all spheres of life. Toynbee believes that this organization, which is succeeding technique, is in some way a counterbalance to it, and a remedy, and that is a comforting view of history. But it seems to me that the exact opposite is true, that this development adds to the technical problems by offering a partial solution to old problems, itself based on the very methods that created the problems in the first place. This is the age-old procedure of digging a new hole to fill up an old one. A second consequence: if what we are witnessing is only an extension of the domain of technique, what was said above about mechanization is understandable. Toynbee writes of organization as a phenomenon whose effects cannot yet be seen. However, we can be confident that the final result will be that technique will assimilate everything to the machine. The ideal for which technique strives is the mechanization of everything it encounters. It is clear, therefore, that my opposition to Toynbee, even if it appears to be merely verbal, is significant. The technical age continues to advance, and we cannot even say that we are at the peak of its expansion. In fact, some decisive conquests remain to be made, man among others, and it is hard to see what is to prevent technique from making them. Thus, even if this is not a question of a new factor, it is at least clear now what the phenomenon involves and what it signifies. Definitions. Once we stop identifying technique and machine, the definitions of technique we find are inadequate to the established facts. Marcel Mauss, the sociologist, understands the problem admirably and has given various definitions of technique, some of which are excellent. Let us take one that is open to criticism and, by criticizing it, state our ideas more precisely. Technique is a group of movements, of actions generally and mostly manual, organized, and traditional, all of which unite to reach a known end. For example, physical, chemical, or organic. This definition is perfectly valid for the sociologist who deals with the primitive. It offers, as Mauss shows, numerous advantages. For example, it eliminates from the realm of techniques questions of religion or art. Magic, however, ought to be classified among techniques, as we shall see later. But these advantages apply only in a historical perspective. In the modern perspective, this definition is insufficient. Can it be said that the technique of elaboration of an economic plan, purely a technical operation, is the result of such movements as Mauss describes? No particular motion or physical act is involved. An economic plan is purely an intellectual operation, which nevertheless is a technique. When we consider Mauss's statement that technique is restricted to manual activity, the inadequacy of his definition is even more apparent. Today, most technical operations are not manual. Whether machines are substituted for men or technique becomes intellectual, the most important sphere in the world today, because in it lie the seeds of future development, is scarcely that of manual labor. True, manual labor is still the basis of mechanical operation, and we would do well to recall Junger's principal argument against the illusion of technical progress. He holds that the more technique is perfected, the more it requires secondary manual labor, and furthermore, that the volume of manual operations increases faster than the volume of mechanical operations. This may be so, but the most important feature of techniques today is that they do not depend on manual labor, but on organization and on the arrangement of machines. I am willing to accept the term organized as Mauss uses it in his definition, but I must part company with him in respect to his use of the term traditional. And this differentiates the technique of today from that of previous civilizations. It is true that in all civilizations technique has existed as tradition, that is, by the transmission of inherited processes that slowly ripen and are even more slowly modified, that evolve under the pressure of circumstances along with the body's social, that create automatisms which become hereditary and are integrated into each new form of technique. But how can anyone fail to see that none of this holds true today? Technique has become autonomous. It has fashioned an omnivorous world which obeys its own laws and which has renounced all tradition. Technique no longer rests on tradition, but rather on previous technical procedures, and its evolution is too rapid, too upsetting to integrate the older traditions. This fact, which we shall study at some length later on, also explains why it is not quite true that a technique assures a result known in advance. It is true if one considers only the user. The driver of an automobile knows that he can expect to go faster when he steps on the accelerator. But even in the field of the mechanical, with the advent of the technique of servo mechanisms, this axiom does not hold true. Footnote: mechanisms which involve so-called feedback, in which information measuring the degree to which an effector, that is, an oil furnace, is in error with respect to producing a desired value, that is, a fixed room temperature, is fed back to the effector by a monitor, that is a thermostat. In these cases, the machine itself adapts as it operates. This very fact makes it difficult to predict the final result of its activity. This becomes clear when one considers not use but technical progress, although at the present time the two are closely associated. It is less and less exact to maintain that the user remains for very long in possession of a technique, the results of which he can predict. Constant invention ceaselessly upsets his habits. Finally, Mose appears to think that the goal attained is of a chemical or a physical order. But today we recognize that techniques go further. Psychoanalysis and sociology have passed into the sphere of technical application. One example of this is propaganda. Here, the operation is of a moral, psychic, and spiritual character. However, that does not prevent it from being a technique. But what we are talking about is a world once given over to the pragmatic approach, and now being taken over by method. We can say, therefore, that Mose's definition, which was valid for technique until the 18th century, is not applicable to our times. In this respect, Mose has been the victim of his own sociological studies of primitive people, as his classification of techniques, food gathering, the making of garments, transport, etc., clearly shows. Further examples of inadequate definition are those supplied by Jean Forestier and others who pursue the same lines of research as he. For Forestier, technical progress is the growth of the volume of production obtained through a fixed quantity of raw material or human labor. That is, technique is uniquely that which promotes this increase in yield. He then goes on to say that it is possible to analyze this theorem under three aspects. In yield in kind, technique is that which enables raw materials to be managed in order to obtain some predetermined product. In financial yield, technique is that which enables the increase in production to take place through the increase of capital investment. In yield of human labor, technique is that which increases the quantity of work produced by a fixed unit of human labor. In this connection, we must thank Forestier for correcting Junger's error. Junger opposes technical progress to economic progress because they would be, in his opinion, contradictory. Forestier shows that, on the contrary, the two coincide. However, we must nevertheless challenge his definition of technique on the ground that it is completely arbitrary. It is arbitrary, first of all, because it is purely economic and contemplates only economic yield. There are innumerable traditional techniques which are not based on a quest for economic yield, and which have no economic character. It is precisely these which Mose alludes to in his definition, and they still exist. Among the myriad modern techniques, there are many which have nothing to do with economic life. Take, for example, a technique of mastication based on the science of nutrition, or techniques of sport, as in the Boy Scout movement. In these cases, we can see a kind of yield, but this yield has little to do with economics. In other cases, there are economic results, but these results are secondary and cannot be said to be characteristic. Take, for example, the modern calculating machine. The solving of equations in 70 variables required in certain econometric research is impossible except with an electronic calculating machine. However, it is not the economic productivity which results from the utilization of this machine by which its importance is measured. A second criticism of Forestier's definition is that he assigns an exclusively productive character to technique. The growth of the volume of production is an even narrower concept than yield. The techniques which have shown the greatest development are not techniques of production at all. For example, techniques in the care of human beings, surgery, psychology, and so on, have nothing to do with productivity. The most modern techniques of destruction have even less to do with productivity. The atomic and hydrogen bombs and the Germans' V1 and V2 weapons are all examples of the most powerful technical creations of man's mind. Human ingenuity and mechanical skill are today being exploited along lines which have little reference to productivity. Nothing equals the perfection of our war machines. Warships and warplanes are vastly more perfect than their counterparts in civilian life. The organization of the army, its transport, supplies, administration, is much more precise than any civilian organization. The smallest error in the realm of war would cost countless lives and would be measured in terms of victory or defeat. What is the yield there? Very poor on the whole. Where is the productivity? There is none. Vincent, in his definition, likewise refers to productivity. Technical progress is the relative variation in world production in a given sphere between two given periods. This definition, useful of course from the economic point of view, leads him at once into a dilemma. He is obliged to distinguish technical progress from progress of technique, which corresponds to the progression of techniques in all fields, and to distinguish these two from technical progress, properly speaking, which concerns variations in productivity. This is an inference made from natural phenomena, for in his definition, Vincent is obliged to recognize that technical progress includes natural phenomena, the greater or lesser richness of an ore, of the soil, etc., by definition the very contrary of technique. These linguistic acrobatics and hair-splittings suffice to prove the inanity of such a definition, which aims at a single aspect of technical progress and includes elements which do not belong to technique. From this definition, Vincent infers that technical progress is slow. But what is true of economic productivity is not true of technical progress in general. If one considers technique shorn of one whole part, and that its most progressive, one can indeed assert that it is slow in its progress. This abstraction is even more illusory when one claims to measure technical progress. The definition proposed by Forestier is inexact, because it excludes everything which does not refer to production, and all effects which are not economic. This tendency to reduce the technical problem to the dimensions of the technique of production is also present in the works of so enlightened a scholar as George Friedman. In his introduction to the UNESCO Colloquium on Technique, he appears to start out with a very broad definition. But in the second paragraph, without warning, he begins to reduce everything to the level of economic production. What gives rise to this limitation of the problem? One factor might be a tacit optimism, a need to hold that technical progress is unconditionally valid, which leads to the selection of the most positive aspect of technical progress, as though it were its only one. This may have guided Forestier, but it does not seem to hold true in Friedman's case. I believe that the reasoning behind Friedman's way of thinking is to be found in the turn of the scientific mind. All aspects, mechanical, economic, psychological, sociological, of the techniques of production have been subjected to innumerable specialized studies. As a result, we are beginning to learn in a more precise and scientific way about the relationships between man and the industrial machine. Since the scientist must use the materials he has at hand, and since almost nothing is known about the relationship of man to the automobile, the telephone, or the radio, and absolutely nothing about the relationship of man to the apparat, or about the sociological effects of other aspects of technique, the scientist moves unconsciously toward the sphere of what is known scientifically, and tries to limit the whole question to that. There is another element in this scientific attitude. Only that is knowable which is expressed, or at least can be expressed, in numbers. To get away from the so-called arbitrary and subjective, to escape ethical or literary judgments, which, as everyone knows, are trivial and unfounded, the scientist must get back to numbers. What, after all, can one hope to deduce from the purely qualitative statement that the worker is fatigued? But when biochemistry makes it possible to measure fatigability numerically, it is, at last, possible to take account of the worker's fatigue. Then there is hope of finding a solution. However, an entire realm of effects of technique, indeed the largest, is not reducible to numbers, and it is precisely that realm which we are investigating in this work. Yet, since what can be said about it is apparently not to be taken seriously, it is better for the scientist to shut his eyes and regard it as a realm of pseudo-problems, or simply as non-existent. The scientific position frequently consists of denying the existence of whatever does not belong to current scientific method. The problem of the industrial machine, however, is a numerical one in nearly all its aspects. Hence, all of technique is unintentionally reduced to a numerical question. In the case of Vincent, this is intentional, as his definition shows. We embrace in technical progress all kinds of progress, provided that they are treatable numerically in a reliable way. H.D. Laswell's definition of technique as the ensemble of practices by which one uses available resources in order to achieve certain valued ends also seems to follow the conventions cited above, and to embrace only industrial technique. Here it might be contested whether technique does indeed permit the realization of values. However, to judge from Laswell's examples, he conceives the terms of his definition in an extremely broad manner. He gives a list of values and the corresponding techniques. As values, for example, he lists riches, power, well-being, affection. And as techniques, the techniques of government, production, medicine, the family, and so on. Laswell's conception of value may seem somewhat strange. The term is obviously not apt. But what he has to say indicates that he gives techniques their full scope. Moreover, he makes it quite clear that it is necessary to show the effects of technique not only on innate objects, but also on people, I am, therefore, in substantial agreement with this conception. Technical operation and technical phenomenon. With the use of these few guideposts, we can now try to formulate, if not a full definition, at least an approximate definition of technique. But we must keep this in mind. We are not concerned with the different individual techniques. Everyone practices a particular technique, and it is difficult to come to know them all. Yet in this great diversity, we can find certain points in common, certain tendencies and principles shared by them all. It is clumsy to call these common features technique with a capital T. No one would recognize his particular technique behind this terminology. Nevertheless, it takes account of a reality, the technical phenomenon, which is worldwide today. If we recognize that the method each person employs to attain a result is in fact his particular technique, the problem of means is raised. In fact, technique is nothing more than means and the ensemble of means. This, of course, does not lessen the importance of the problem. Our civilization is first and foremost a civilization of means. In the reality of modern life, the means, it would seem, are more important than the ends. Any other assessment of the situation is mere idealism. Techniques considered as methods of operation present certain common characteristics and certain general tendencies, but we cannot devote ourselves exclusively to them. To do this would lead to a more specialized study than I have in mind. The technical phenomenon is much more complex than any synthesis of characteristics common to individual techniques. If we desire to come closer to a definition of technique, we must in fact differentiate between the technical operation and the technical phenomenon. The technical operation includes every operation carried out in accordance with a certain method in order to attain a particular end. It can be as rudimentary as splintering a flint or as complicated as programming an electronic brain. In every case, it is the method which characterizes the operation. It may be more or less effective or more or less complex, but its nature is always the same. It is this which leads us to think that there is a continuity in technical operations, and that only the great refinement resulting from scientific progress differentiates the modern technical operation from the primitive one. Every operation obviously entails a certain technique, even the gathering of fruit among primitive peoples, climbing the tree, picking the fruit as quickly and with as little effort as possible, distinguishing between the ripe and the unripe fruit, and so on. However, what characterizes technical action within a particular activity is the search for greater efficiency. Completely natural and spontaneous effort is replaced by a complex of acts designed to improve, say, the yield. It is this which prompts the creation of technical forms, starting from simple forms of activity. These technical forms are not necessarily more complicated than the spontaneous ones, but they are more efficient and better adapted. Thus, technique creates means, but the technical operation still occurs on the same level as that of the worker who does the work. The skilled worker, like the primitive huntsman, remains a technical operator. Their attitudes differ only to a small degree. But two factors enter into the extensive field of technical operation: consciousness and judgment. This double intervention produces what I call the technical phenomenon. What characterizes this double intervention? Essentially, it takes what was previously tentative, unconscious, and spontaneous, and brings it into the realm of clear, voluntary, and reasoned concepts. When André Leroi-Gourhan tabulates the efficiency of Zulu swords and arrows in terms of the most up-to-date knowledge of weaponry, he is doing work that is obviously different from that of the swordsmith of Bechuanaland, who created the form of the sword. The swordsmith's choice of form was unconscious and spontaneous, although it can now be justified by numerical calculations. Such calculations had no place whatever in the technical operation he performed. But reason did inevitably enter into the process because man spontaneously imitates nature in his activities. Accomplishments that merely copy nature, however, have no future. For instance, the imitation of birds' wings from Icarus to Adur. Reason makes it possible to produce objects in terms of certain features, certain abstract requirements, and this in turn leads not to the imitation of nature, but to the ways of technique. The intervention of rational judgment in the technical operation has important consequences. Man becomes aware that it is possible to find new and different means. Reason upsets pragmatic traditions and creates new operational methods and new tools. It examines rationally the possibilities of more extensive and less rigid experimentation. Reason in these ways multiplies technical operations to a high degree of diversity, but it also operates in the opposite direction. It considers results and takes account of the fixed end of technique, efficiency. It notes what every means devised is capable of accomplishing and selects from the various means at its disposal with a view to securing the ones that are the most efficient, the best adapted to the desired end. Thus, the multiplicity of means is reduced to one, the most efficient. And here reason appears clearly in the guise of technique. In addition, there is the intervention of consciousness. Consciousness shows clearly, and to everybody, the advantages of technique and what it can accomplish. The technician takes stock of alternative possibilities. The immediate result is that he seeks to apply the new methods in fields which traditionally had been left to chance, pragmatism, and instinct. The intervention of consciousness causes a rapid and far-flung extension of technique. The twofold intervention of reason and consciousness in the technical world, which produces the technical phenomenon, can be described as the quest of the one best means in every field. And this one best means is, in fact, the technical means. It is the aggregate of these means that produces technical civilization. The technical phenomenon is the main preoccupation of our time. In every field, men seek to find the most efficient method, but our investigations have reached a limit. It is no longer the best relative means which counts as compared to other means also in use. The choice is less and less a subjective one among several means which are potentially applicable. It is really a question of finding the best means in the absolute sense on the basis of numerical calculation. It is then the specialist who chooses the means. He is able to carry out the calculations that demonstrate the superiority of the means chosen over all others. Thus, a science of means comes into being, a science of techniques, progressively elaborated. This science extends to greatly diverse areas. It ranges from the act of shaving to the act of organizing the landing in Normandy, or to cremating thousands of deportees. Today, no human activity escapes this technical imperative. There is a technique of organization. The great fact of organization described by Toynbee fits very well into this conception of the technical phenomenon, just as there is a technique of friendship and a technique of swimming. Under the circumstances, it is easy to see how far we are from confusing technique and machine. And if we examine the broader areas where this search for means is taking place, we find three principal subdivisions of modern technique, in addition to the mechanical, which is the most conspicuous, but which I shall not discuss because it is so well known, and to the forms of intellectual technique, card indices, libraries, and so on. 1. Economic technique is almost entirely subordinated to production and ranges from the organization of labor to economic planning. This technique differs from the others in its object and goal, but its problems are the same as those of all other technical activities. 2. The technique of organization concerns the great masses and applies not only to commercial or industrial affairs of magnitude, coming consequently under the jurisdiction of the economic, but also to states and to administration and police power. This organizational technique is also applied to warfare and ensures the power of an army at least as much as its weapons. Everything in the legal field also depends on organizational technique. 3. Human technique takes various forms, ranging all the way from medicine and genetics to propaganda, pedagogical techniques, vocational guidance, publicity, etc. Here, man himself becomes the object of technique. We observe in the case of each of these subdivisions that the subordinate techniques may be very different in kind and not necessarily similar one to another as techniques. They have the same goal and preoccupation, however, and are thus related. The three subdivisions show the wide extent of the technical phenomenon. In fact, nothing at all escapes technique today. There is no field where technique is not dominant. This is easy to say and is scarcely surprising. We are so habituated to machines that there seems to be nothing left to discover. Has the fact of technique no intrinsic importance? Does it spring merely from the march of time? Or does it represent a problem peculiar to our times? Our discussion of the biology of technique will bring us face to face with this question. But first, we must survey in detail the vast field which the technical phenomenon covers, in order to become fully cognizant of what it signifies. Historical development. Primitive technique. It is scarcely possible to give here a history of technique in its universal aspect, as we have just defined it. We are only now beginning to know a little of the history of mechanical technique. It is enough to recall the works of André Leroy-Gourhan, Richard Lefebvre de Noët, Marc Bloch, and others. But the full history of technique has yet to be written. My book is not a history. I shall speak in a historical vein only when it is necessary to the understanding of the technical problem in society today. Technical activity is the most primitive activity of man. There is the technique of hunting, of fishing, of food gathering, and later of weapons, clothing, and building. And here we face a mystery. What is the origin of this activity? It is a phenomenon which admits of no complete explanation. By patient research, one finds areas of imitation, transitions from one technical form to another, examples of penetration. But at the core, there is a closed area, the phenomenon of invention. It can be shown that technique is absorbed into man's psychology and depends upon that psychology and upon what has been called technical motivation. But we have no explanation of how an activity which once did not exist came to be. How did man come to domesticate animals, to choose certain plants to cultivate? The motivating force, we are told, was religious, and the first plants were cultivated with some magical end in mind. This is likely, but how was the selection made? And how did it happen that the majority of these plants were edible? How did man come to refine metals and make bronze? Was it chance, as the legend of the discovery of Phoenician glass has it? This is obviously not the answer. One is left with an enigma, and there is some point in emphasizing that there is here the same mysterious quality as in the appearance of life itself. Each primitive operation of man implies the bridging of such an enormous gulf between instinct and the technical act that a mystic aura hovers about all subsequent development. Our modern worship of technique derives from man's ancestral worship of the mysterious and marvelous character of his own handiwork. It has not been sufficiently emphasized that technique has evolved along two distinct paths. There is the concrete technique of Homo faber, man the maker, to which we are accustomed, and which poses the problems we have normally studied. There is also the technique of a more or less spiritual order, which we call magic. It may seem questionable. Nevertheless, magic is a technique in the strictest sense of the word, as has been clearly demonstrated by Marcel Mauss. Magic developed along with other techniques as an expression of man's will to obtain certain results of a spiritual order. To attain them, man made use of an aggregate of rites, formulas, and procedures which, once established, do not vary. Strict adherence to form is one of the characteristics of magic. Forms and rituals, masks which never vary, the same kind of prayer wheels, the same ingredients for mystical drugs, for formulae, for divination, and so on. All these became set and were passed on. The slightest variation in word or gesture would alter the magical equilibrium. There is a relationship between the ready-made formula and a precise result. The gods being propitiated obey such an invocation out of necessity, all the more reason that they be given no opportunity to escape compliance because the invocation is not correctly formulated. This fixity is a manifestation of the technical character of magic. When the best possible means of obtaining the desired result has been found, why change it? Every magical means, in the eyes of the person who uses it, is the most efficient one. In the spiritual realm, magic displays all the characteristics of a technique. It is a mediator between man and the higher powers, just as other techniques mediate between man and matter. It leads to efficacy because it subordinates the power of the gods to men, and it secures a predetermined result. It affirms human power in that it seeks to subordinate the gods to men, just as technique serves to cause nature to obey. Magic clearly displays the characteristics of primitive technique, as Leroi-Gourhan indicates when he says that technique is a cloak for man, a kind of cosmic vestment. In his conflict with matter, in his struggle to survive, man interposes an intermediary agency between himself and his environment, and this agency has a twofold function. It is a means of protection and defense. Alone, man is too weak to defend himself. It is also a means of assimilation. Through technique, man is able to utilize to his profit powers that are alien or hostile. He is able to manipulate his surroundings so that they are no longer merely his surroundings, but become a factor of equilibrium and of profit to him. Thus, as a result of technique, man transforms his adversaries into allies. These characteristics of material technique correspond perfectly to the characteristics of magical technique. There also, man is in conflict with external forces, with the world of mystery, spiritual powers, and mystical currents. But there too, man erects a barrier around himself, for he would not know how to defend himself by his own unaided intellect. He uses any means that will serve him both for defense and for adjustment. He turns to his own profit the hostile powers, which are obliged to obey him by virtue of his magical formulas. Masson-Ursel, in a recent study, confirms this. He shows that magic is basically a scholasticism of efficiency, which man employs as an instrument against his environment. That magic is pragmatic. It has a precision that must be called objective. and that its efficiency is demonstrated only in certain consecrations or disqualifications. Masson-Ursel rightly believes that magic preceded technique. In fact, that magic is the first expression of technique. Finally, we have had two streams of technique from the very beginning. How does it happen that we never take cognizance of the second? There are a number of reasons. We can leave aside the causes that come from modern psychology. Because we are obsessed with materialism and do not take magic seriously, it has little interest for us, and we are unaware even today, as we study technique, the techniques that relate to men, that we are drawing on the great stream of magical techniques. But this neglect is due as well to objective causes. In relation to purely material factors, it has been demonstrated that every milieu resists imitating the techniques of another social or ethnic group. Surely this resistance was much stronger in the realm of magical techniques. Here were all the taboos and prohibitions, the immense strength of magical conservatism. Then, too, whereas material techniques are relatively distinct and independent of one another, magical techniques are rapidly elaborated into a rigid system. Everything is of a piece. Everything is dependent upon everything else. Consequently, nothing can be meddled with, nothing modified without threat to the whole structure of beliefs and activities. Hence their weak expansive power and their strong power of defense against alien magical techniques. The realm of magical practice is limited, and there is little or no diffusion. Propagation begins with spiritualist religions which are not bound to special magical rites. There is then no possibility of choice between different rival magical techniques. Yet expansion and choice are decisive factors in technical progress. There is no real progress in the realm of magic. Here lies its fundamental difference. There is no progress in space, no progress in time. Indeed, the tendency of magic is to regress. And because magical technique is tied to one ethnic group, to one given form of civilization, it disappears completely when that group or civilization disappears. When a civilization dies, it transmits to its heirs its material, but not its spiritual apparatus. Tools, houses, and methods of manufacture live on, and, more or less reincarnated, are to be met with again. There may be a temporary material regression in periods of great destruction, but the lost ground is recovered, as if a collective historical memory made possible the recovery of what had been lost several generations before. But magical techniques, rites, formulas, and sacrificial practices disappear irremediably. The new civilization will fashion its own new stock of magic, which has little in common with the old. Only a set of generalizations so broad as to mean nothing, and over hasty analogies, create the belief that magical forms are perpetuated and renewed. Indeed, they live on only in the minds of the initiates, and not in any human or social reality. Consequently, a magical technique that is not passed on in time or space does not follow the same evolutionary curve as material technique. There is not a progression of discoveries built one upon the other. Rather, discoveries remain side by side and do not affect one another. There is another factor in the regression of magical techniques, the problem of evidence. In material techniques, choice is relatively simple. Since every technique is subordinate to its immediate result, it is only a question of choosing the one that produces the most satisfactory result. And in the material domain, that result can readily be seen. That one form of acts is superior to another is a judgment not beyond a normal man, in spite of the extreme difficulty primitive man experienced when faced with such a choice. But with magical techniques, the same certainty or force of evidence does not exist. Who can judge their relative efficiency? Magical efficiency is not always to be measured by a clear material result, such as making rain fall, but may have to do with some purely spiritual phenomena, or even with material phenomena over a long period of time. Here matters are not clear, nor the choice easy. The difficulty becomes even more acute when we think about the uncertainty of the reasons for failure. Was a magical technique really inefficient? Or was the one who used it incompetent? The common reaction is to blame the magician rather than the technique, and here again we see an element of immobility in magic. The two great streams of technique, which we have traced from their beginnings, evolved in completely different ways. In manual technique, we observe an increase and later a multiplication of discoveries, each based on the other. In magic, we see only endless new beginnings, as the fortunes of history and its own inefficiency call its procedures into question. Explanation becomes even more difficult when we note that in the magical domain, too, our own era has achieved an overwhelming superiority. Our magical techniques have become really effective. These techniques, obviously, must not be confused with religious life or anything of that kind. This is purely a social phenomenon, both in aim and in form. However, the two aspects of technique, although both are social, are sharply separated, and would seem to have interacted very little anywhere. Greece. Technique is essentially Oriental. It was principally in the Near East that technique first developed, and it had very little in the way of scientific foundation. It was entirely directed toward practical application, and was not concerned with general theories, which alone can give rise to scientific movements. This predominance of technique in the East points up an error which is found throughout Western thought: that the Oriental mind is turned toward the mystical and has no interest in concrete action, whereas the Western mind is oriented toward know-how and action, and hence toward technique. In fact, the East was the cradle of all action, of all past and primitive technique in the present sense of the word, and later of spiritual and magical technique as well. The Greeks, however, were the first to have a coherent scientific activity, and to liberate scientific thought. But then, a phenomenon occurred which still astonishes historians: the almost total separation of science and technique. Doubtless, this separation was less absolute than the example of Archimedes has led historians to believe, but it is certain that material needs were treated with contempt, that technical research was considered unworthy of the intellect, and that the goal of science was not application, but contemplation. Plato shunned any compromise with application, even in order to forward scientific research. For him, only the most abstract possible exercise of reason was important. Archimedes went even further. True, he rationalized practice and even made applications to a certain degree, but his machine was to be destroyed after it had demonstrated the exactness of his numerical reckonings. Why did the Greeks adopt this Malthusian attitude toward activity? There are two possible answers. Either they were not willing, or they were not able, and it is likely that both are true. Abel Ray has devoted the 5th volume of his Science Technique to the Greeks. According to him, Greece in her decline became incapable of sustaining the ideal of hard, disinterested labor, the ideal of an essentially contemplative intelligence disdainful of all utility. She then fell back on the techniques of the East. She was involved in them by her own techniques, for she had nonetheless sought to satisfy men's vital needs in spite of the contempt in which she held them. Confronted with technical necessity, Greece lost her inventive genius and turned to Eastern technique. She did not know, says Abel Ray, how to find the bridge between know-how and know-why. This is true for the period of decadence, the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, but it does not seem to be the case in the preceding period. In the 5th century BC, Greece experienced rapid technical development, although later it came to an abrupt halt. In their golden age of science, the Greeks could have deduced the technical consequences of their scientific activity, but they did not wish to. Walter asks, did the Greeks, obsessed with harmony, check themselves at the very point at which inquiry ran the risk of going to excess and threatened to introduce a monstrosity into their civilization? This was the result of a variety of factors, most of which were of a philosophic nature. For one thing, theirs was a conception of life which scorned material needs and the improvement of practical life, discredited manual labor because of the practice of slavery, held contemplation to be the goal of intellectual activity, refused the use of power, respected natural things. The Greeks were suspicious of technical activity because it represented an aspect of brute force and implied a want of moderation. Man, however humble his technical equipment, has from the very beginning played the role of sorcerer's apprentice in relation to the machine. This feeling on the part of the Greeks was not a reflection of a primitive man's fear in the face of something he does not understand, the explanation given today when certain persons take fright at our techniques. Rather, it was the result, perfectly mastered and perfectly measured, of a certain conception of life. It represented an apex of civilization and intelligence. Here we find the supreme Greek virtue, enkratia, self-control. The rejection of technique was a deliberate, positive activity involving self-mastery, recognition of destiny, and the application of a given conception of life. Only the most modest techniques were permitted, those which would respond directly to material needs in such a way that these needs did not get the upper hand. In Greece, a conscious effort was made to economize on means and to reduce the sphere of influence of technique. No one sought to apply scientific thought technically, because scientific thought corresponded to a conception of life, to wisdom. The great preoccupation of the Greeks was balance, harmony, and moderation. Hence, they fiercely resisted the unrestrained force inherent in technique and rejected it because of its potentialities. For these same reasons, magic had relatively little importance in Greece. Rome. Social technique was still in its infancy. Doubtless there had been some attempts at social organization. Those of certain pharaohs and those of the Persian Empire were not negligible. But such organizations could be maintained only by police power, whereas the exact opposite is true of genuine social organization. By the very fact of its existence, coercion demonstrates the absence of political, administrative, and juridical technique. For this reason, the great empires of the past are of little importance to our study. Correlatively, an army, even the army of the Chaldeans who advanced the art of war furthest, was a fairly inorganic crew whose aim was pillage and which applied no social technique. The army of Alexander made use of genuine strategy, but this was almost exclusively military and had no sociological foundations or attributes. It was the expression not of a people but of a state, and therefore lacked the substance necessary to technique. In Rome, however, we pass on, at one step, to the perfection of social technique, both civil and military. Everything in Roman society was related to Roman law in its multiple forms, both public and private. To characterize the technique of this law in the period during which it flourished, from the 2nd century BC to the 2nd century AD, we can say, first of all, that it was not the fruit of abstract thought, but rather of an exact view of the concrete situation which the Romans attempted to turn to account with the fewest possible means. This realism respected justice and acknowledged history and necessity. From this concrete experimental view, which the Romans held consciously, their administrative and judicial technique developed. And a kind of discipline appeared, the use of a minimum of means. This discipline, which probably had its foundations in religion, is one of the secrets of the whole development. To the degree that the Roman had to respond to necessity, and at the same time not permit himself excessive luxury, it was necessary to refine every means, to bring it to perfection, to exploit it in every possible way, and to give it free rein, without shackling it with exceptions and secondary rules. No social situation developed which did not immediately find its response in organization. Nor could this response be the creation of a new means, but rather the perfection of an old means. Indeed, the proliferation of means is thought, even today, to denote technological weakness. The second element in the Roman development of organization was the search for an equilibrium between the purely technical factor and the human factor. Judicial technique did not begin as a substitute for man. In Roman judicial technique, there was no question of eliminating initiative and responsibility, but rather of allowing them to operate and to assert themselves. It was not until the 3rd century AD that judicial technique attempted to deal with the details of life, to regulate everything, to foresee everything, thereby leaving the individual in a state of complete inertia. But the great judicial era of Rome was one of equilibrium. The law laid down the framework and supplied the means that men could use in following their own initiative. Of course, this presupposed a civic sense corresponding to the technical conception. The equilibrium between the two was evident in the system of procedure we call bureaucracy. In it is found, with an almost disconcerting simplicity, the perfect type of procedure. And there we find that one of the conditions of technique is respect for the individual, who is not yet considered apart from society. A third characteristic of Roman technique was that it was directed toward a precise end, the internal coherence of society. This technique was not self-justifying. It did not have as its raison d'etre its own self-development. And it was not imposed from the outside. It was not a kind of scaffolding which held independent elements together. It sought rather to promote cohesion. The foundation of society was not the police. It was an organization which enabled society to make the least possible use of the police. A wide variety of techniques, religious, administrative, and financial, were obviously needed to execute this design, but in no case was there recourse to force. When it appeared that the state would be compelled to use force, the organizational sense of the Romans led them to abandon a given project rather than attempt to maintain it by force. Force is never economical, and Rome was economical in all things. This social coherence was the first judicial technique the world had known. It was also the basis for the Roman military system, which was a direct expression of civil society in that it had the same respect for efficiency and economy. From it came the development of organs of transport, food supply, and so on, and the Roman conception of mass strategy and the refusal to create heroes. Combat was thus reduced to its most utilitarian level. A fourth element was continuity. The judicial technique of the Romans was consistently being readapted in accordance with the historical plan. It involved a policy of watchful waiting while circumstances were not propitious, at the same time making preparations for the right moment, and when that moment came, carrying out the plan decisively. As regards material techniques, the Romans did not develop them as brilliantly. From the 4th to the 1st century BC, and after the 2nd century AD, there was almost total stagnation. Tools and armaments no longer evolved. But from the 1st century BC to the 1st century AD, a technical revival took place. Practical necessity, on the economic and military levels, and with regard to transport, was met by the production of animal-powered machines, forges, water wheels, pumps, plows, the screw press, cord-operated ballistic engines, etc. The Romans possessed a remarkable understanding of applicability. Their judicial system could be applied always and everywhere in the empire. It was adapted to an unfailing continuity, and these were totally new phenomena which Rome introduced. Later, Rome was allowed to drift into a technical vertigo. The end was near. Christianity and technique. The East, passive, fatalist, contemptuous of life and action. The West, active, conquering, turning nature to profit. These contrasts, so clear to popular sociology, are said to result from a difference in religion. Buddhism and Islam on the one hand, on the other, Christianity, which is credited with having forged the practical soul of the West. These ideas are hardly beyond the level of the rote repetitions found even in the works of serious historians. It is not for me to examine religious doctrines in themselves, or as absolute, if unrealized, dogma, but rather to interpret them sociologically. After all, I am not writing theology. I am writing history. And there is a world of difference between dogma and its sociological application. I shall not touch upon the personal interpretation of religion, which concerns the relationship between the individual and God. This being the case, it is obvious that certain statements call for modification. For example, the assertion that as a consequence of the teachings of Muhammad, the Islamic conquests of the 7th century are evidence of pacifism. This might also be said of the determined Islamic resistance to Western encroachments during the last 2 centuries. We attribute to Buddhist indifferentism the remarkable artistic, political, and military development in India from the 2nd to the 5th century. In fact, however, these civilizations were little advanced technically, though they had developed in many other areas. Christianity in Russia, on the other hand, gave rise to a mystical civilization which was indifferent to material life and had no technical drive and no interest in economic exploitation. Ah, yes, is the reply, but Christianity in Russia had Eastern overtones. Here, then, indifference to technique would appear to be a question of temperament and not of religion. Another embarrassing fact. When in her decline, Greece applied herself to technical inquiry and the development of industry, she looked to the East for methods. And in the 1st century, when Rome, the perfect example of the technical spirit in antiquity, took up industry, she too turned to the East for industrial techniques, the refining of silver and gold, glassmaking, the tempering of weapons, pottery, ship construction, and so on. All these techniques came to Rome from the East, either early, through the Etruscans, or much later, after the conquests. We are far indeed from being able to support this traditional cleavage between East and West. In fact, during classical antiquity, it was the East which possessed the concrete, inventive mind that grasps the truth and exploits it. The West is making a prodigious advance in technique at the present, and the West is traditionally Christian. Nor can it be maintained that Christianity is a negligible factor in that advance. However, there were several distinct historical periods in the West. The West was officially Christian until the 14th century. Thereafter, Christianity became controversial and was breached by other influences. What do we find from a technical standpoint in the so-called Christian era, the period from the 4th to the 14th centuries, the sociological moment?
Okay, I'm back.
A guy who literally ran.
Can you turn down your microphone? It feels like you're yelling at us.
Because you're arrogant and not of Jesus, and you don't want to have
His son
chats.
knows that. His son knows
Dude.
that.
Tom. Who stayed away better, Abby or Dom?
So, Jack, I'm confused. Why is a guy who literally ran?
Can you turn down your microphone? It feels like you're yelling at us.
I am.
Why are you yelling, Hank? Calm
I'm
down.
okay. Because
Calm
I can't.
down.
You won't let me finish the sentence. That's why.
Well, don't make your
Go ahead.
sentences on behalf of people and wait for people to talk to you.
Go ahead,
I was
Red and
making
Black.
it simply on behalf of myself, but I didn't get your permission. Just like I didn't get your permission to be a Christian. Right, Tommy?
Oh, you're a Christian now. So why are you battling me everywhere I turn if you're a Christian?
Tom, you battle everyone. Everywhere.
No,
you
I battle you. And I battle liars. And I battle narcissists. And if you find yourself on the opposite side of my battle, you might want to see why.
Well,
So
Tom,
why don't you battle narcissists in the mirror for once? How about that?
there you go.
What?
Exactly. You see
I can't
all
tell
of
what the
that?
fuck he said. Don't say
That-
there you go.
Tom,
Tell me what he
Tom,
said.
Battle
said
the narcissist
battle the-
in the mirror.
I'm not a narcissist, faggot.
Yeah, you should see.
Jack.
You should see.
Great show, Jack. I mean, great energy. Totally right in line with everything you've ever made before. I came here, honestly, because I thought something new would happen. But you're doing the same shit you always do, and I'm loving it.
This pedo crackhead. Did you see him mention me? Me and Abby? Pretty interesting. I don't know. Pedo crackheads. All right. That all these people support.
Watched you, and you're excellent at it. Stephen, here's something I was thinking earlier. There is,
Call me King Stephen.
No, I see an amazing, like, ragtag group of misfits that are so talented. If we could just find a way to work together peacefully, we could have so much fun and we could get some truly amazing shit done. But
praise God, let's have fun right now.
Praise King Stephen.
No.
I'm the King of Kings. Crystal consciousness in the chat room is attracted to me.
Stephen, you are delusional.
Delusional.
No,
Yeah.
I'm very on point.
No, you believe in things that are not real.
Jack,
you keep
behind-
repeating things that
Jack.
are not real.
Jack,
You didn't
behind
even
the
make an
scenes,
avatar to reflect your
I've been
overweight
marketing.
self or your
This
obesity.
isn't
That
just an
king
avatar. Behind
that
the
king should
scenes,
be
I've
like
been
3
marketing.
times larger. It should have
I
really
have been
fat,
marketing
chubby
Jack.
cheeks. Should look overweight.
I have been
The
marketing.
clothes are
Jack's
way too nice
channel.
for an avatar, you know.
Dude, you're
Stephen.
gay. Provo, shut up.
Whoa.
Go ahead, Jack.
What's with the homophobia here, Talcott? He's calling me gay. That's not cool.
I know Stephen lacks character.
Masonry, brick wall, and diamond line.
Actually, Stephen's stuck in his character. He thinks his character has value, and he doesn't understand that it diminishes his negativity, diminishes his worth. So, Stephen, you're the only one who glorifies yourself. And yeah, you live in a world like you believe. Oh my God, these people are so nuts.
Yes, and that's kind of my point, Jack. Sometimes we can't all work together because there's people who can't get out, just stuck on themselves, stuck in their own ego. So that's why we should do our thing over here, and they can be crazy over there, just so we can get something done.
That's honestly what I've been hoping to do more of, is to separate away from the insanity. But at the same time, life brings us what life brings us. And I know for a fact that when these characters, Tommy, I'm looking at you, you clearly want attention. When you learn humility, you can actually be one with Christ. But as long as you're all prideful and arrogant and seeing the world full of nothing but liars, well, guess what you are? You're a liar.
That's right, Talcott.
I've learned sorry, if you have more.
No, I'm here to listen to you.
I've learned a lot from the online behavior, a lot about people. And seriously, this one stands out so obvious to me. The boastful King Stephen, right? And then the god of all media. The boastful, they are manipulators. They manipulate themselves into believing their lies. And then we live in a world of confusion, so people believe lies. They don't confront the lies. And they don't know what they're doing. I don't know. How would you guys describe sacred? What would be sacred to you?
Oh, Brother Hank, you must go first again, please.
Sacred to me. Sacred to me is the thing that puts me at peace. Just knowing that I woke up every day. That's pretty much enough for me.
That's where it starts. That's what, you know what? That's what God is. God is the beginning and the end. So once we find God, that's the beginning. So we lose sight. It may be the end.
It's powerful.
This life we're living, it is powerful. God is amazing. I feel so blessed to have been able to start learning the things that I learned. I never thought about these things for most of my life. I didn't spend much time thinking about consciousness or God or life. And and now it's how I spend all my time. Although most of my time these days, admittedly, it's more towards the Bible. Because there's so much wisdom to be found in it. But what if? I mean, if it's all true, then what God has placed in my heart, it's got to be for a reason. What works for the micro works for the macro. The cosmos, it's got a perfect order to it. And in my own personal testimony, from my years as an alcoholic to all of these other things I faced in my life, it is the truth that sets us free. So a world where the truth is freely shared without government secrets, corporate secrets, we'll have prosperity, health. Welcome, old Joe.
Hello, sir. I wanted to take a quick crack at a comment that King Stephen made the other day, because he started to make a genuine comment, and then of course he got sidetracked with a little bit of the comedy show. But you're talking about things that are sacred and the truth, and King Stephen also talked about nature and that he connects with nature. And so let me try and answer why that is for me, because I think he was starting to make a good point. And then I'll drop down and you guys can riff on it. And so when we discuss the issues with the ego and conception we have of ourselves that may be false, one of the things I used to do is I was a survival instructor for our armed forces and our search and rescue, our police. And I used to watch the most ego-filled people who were used to being in a position of power come out on a survival exercise. And the conditions that we encountered in nature would strip that ego from them in one evening. It was astounding how that was a different person come 4 o'clock in the morning in the dark, 20 below, than they were at 4 o'clock the previous afternoon when the sun was shining. So the reason I enjoy nature is because it's fair. I can't argue that if I fail in nature, I failed because of some sort of a bias or somebody's misunderstanding me. It's simply because my skills aren't up to the challenge. And I call nature the ultimate arbiter. That is why I feel a connection to nature. So I just thought I'd throw that out to you guys. I got to get going again and jump down, but great discussion. Thank you, sir.
Hey, much love. Thank you, old Joe. Provo? Hank?
You go first, Brother Hank, of course.
Well, I agree with him. That's a nation is hierarchical and stratifies, and pretty much he just validated my point.
Wow, wise words, Hank. Thank you. Your thoughts, Jack Talcott? Of course, it's your show. Why don't you share your thoughts? I don't want to cut in.
Love your thank you. The nature, yeah, it's humbling, it's powerful, it's merciless, and yet at the same time it's so revealing, so giving. The Wim Hof, for those who are familiar, Wim Hof, the Ice Man, he said something about the cold. That's why he faced the cold in some aspect, because truly there's you can deal with the cold, you can deal with anything.
Yes, he's right. Wim Hof is correct, and his breathing techniques work really well.
They are amazing.
Wow, beautiful, Talcott. Now I've just been slowly contemplating your prompt and title, and been thinking about it, and finding what is holy. Is that somewhat accurate description of your title?
Yeah.
I think let's just break that down. Let's do a little bit more digging here. I think finding what is holy is to look inside yourself and find what holes you have, and to fill that with Christ.
That's true. To look inside, to find the holes inside. That's the what comes to my mind is like the shadow work. Going within to see where our corruption is. Where are we holding resentment and judgment? Where are we carrying selfishness and bitterness? And those are the spaces where, okay, maybe I'm not strong enough, but if you can believe the words are true, then go to Jesus and invite Jesus in to fill those holes, to become, so that we become more whole, more healed, more more wealthy, more prosperous, more abundant. That's the whole point.
No pun intended, right, Talcott?
Amen. It's part of the amazing gift of words. Words are friggin' mysterious. And I found myself just laughing at how perfectly some of the words will align, right? A truth will be true on like physical level and mental level and spiritual level. It'll be true on all these different perspectives. It's
That's
divine.
right. That's right, Talcott. Amazing show you got going on here.
I'm grateful you're here, everyone, because truly part of the idea is joy. Joy is the result of love.
Maybe we could bring some joy. Sorry to cut you off, but Hank doesn't look too joyful, and it's bringing down my own spirits. And I wish we could cheer Hank up a little bit. Hank, would you like Jack to pray over you real quick to raise your spirits?
Day after day. And it can be saddening, right? It can be saddening when we see people we care about just self-sabotaging, destroying themselves. I'm sure that's how some people felt about me when I was drinking, but we can't always help those who don't want to change. Welcome, Machine Lies.
Greetings, sir. How are you doing today?
Feeling blessed, brother. Truly blessed.
Yeah, that's great. You went away there for a while, but it looks like you're back. Blessings.
Yeah. Hey, you would be a man with, I'm sure, many different perspectives to share regarding the topic of finding the holy, the sacred. Anything come to mind?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I think it's true that God is one. I think nature is one. right? So I think it lets us know that, you know, that God and nature are unique. So I mean, from that, I could only come to one conclusion, that man is also unique, you know, and I do think that all three of these things are connected, you know, and yeah, and I think what it comes down to is that, you know, man is made in the image of God, you know, but we're also made out of the clay of the earth, right? So, you know, as they say, you know, everything is connected, you know, there's no such thing as coincidence, you know, and I say, you know, not everything happens for a reason, but nothing is random, you know, but randomness is the myth, you know, progress is a myth. I think change is an illusion. And I also see blessings and curses up there. You know, I think,
Yes.
yeah, I think freedom is the gift that is both a blessing and a curse, you know, definitely.
That's, you know what? It can be, certainly. Freedom is an interesting concept that's been misunderstood, especially in America. I didn't understand freedom until until I started seeking to know, right? And truly, the path to freedom, it's through the teachings of Christ. It's faith and goodness. And it all makes sense too. That if we trust that we're part of the one living truth of today, whoever we are and however we are, we're a part of God's creation. And God's eternally with the creation, as is the heart of God, right? The love of Christ. It's here eternally present for us to become aligned with. But in the world of make-believe, right, we've got all these presidents and police and all these other titles and positions. People aren't living with honesty. And when we don't live with honesty, we start believing in lies. And when we start believing in lies, well, then we live in delusions. And some people are so afraid to just change their mind because their delusions will be shattered.
Yeah. And that's why I think, you know, I mean, as you said, you know, Christ speaks, you know, words of majesty, and he really says, you know, he says, if your right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. So you can't have divisions within yourself. You know, he says a house divided cannot stand. So there can't be division in the house. He says a man cannot serve two masters. So there can't be division within the workplace. And he says that, you know, give to Caesar's what is Caesar's and give to God's what is God's. So there can't be unlawful division within the nation state, you know, and our duties and tasks of what we have to do, I mean, you know, towards God and towards each other, you know.
I see the potential for our world to shift towards that happening. I believe God's going to allow us to experience this change, right? Because the end times are the beginning. It's just the cycles of time. It continues. It's so beautiful and magnificent for us to be alive at this time. And honestly, Machine Lies, I don't know if you heard me, but I mentioned there's an amazing, incredible group of misfits. I include you and me amongst the misfits, right? But God brought us together for a reason.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, welcome, Noel. Anyway, Provo, thoughts?
I mean, great show, Talcott. I think Noel's a great addition. I can't wait to hear what she has to say about the topic.
Yeah. I'm still curious, what do you guys have any creative solutions on what I could do with Stephen or Tommy? Their minds have been closed so far.
Hank, you're first. You're the darkest person on the panel.
Yeah. So my bet is that we had to just leave it to God. We all tried our best effort getting through to them, and if they're finding excuses after excuses, they're not getting on board. So we just had to just let them be in the desert and hope they'll heal.
But God is within us. And so.
Right.
Yeah, here's what you need to do, Mr. Talcott. It's pretty simple. You need 2 shows, right? They obviously really want to be your co-host. So just have a separate show for them. Maybe make it a half an hour. And every day you can bring those 2 up and they can have a conversation with you. People will love it.
That is actually brilliant. Simple and brilliant. Thank you, Provo. I could see the value in that.
Interesting. Is that what you do with them, Provo?
I'm not Jack Talcott, but I just think it's the simplest answer because, he's got a problem. He needs a solution, and those 2 want to be a part of Jack's life, and they want to be a part of his content. But if Jack wants to have a more serious, structured show where he tackles the questions he's tackling and the prompts he's tackling, and he doesn't want to be derailed, he should create a second show where he deals with the question of communication and how to communicate with people who don't disagree, or rather who do disagree with you and who don't see eye to eye with you. And it could be a short half an hour show, but it could be years.
That's actually a pretty good idea. I think let them have their own episode where only they come up, and then you have a personal conversation with them and ask them about their motives, because very little is known about what they want. Because I've heard them talk so much. I've heard their opinions on other people a lot, but who they are, what they're about, is a mystery to me. And so, I'm more interested in, because Tommy's described himself as a Christian. I know very little about, or I've learned very little about what type of Christian beliefs he espouses or he's willing to promote. Right. So maybe that would be a good start.
Yeah. So I've watched a whole bunch of his show, and basically he's just a random plot. He didn't even ground it to an actual church. So I know I've watched them shows. I know about them. But the thing is, I don't recommend this because they haven't tried to work with Jack before. And even when we gave them the whole show before, multiple times we tried to give them the whole show, they wouldn't be compliant. So it's kind of like we already tried this idea.
Well, maybe perhaps, or I'm just talking about a separate show, dedicated time. Could be a half an hour. It could be the pre-show. And then Jack clears up his energy and his chakras with the community and other people who want to discuss his ideas and who want to be engaged in the thoughts Jack is currently engaged in. But every day to do continuously what he's doing by bringing them up and derailing his own show, that should just be a separate event, because you can keep, people like it. You can keep it going. The numbers go up. They love seeing the loony bin. So I'd say maybe there's other ideas you could do. You talk about communication with them, Jack. Not communicating is communicating.
That is true.
That's a path you can take.
That's pretty deep,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think either of you would actually tolerate that. Machine Lies and Provo. I don't think if you had people who were compliant, weren't following your instructions, you would give them a whole segment to themselves. On
the contrary, I've actually tried that with them. I've actually tried not communicating with them as a form of communication. So, I've actually taken some of that advice. So, I'd say it works, yeah, because they still talk about me, so they're still communicating with me. So, yeah, you're right. As they say, the damage is done. So whatever needs to be said has been said for now. So,
And with that, it looks like you're at an hour mark, Jack. That's all the time I have today. I'm going to have to wrap it up. But hey, great panelists, great show. Shout out to everybody who came on the panel tonight. Just regular Steven. Hank O'Flame, always an honor being right next to you. You're one of the best panelists out there, dude. You really are. You're just amazing. Noel, honored and blessed to be next to you. You as well, Machine Lies. Jack, have a great rest of your show. God bless.
and Godspeed on your goals.
Yeah, have a good day, sir. Thank you.
Much love, Provo. Thank you for joining. Sincerely. Always a performer. Performing high levels, even. Where were we? Oh, well, we could go anywhere. The idea of hungering for the truth, that is a path that I found myself on. And if you think about it from a mental aspect, right, we're feeding our mind with knowledge. It's really easy to get, just like with the physical, it's really easy to get caught up in a regular diet of fast food and garbage, not really giving ourselves much nutrition. It's the same way in the mind, especially with these damn algorithms and, you know, all the devices seeking our attention. It's really easy for us to start limiting our diet of intelligence by just, I don't know, taking what's given. But if we open our mind and allow our minds to be open, innocent, you know, renewed like that of a child, whatever our age is, that's the way we're to be. Because when our mind is already filled with all these assumptions and conclusions and memories and labels, we get, I don't know, my experience was I ended up pretty confused. I wasn't thinking things through as clearly as I thought. And I spent a lot of time thinking about memories, living in the past. Got another guest here. I think someone new, perhaps. Brenda Debate.
Good afternoon.
Greetings. Welcome. Are you familiar? Have you been here before?
Yeah, this person is a great this person is a great interlocutor. I've seen them on other shows. So
I thought I knew them before.
No, I'm not familiar with you people or anything about you. I was talking to King Stephen, and I saw this. He's reviewing this live, and he didn't answer me about why he was reviewing it, and so I decided to check in for myself. I'm an atheist, and but I see that this is some kind of religious thing. So I don't know if you want atheists in here or not. I just don't think that the world and everything is as dire as everybody says it is.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, and King Steven's reviewing this because this is his favorite show.
yeah, I think Jack
he seems like a very angry person.
Yeah, I think Jack would agree with you that things are not as gloomy as people think they are. Yeah, actually, he has a lot of hope. Yeah, he has a lot of hope for humanity.
I don't think they're good, especially in the United States right now, with our dictator king. But it's it's not. I don't live in a demon haunted world. I'm not surrounded by demons. These things aren't real.
Yeah, me
It's
either.
just people, and people do bad things, and that's all it is. People doing bad things. There's no demons. There's no magic. There's no spells. There's no magical curses you can cast onto people. None of that. All of that would actually be, in traditional Christianity, heresy.
Well, Brenda, it's a pleasure to meet you. You are welcome here, regardless of faith opinions. As long as we can communicate, everyone's welcome. Welcome to you, Flow State.
What up? I'm just here to finger Hank. Ah, damn it.
Too slow, Dusty.
Hey, welcome now, Pero.
Yeah, so I make the
Greetings,
rounds
Jack.
typically. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt people. I make the rounds. Usually I debate people who think the earth is flat because that is fun. That is really dumb.
I debate those people too. Oh my.
Yeah. And I also go to Discord, and I go to like politics Discord and debate in the religious debates and the philosophical debates with people. That's what I enjoy the most.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll meet with you later. I'll restream this to my channel if I ever debate you. Just don't go into politics too often because I prefer the StreamYard panels.
Well, I'd like to, just briefly give you an idea of me. I am religious about love. I credit love and the mysteries of love and truth and life. I credit that to one source, one creation of the universe. So initially I started out with the idea of the universe created me, and now I've accepted the idea of God, the word God. So, and my story did eventually bring me to trust and accept the value in the Christian teachings and in the Bible. But
were you raised Christian? Were you raised Christian?
No. But where I am,
really? That's unusual.
Where I am today is, well, what you said about the state of the world and what's happening in Washington, D.C., I find that to be completely unacceptable.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
And part of my main purpose of joining online is to connect with other people who are willing to say no more, so that we find a way.
Like eating? Sorry.
Yeah, but I don't know what people mean by no more. I don't know what they mean typically. That sometimes we don't agree on what. Sometimes I want more of what they don't want.
Boy, you asshole.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, sometimes I want things that other people don't want. So I because I'm transgender, I want things like political. I want freedom to be myself, and some people don't want me to be myself. And I think I should have that freedom. And I think other people who are gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender should be free. And a lot of people don't want that now, and they're upset about it. So that would be my position on those things. I also want political freedom. I think Trump is going to be. I don't want these concentration camps that he's setting up for migrants from South America or Latin America. I don't think that's good.
Are you eating?
No, I'm not.
What is that scraping sound?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mic picked it up. I'm mixing up some dip.
Okay.
Yeah,
right? You take cream cheese. You take cream cheese, spices.
Hey, Brenda.
Garlic and other spices.
We don't know, Brenda. Please. Okay. I've been patient. You please pause. We don't need the recipe, okay? And
What's the matter with that?
The noise has been coming through.
I put it away.
Thank you.
I'll get the rest of that recipe from you later.
It's really simple. You just buy some onion mix. Onion soup mix.
He just said he doesn't want the recipe. Now you're going to give him the recipe.
It's just onion soup mix and cream cheese and other spices as you wish.
Congratulations, Brenda.
Cooking is great. Cooking is a way that people come together in communion with each other.
Jack, don't prove Stephen right.
Well, I'm guessing this is now Brenda's show. So
Yeah,
Brenda,
sure.
tell us everything else that you want to talk about.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't believe in God. I don't see any reason to posit a mind into.
I'd like to talk about Brenda's
independent
delusion, too.
mind.
I'd like to talk
A
about
body independent
Brenda's
mind. I
delusion,
don't
too.
see any reason. I don't see any reason to accept that.
Well, then.
And I don't
great.
have any delusions. I don't have any
How about-
delusions.
Okay, can you please pause?
Huh?
You're very fixed in your opinions. You've repeated yourself a
Am
couple
I?
of times already.
You don't know that.
Clearly
You don't
are.
know that. No, you don't. You don't know that. My
Well,
opinions
you're
change.
very, you're very okay. Your opinion's not going to change if you're not listening, if you're not open to other ideas, because I can explain why I believe what I believe, but you kind of miss the point of what is happening here. Okay. And God bless. I'm sorry. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, it's the first time here. So
fill me in.
Well, you just met Tyrant Cot.
I'm
I have
getting
a
better.
rather thick skin. I have a rather thick skin these days. So transphobes and homophobes, I don't pay them any mind.
Okay, so let's talk about the thing that you say you're a theist. You don't believe in God, yet you call yourself an atheist.
Correct.
And then you were born a man and you claim you're a woman.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to be clear on that.
What's the problem with all that?
Why are you looking for problems? I mean, let's just.
Well, he's implying that there's some kind of problem. So is there a problem?
Brenda, I'm having a problem
with somebody who's born a male. I'm saying that they are transgender. What's wrong with that?
Brenda, hello. Are you here?
Yes. Okay.
I'm having a problem with you right now because you're very self-centered and you're not really paying attention. It's a pattern. It's not your fault. Many people are like this. It's an ordinary human behavior, especially in today's world where everyone's out of their mind. You're not out of your mind, you're in your mind.
Yeah, how would I be less self-centered according to you? How would I be less self-centered?
Bring the mind into your heart and just be present. You don't need to defend the labels and your beliefs.
I think if people attack me for my identity, I think I have a right to defend myself.
Did you get attacked here for your identity?
Yes.
Or did you
Yes, I did.
Yes,
I was. Yes.
Okay.
I would do it again, though. You know, especially online.
Yes.
You know, it's very cheap. It's very cheap to do it online.
Yeah,
like
it's very cheap to be a dick,
it is.
isn't it?
It
It's
is
cheap to be a
really
dick.
is very cheap, and you do it all over on any panel.
I would posit that
I don't care.
I would posit that it wasn't even an attack. It was
I
the
think
use
it
of
was.
ad hominems. I think it was the use of ad hominems that would, in fact, in any reasonable debate, just he would lose the total foundation of any argument going to ad hominem.
Who would lose?
And here you're the one
would-
that's butthurt, and here you're the one that's butthurt calling it an attack because you feel
Because
it's an
it
attack.
is. Doesn't
You
even
just have a butt.
Something that has
said it
no
was.
foundation. Something that has no foundation is an attack.
What are you
Good
talking
job
about?
again.
Right.
Good job
So
again.
what are you talking? So number one, I was unaware that I was making an argument. I was simply relating how I feel and who I am. I was not, and then I was attacked for my gender identity, right? So I don't see a problem. I don't see how I was not attacked. Oh, you got rid of everybody.
Yes.
What's up?
I'm hoping you can stop finding distractions and realize this is my stream, okay? There's a reason for what I do. It's not, it's not to be mocked and ridiculed like
sure.
Stephen likes to do.
I haven't actually paid a great deal of attention to what he actually says. Just the fact that he seems to be a very angry person and very frightened and alone, and seems to think he is surrounded by demons. I'm wondering if you think the same way.
Would you like to know what I think?
Didn't I just ask you?
Well, I've been trying to offer it since before you even arrived. So what I explained is I found in my life God is the truth. Okay, and that means right now we are experiencing this life with each other and with unseen forces. You mentioned when you first joined you didn't believe in demons. I've experienced enough people and their personal testimonies. There's supernatural things that have happened, that happen and do happen.
That's
Okay.
amazing. How did you come to that conclusion?
Evidence of my life. And
How
as
could there
I
be
said,
how could there be evidence for something that doesn't exist in this world? Is
Here's-
supernatural and not
here's
of
the
natural
thing,
origin, right?
Brenda.
Because supernatural is outside of this world, isn't it?
Okay, wonderful. And you're focusing on the words and not paying attention to meanings. Okay. And this is what the patterns of the mind do. Who Jack is and what I am. I've been studying, right? God, my life has given me incredible opportunities to learn about this world, to learn about politics, economics, religions. My primary focus, though, has been on mind, psychology.
I'm in the same place as you. Life has given me incredible opportunities. I have this whole universe of the internet, and there is tons and tons of stuff on there that I can use to study and to improve myself. There's people I can talk to, and that's what I've been doing because I happen to be older, in my 60s, and I no longer work. I take my dispensation from the government, and I have this time, and I'm able to pursue the things that interest me, and it's wonderful. I don't see any problem. I'm not surrounded by demons. I'm surrounded by people who have different ideas,
Brenda,
and some of them are
Brenda.
very bright and able to educate me. I don't think you're one of them, though. You're not one of those people.
Okay. All right. So therefore, I think you revealed yourself. Your mind is closed. You're
incorrect.
I'm done with you. That's the point. Okay. Since you didn't seem to be able to have conversations without taking it over, you can leave. Thank you, Brenda, for joining.
Jack, I think that you and Brenda had something there.
It's another here. It was another missed opportunity, and I'll accept that. It was
Oh,
someone
is Brenda
who
still
wants-
backstage? Maybe it's not too late.
No, they're gone.
Yeah, she won't be back. He won't be back.
I don't know about that, but I'll talk to you later, Brenda. I'll look for you on politics.
Hank's gonna swoop in where Jack fumbled the ball.
What I was trying to say is there was a person who claimed to be an atheist, has not yet found the experience with Christ or the trueness of God. So it was a missed opportunity for me to communicate. But it was in my experience, what I was witnessing was just what I said. Someone who's self-centered, self-focused, wants to fight about beliefs and just doesn't really care
That
about
sounds
what-
like all of us.
It's the majority of you guys.
You're one
she's
of us
straight
too,
up.
Jack.
She's straight up, just
Get
like
in here.
she's straight up, just like many people said. She doesn't care. It's your first clue. This is Jack's platform. I don't care.
Well, this is the human ego. The human ego, when its heart is cold, it doesn't care. And that's where the mind comes in. The world we live in, and actually this topic of blessings and curses, it's through the power of word. I lost where I was going with that. Sorry.
Yeah, you were talking about blessings and curses is through the power of word. I think that was a very powerful statement, actually.
It is the truth. The words we speak. I don't remember why I was bringing that up. There was something prior though. It had to do, I don't know. You know, guys, this life we are living, it does not have to be this complicated with each other. When we tell ourselves we don't care, that's where I was going. We are cursing ourselves to lack care. And when we lack care, eventually we'll see ourselves doing things that we're not proud of. That means we're going to lose our self-worth. We're here to care. We're here to love. We're here to uplift each other and encourage each other to create a better world for the world.
Not
And
me.
you are. You just haven't accepted that fact yet. You're in denial still. This is what the day of our Lord that was prophesied. I predict what it means is the truth, right? The truth will no longer be denied. When we unite together to release the truth, to set the truth free, confronting the liars, that's what we need to do in Washington, D.C. That's all I've been saying. Simple as that, guys.
So Jack, this is how you're and Tommy are similar. You say just because we don't accept the conclusion, we're just denying it, either not just thinking through on our own, saying, hey, the assumptions don't lead to this conclusion.
Was there a point?
Oh, absolutely. Just because we don't agree with the conclusion doesn't mean we just didn't think about it at all.
Well, what if that's true?
That we have a disagreement, but it's not because of misunderstanding.
You didn't think about how this would play out, did you, Hank?
Oh, I know how. Yeah, I did think about that. Yeah, just because we have a disagreement doesn't mean we lack understanding. Sometimes one side or other doesn't accept the premises.
I don't know why Jack tolerates this nonsense out of you.
Because I support Jack when it counts.
Apparently not.
We're all learning and growing together. And I have a feeling that one day, what I'm hoping is, well, I'm confident it will happen because it happened with me. I'd be going along and something that I'd experienced in the past, it would just click. And then it's like, oh, shit, that's what that meant. That's what he was saying. That's what's going to happen. I trust in that. And when people start understanding, I don't know, we're going to have a lot different conversations.
I agree. When you start understanding, you'll have a lot different conversations and probably shorter.
Tom, are you going to be in Vegas this week?
I'm already here, and I've already spent 2 streams saying, do not come find me, because you said you didn't think God would cross our paths. You don't come find me. Sherelle can come challenge this celibacy. I got 2 beds here. I can kick her out of one into the other. We'll test the structural integrity of these beds, because she's big.
So hold on.
What are you laughing at, Jack? It's not very Christ-like.
You think
but
that
when you tell Flow
Sherelle
State
would come
he's
to
gonna
Vegas and see you over me?
Yeah, I know she would. I know you wouldn't give up that hockey player star for her. Sherelle comes back every chance she gets. That's the type of dude I've been with ladies. I used to have a regular girl that her boyfriend would drop her off at my house. Not my choice.
That's really fucking weird.
Picks him up in the street, throws him back to the street, and picks him up out of the streets again.
It's big swinging dick normal, and maybe you don't know that life. I saw that gut picture.
Normal. It's not. There's nothing normal.
Oh no, it's not normal for
it's
you.
Normal if the dude is into that stuff too, which means that
what is he into?
I don't know.
What is he into? Yeah, he's into depressingly driving away when he knows he's dropping his girl off to ride my dick for a couple hours.
He's into getting
and you're still gonna try and narrative that into something that makes you look cool. Then why don't you shut up so I can back you as my enemy? Why don't you shut up for a second so I can back the enemy of my enemy for a second? Oh, you're just gonna talk over me. Oh, now Hank's gonna talk over me.
Yes, I am. So I want to say this to you, Jack.
Flow State, why don't you act like you didn't come up on the pop and get dead?
Doesn't mean that just because someone's disagreeable doesn't mean that you just don't understand. That this is what Tommy does. But if we just allow ourselves to distinct through, sometimes someone is wrong, and not just because they assert harder. It's just the logic doesn't follow.
Jack agrees you're wrong.
I don't know what you were doing, Flo.
To
You and Tommy.
Oh. Well, I'm planning on going out to Vegas later this week because there's a lot of people out there. Tommy's already there, but he said that he's going to kneecap me if we see each other. But you know, I wouldn't mind meeting up with him.
He could be fun if he'd get off his attitude.
I don't know if he can.
He can.
Do you think that I should meet up with Tom, or do you think that he'll kneecap me?
Hell yeah! Either way, you should check
Either
the
way.
risk. Yeah,
It's not your kneecaps on the line, boy.
right.
Well,
That's why I said take the risk.
Yeah, I'm wondering what his definition of kneecapping is, as delusional as he is.
I think that he means pew pew, but I don't know. Only he can say that for sure.
Well, if that were his true intent, meeting up with another man to use a pew pew is kind of cowardice.
I actually want to, someone brought it up earlier, and I actually want to better understand Tommy's view on what it means to be a Christian.
Right, and since you backstaged me through all that, I guess we're just going to have to schedule a pop, and I can't promise you'll get a lot of time. I am your Panelverse president. You're going insane and homeless.
You're already both of those things.
It's interesting.
really.
As soon as you asked him on
Wow,
his
isn't
view,
that the pot?
on his view of Christianity, he actually just left. So that was pretty interesting.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
And,
No, it's
and
not.
talk
This-
about the pot, and exactly like Flo mentioned. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Jesus.
Yeah, it's not weird. This is my point against having a special time on that show for them, because they're not going to comply with the requests. So instead of giving them more than they deserve, let them be crazy over there, so we can get done what we want to get done.
They basically Brenda and Illuminati have the same illness, right? It's like,
They're both trans.
yeah, that's one of the illnesses, but there's more.
Well, I have come to, well, I have a theory. No, it's not a theory. It's I believe it's a fact. If we're not aligned with God, we're separated from the truth. If we're separated from the truth, we're insane. And the world profits from the insane. The insane are making profits off the hardworking and willing. And I think it's time. I'm pretty sure, guys, if it's not me, if it's not us, it will be someone. It's time for this world to transform.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jack.
How do we make it happen? How do we get the attention of the people in DC?
Well, I don't think we
Storm
need
the Capitol.
Yeah.
I didn't know then what I know today. What year was that?
2021.
20. It was 20, wasn't it? Or wait, no, it was.
There's a bunch of different years, and it really hasn't worked any of the years.
Right. Well, and this is what I mean. I don't believe it's going to be overtaken like that, not through force. See, the government has its power through force, and we want to change things. We don't want to become like that which we oppose. But that's exactly what's happened. I'm going to go ahead and gossip a little bit since.
But in the end, the pen might be mightier than the sword, but the sword has ruled more countries than the pen. It's like it only goes so far. The pen only goes so far. propaganda only works for so long. The sword also rules. I mean, I want to get there by peace, Jack, but that's just not the way the world works. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, it's not. I'm not a violent man myself. You know, like Flow State, he's an experienced fighter. He likes to fight, but I guess he wants to get there via not via violence either. But how do you get there without violence, dude?
Well, Jesus neither used a sword nor a pen.
Yeah, well, he died. You know,
we all died.
Right. Good point.
How to do it? It's by invitation. And I have faith. I have faith. You get the right ideas to the right people. You get them to consider the ideas. We bring these voices in front of both parties, right? We bring the ideas in front of the men and women of Congress and Donald Trump. And I actually think if Donald Trump understood what I was saying, I actually think he'd be completely on board with it. Because it would mean complete overhaul, the dismantling of the Federal Reserve, the IRS, all of this nonsense would disappear.
But that's an if. What is, Jack?
What is the opportunity to try. And until we try, we fail. If we don't try, we fail. If we try, say I try and I fail, someone else will find ways to improve on what I do. Right? That's the way I look at it. Because the goal is too important. What I'm talking about is ending wars. I don't claim to know all the answers. I don't need to know all the answers to know that it's time for wars to end. The transference of wealth, there is so much evidence, thanks to YouTube and hardworking men and women, you know, on their own, committing their time and energy, creating these evidence. That's what these documentaries are. It's evidence of history, showing the corruption, the way the government has infiltrated the media, the way the wealthy have controlled the masses through propaganda. People buy things not because they want things, because they've been conditioned to buy things. It's insane. And you know, here's what gives me hope. Boy, I can understand there's always been war in the past, but from what my life has allowed me to discover, what God has allowed me to find, there are so many amazing men and women alive today. You know, they're not as well known. They're not out there for the fame and the profits, but they're really sharing wisdom. And so there's a spiritual revival. There's a spiritual awakening that's happening all around the world.
Yeah, and that is what you need, you know, for a good army. You need some morale, you know. That's a good thing.
Thank you.
Listen, I'm talking about an army, Jack, and it's not necessarily to off everybody, but it needs to be an army. You need to fight. I mean, you need to fight. You know, you're gonna encounter some resistance, right? So you gotta have this fighter spirit, this warrior spirit. You know, whether you want peace or not. I mean, yeah. There's gonna be victims, Jack. There's gonna be people that, you know, that's.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, in regards to those victims, you know, on both sides of the war, there's going to be victims. So it's imperative that the armed forces make sure that they're doing so righteously and justly, and not for any kind of private gains or gains of any kind of structure that they wish to implement, but to allow things to happen in a natural, progressive manner, rather than trying to force it like the government we already have.
Sorry, my mind drifted, and I went to pull something up. The Beatitude. or the Beatitudes, right? The Sermon on the Mount. It's totally off from what you guys were discussing, I think, and I apologize for that. But the idea of the meek shall inherit the earth. This came from that sermon I have linked in the description too. Meek is not weak. Meek, as I understand from the original Greek word, it's more in line with the word tame, right? So what does it mean to be tame? It means you're strong but controlled. You're controlled strength. That's the way we're to live, is with a controlled strength, not controlling others, but with a controlled strength in ourselves, with the faith and the power of Christ, right? As a true sovereign here on earth, we can claim that when we own it. When we become responsible for our sovereignty, we own it. When we become responsible for our health, we own it. We've got to become responsible for who we are, how we live, and most importantly, how we treat one another. Because this is something I've considered too. I trust the men and women playing along in Congress, you know, funding the wars, and all these these young men and women being sent off and into the wars. There's so many conflicts in this world right now. And the United States taxpayer has a hand in the majority of them.
All right, so all you need to do is tell them to knock it off, and then the road's fixed.
Well, we point out the fact that, thank you, you reminded me and got me back on track. The men and women in Congress, they're playing the theatrics of government, right? They're playing these roles that everyone is doing as they believe. I don't believe they understand the damages they're causing, right? Through the work of Dr. Gabor Mate, right? An expert. Through his work, you can show that the systems of education and economics and politics, even in America, these systems have driven mankind insane. Unhealed trauma, profiting from problems, profiting from exploitation, manipulation. These have become common day practices in America. That's why no one trusts anyone.
Common day practices because people give up their responsibilities to do it themselves over to those people to do it. This is the convenience and comfort of the government that people impose upon themselves and then cry about it when it doesn't go their way. That's that duality. You can't have a government unless you know how it's supposed to govern you and then cry about it. You have to be able to come with a resolution.
That's what I want to do. I mean, even as a union, I've mentioned this before, but as a union guy and as a citizen, you know, with workers and our government, I think we have the responsibility, the obligation to invite ourselves to the table every opportunity we can, right? It's time to have true input instead of oversight, these governors telling people how to be. That's not what government is. That's not what leadership is. This is what I really want to stress to America, especially those who want to call themselves Christians. The example of Donald Trump as a leader in America is disgusting. Leaders serve. Leaders are honest. Leaders are humble. Leaders care. And you know what? Maybe I shouldn't speak too harshly because I haven't been paying much attention.
Yeah, exactly. You sound like a little bit Tommy right now.
Do you think he thinks in complete thoughts?
I was just thinking the same thing as I was reviewing your comment. I don't think he even has complete thoughts. Yeah,
That's why it's
he's
so
like-
hard to like interpret what the fuck he's talking about. It's like a skipping CD or something.
That's what the ego mind does. You got to pay attention to it. Watch others for those things, right? Incomplete thoughts, random unrelated topics. It's the symptoms of a wandering mind, and a wandering mind is lacking focus. That's how we
But it's
drive
not
the
lacking company. I bet there's a lot of voices in there.
Right.
Yeah, it's quite reactive of a mind. Yeah. But do you think, Jack, that the ego is? Do you regard the ego as a bad thing?
Well, it depends on the definition of bad.
Okay.
Here, I actually compare the ego to the Antichrist. It's
yeah, okay. So that's an answer there. That yeah, okay.
It's built within us. But here's my idea on the big picture as well, is that even evil, it's given by God. It's allowed by God. It's brought forth for a purpose. So within us, there is the tendency of evil. There is the tendency of selfishness and corruption, manipulation, all sorts of things. And those can be bad, but even the bad skills can be used for good things. And that's why if we can take our anger and use that as motivation to move us forward, it's a powerful driving force, right? If you direct it in a healthy way towards your, exercising or project construction. Anger is a powerful force to drive us and move us. Fear is as well. But those are the dark sides of life. The light comes from love. And when we allow love to lead us, right, through our choices, so the next thing I'm doing in my day, the next project, whatever I'm doing, it's done with the idea of love. Love in the best ways that we can. That's the way to find fulfillment. The way to find a life of our dreams, it's to do the things we love. But if we convince ourselves we don't care about others, we'll stop caring about ourselves. We convince ourselves we don't care about ourselves, we'll stop caring about others. And if we don't care, we'll never find the joy and the peace and the fulfillment that love brings. But I have faith. I have faith that what we're doing, these conversations, I think these are helpful. I do. I hope that those who tune in, I hope you find some value in what we discuss.
At
Do you
least they're
believe in
entertaining.
tough love? You believe in tough love, Jack? Well, again, it depends. Love can be tough to understand.
For instance, you're like if your child is doing something wrong, so you discipline him because if he keeps doing that, he's going to grow up to stick his finger in sockets and shit. Or, don't do that. And so you discipline them so they don't do that no more because it's for his own good.
Well,
teach.
I know what you're talking about. You said the word discipline. And typically, particularly in many